LoveLore Library. Chapter 967. These people were very evil. If he ran away, who knew how many people would search for his location if he sent out a message on his phone or something. Therefore, it was very comfortable to frame Muronyu. Moreover, there were probably only a few people out of 20,000 who knew Muronyu. They didn't know her true strength and attributes. Since you want to mess with me, I'll screw you over. If you dare to look for Muronyu, just wait to be beaten up. Muronyu still didn't know that she had been screwed over by Lin Xian. I know that girl. She's very, very beautiful. I've never seen a girl more beautiful than her in my life. That's not it. The two teachers in our academy are also very beautiful, and there are also a few students who have already been selected. Anyway, I've seen them before, and they're also very, very beautiful. However, that blue-haired girl with blue eyes gives off the feeling of a cold senior sister from a two-dimensional anime. Hee hee my ass. We have wasted a lot of time coming to the city center. That girl is very strong. The most important thing now is for us to work together and snatch her crystal stones, then divide them equally. With her strength, even if we snatch all her crystal stones, looking at the corpses of the demon beasts on the ground, she can still kill a lot of demon beasts in a short period of time and advance to the next round. Now is not the time for romance. If we are eliminated, it will be very shameful when we go back. Hearing that person's words, everyone fell silent. That's right. Which one of them wasn't a famous genius in their region? If they were eliminated and went back home, it would really be a huge loss of face. Moreover, they really didn't think that Lin Xian, who was in the lower realm, had the strength to do all this. Where did she go? Lin Xian pointed in a direction. There, she's over there. It shouldn't be too far. Okay. Then, they all rushed in that direction. As for Lin Xian, they knew that he definitely had monster crystals, but probably not many. Moreover, to be honest, they didn't want to snatch other people's monster crystals. They felt that it was shameless. However, there were so many monster corpses here. As long as they snatched Murongyu's monster crystals, they would definitely pass the test. How easy would that be? Therefore, they couldn't be bothered to make a move on Lin Xian. How pitiful. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. These people were definitely going to be eliminated. Continue to kill monsters. Lin Xian then walked to the neighborhood where he used to live with Linya. There was no other meaning. It was just more meaningful. Moreover, there were many memories of Lin Xian there. There was also a necklace of Linya's. Necklaces weren't worth much, just a few yuan each. Lin Xian knew that it was a birthday gift that the original owner of this body had given to Linya a long time ago when they were very poor. After so many years, Linya had always treasured and kept it. However, when they escaped from Tianhua City, everything was under the control of Lin Xian. She panicked and didn't take anything with her. Lin Xian knew that she would often think of it now, but she definitely wouldn't come and take it. She also definitely wouldn't let Lin Xian get someone else to take it, because there was no need. It was just a necklace that wasn't worth much. It was just a necklace that had some meaning. However, Lin Xian knew that in his memories, this was the only birthday gift that the original owner of this body had given to Linya. It wasn't that they didn't have a good relationship. When they were young, they were very innocent and gave too many things. After they left the orphanage, they lived together and worked hard to live a better life. In the beginning, life was very, very difficult. To be honest, Lin Xian was never willing to buy a small gift that cost a few yuan. Moreover, as they grew older, Lin Xian increasingly felt that as a man, he couldn't cultivate. It was especially uncomfortable. As a result, he became depressed day by day, and his personality slowly deteriorated. His interactions with Linya also became less and less, not to mention later birthday gifts. This necklace was given to Lin Xian when he was very poor. Anyway, it really meant a lot to Linya. Lin Xian wanted to go over and see if he could find it. If he found it, it would be good. If he couldn't find it, there was nothing he could do. He would give more in the future. However, Lin Xian knew that whether he gave her later or now, the meaning would be different. The present was the present, and that was the meaning of that. How much did Linya care about it? Later on, when she became a boss, she attended some New Year's events. Her earrings and other things were all expensive, but that necklace was definitely still worn. Lin Xian arrived at the residential area. Naturally, there was no electricity. He encountered a few monsters and casually killed them. Then, he climbed the stairs and came to the door. I wonder if there are any monsters living in this house. There shouldn't be. Monsters don't like to live in this kind of residential area. Lin Xian saw that the door was still closed and felt that no monsters should have come to this house. Boom! Lin Xian then blasted the door open with a punch and walked in. The inside was still very clean. It was the same as when he left, except that it was covered with a layer of dust. After entering the room, Lin Xian suddenly had a lot of thoughts. Then, Lin Xian walked into Linya's room. Lin Xian often came to this room, but Lin Xian didn't know what Linya had. Lin Xian opened the drawer. There were many small things inside. Lin Xian found the necklace that Linya had safely kept in a small box. It was worth a few yuan. Then, Lin Xian put it away. At this time, Lin Xian saw a diary. This small drawer was always locked by Linya. Lin Xian had seen it before, but he never paid attention to it. He didn't know that Linya had a diary. Then, Lin Xian opened it and took a look. What made Lin Xian's nose tingle was, every simple diary entry was related to Lin Xian. October 1st, the weather was fine. Today, little Xian's condition was much better. He ate 2 bowls of rice and his appetite was very good. As expected, red braised pork was his favorite dish. I know that he's brooding because he can't cultivate. I must continue to work hard and develop the company. That way, I can give little Xian a better life and let him slowly forget about these things. October 2nd, the weather was fine. Little Xian's mood wasn't very good today. He seemed to have been mocked by his classmates. October 3rd, looking at these diary entries, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. How could you not love this kind of woman? Lin Xian didn't experience these things. At that time, he hadn't come from Earth, but these memories were all there. For Lin Xian, his world was filled with many people, but for Linya, her world was only Lin Xian. The reason why she worked hard was because of Lin Xian. That was all. Then, Lin Xian saw a diary entry. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 968. January 3rd, the weather was gloomy. Today, when he was washing little Xian's bedsheets, there seemed to be something hard and dry on it. Could it be that little Xian was secretly doing it at night? Little Xian was already 14 years old and was slowly maturing. He had to work hard to develop the company. This way, he could find a better girlfriend for little Xian and not be looked down upon by other girls. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Fuck. Little fairy, you even wrote about this. Wow. So Lin Xian had such a dark history in Lin Ya's memories. Also, why did you hit the bed sheets with your lighter? Can't you use toilet paper? At that time, Lin Xian hadn't come here yet. Lin Xian put away this diary. It was an extremely thick book. It probably recorded more than 6 or 7 years of diary entries. Each entry was actually only a few dozen words, at most 100 words. One page could write 2 or 3 entries, or even more. These were all her memories with Lin Xian. Who is it? At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly focused and he turned around. There was no sound coming from outside. He heard it clearly. It was the sound of footsteps. It wasn't the footsteps of a demonic beast. It was 2 feet. Moreover, it was the sound of footsteps with shoes. A human. Lin Xian then cautiously walked out of Lin Ya's room. The sky was already bright. Lin Xian saw a few people sitting on the sofa in the living room. At the same time, there were a few people standing there. When did they appear here? Why didn't Lin Xian hear them enter the room? However, the footsteps just now were the sound of one of them taking a step. He scanned them with his eye of cave spirit. He couldn't see through them. There was even an old man among them. Could they be demons? I finally meet you in person. Your Excellency Lin Xian, nice to meet you. The one who spoke was an old man. He even smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. They were here to find him. Evil Fiend Temple. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Song Wanhu. Oh, I got this surname from you humans. Demon. Lin Xian's frown deepened when he heard their words. A demonic beast from Tianhua City. Was it because of his massacre at the square that attracted their attention? No, they were here specifically to find him. That's right. I was there when His Excellency Lin Xian destroyed the Heavenly Void Crystal. However, I wasn't able to stop you in time, Song Wanhu said. Hee, then you're here to kill me. Lin Xian sneered. No. Whether we kill you or not isn't something we can decide. Your Excellency Lin Xian, if you don't want to suffer physical pain, I hope you won't resist. The weakest of us is a 10 stars heavenly venerate. You won't be able to resist. Song Wanhu stared at Lin Xian and said. Did I say I wanted to resist? That's for the best. Fuck you. Lin Xian released his spatial attribute with all his might and instantly disappeared on the spot. Fuck. Wouldn't he be dead if he didn't run? He had destroyed decades of hard work from the demon clan. Wouldn't they want to cut him into pieces? The moment Lin Xian landed, he quickly took out his phone. He felt that although he was already more than 10 kilometers away, he couldn't escape. Just as he took out his phone and was about to send a message to Linglong Shui, Lin Xian disappeared again. In the next instant, Lin Xian appeared in the house again. Really? Why didn't Lin Xian wear a spatial spiritual artifact made by Linglong Shui? Did he feel relieved because he had the spatial attribute and had mastered it? You're asking for it. You're courting death. A man rushed towards Lin Xian and slapped Lin Xian's face. Lin Xian flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire face was red and swollen. In the future, use your brain before you act. Song Wanhu said coldly. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of blaming that person. It's fine. It's just a slap. The man sneered. Lin Xian slowly got up from the ground. I bet you'll die. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and said coldly as he stared at the man who slapped him. Fuck. No one had ever slapped him in his life. Even if you punched him, Lin Xian wouldn't be so angry. However, if you slapped him in the face, Lin Xian would definitely kill him. I'll definitely die. Ha 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 ha. The man couldn't help but laugh. Come, kill me. The man said mockingly. Tue. Lin Xian spat out another mouthful of blood before bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? You'll definitely die today. Lin Xian stared at him and said again. He didn't have the ability to escape. There was a demonic beast here that was more powerful than him. Therefore, Lin Xian could only be taken away. The only thing that could turn the tables was the obedient spray. However, there were so many people here. Moreover, when Lin Xian destroyed the heavenly void crystal, he used the obedient spray. This old man called Song Wanhu would definitely be vigilant. It was impossible for him to succeed. However, at least for now, this Song Wanhu called him Your Excellency Lin Xian. When Lin Xian calmed down and thought about it, this demonic beast didn't necessarily capture him to cut him into pieces. There was probably something else. However, if he didn't agree, he would definitely die. This person who slapped him, Lin Xian, would definitely die today. As for how he would die, Lin Xian already had a plan in mind. Now that he couldn't run away, his plan was to temporarily compromise and find an opportunity to send a message to Linglong Shui. Otherwise, he would hang up. Ah! Fuck your mother. Why were there so many opponents of this level? Even if there were a few domain realm cultivators, Lin Xian would still try to fight to the death. They were at least 10 stars heavenly venerables. What the hell were they trying to do? Whoosh! At this moment, Song Wanhu waved his hand and tied Lin Xian up with a rope. At the same time, the phone in Lin Xian's hand fell to the ground. The teleportation crystal of the Martial Arts Academy was probably useless because there was a demonic beast here that was very powerful in space. Song Wanhu walked towards Lin Xian and crushed his phone with his foot. This old man won't give you a chance to call for help. Take him away. Yes. Lin Xian, fuck your mother. My phone is gone. What should I do? Lin Xian panicked. There might be another way. The wheel. Lin Xian hadn't used the wheel in a long time. He didn't have many Adonis points left. Moreover, the wheel was worth 16 million each turn. Lin Xian had just exchanged for a large amount of chalcedony liquid a few days ago. At the same time, he extended the mission of the girls for a while. Therefore, he didn't have many Adonis points left. But he had to use it. Because this was his last chance of survival. In the next instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of a huge palace. Instead of calling it a palace, it was more accurate to call it a majestic palace. There were countless halls and the area it occupied was probably many times larger than the ancient palaces from many years ago. Let's go. The man who had slapped Lin Xian was holding Lin Xian down. For some reason, he was the only one who treated Lin Xian like a yuppie when no one else spoke or made a move. Chapter 969. Your Excellency Lin Xian, this is the 10th Monster God Temple. Song Wanhu walked in front and said to Lin Xian. He spoke with pride, as if he was showing off this place to Lin Xian. The 10th Monster God Temple? Lin Xian knew about this. The Myriad Monster Alliance had 13 Monster God Temples and 13 Monster Gods. The 10th Monster God Temple was in charge of attacking Tianhua City. However, Lin Xian had never seen it before. There were no pictures of the Monster God Temple on the internet because no one could come here. It was too dangerous. Everyone here was a top expert of the monster race. Were they here to die? Even if there were experts here, they wouldn't come just to take a picture. Therefore, this was Lin Xian's first time seeing the Monster God Temple. It was indeed grand. How is it? Isn't it grand? Song Wanhu asked. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to answer him. He raised his head and looked at the sky. This was probably what Lin Xian was most curious about and surprised about. The 10th Monster God Temple below was very big and grand. However, there was an island floating in the sky above the monster god temple. It wasn't that big, but it was quite impressive. Oh, that's where the ice god lives. We can't go up there normally. Song Wanhu saw Lin Xian's gaze and laughed. He seemed to be quite amiable. However, if the ice god hadn't ordered them not to kill Lin Xian would have been killed by him. Second elder, there's no need to say so much to him, the man who slapped Lin Xian said. After all, this will be Lin Xian's home in the future. We have to let him know, Song Wanhu said with a smile. Lin Xian, what did he mean? Was he trying to rope him in? Why? Lin Xian's mind was in a whirlwind. What could he do to the monster race? Then, Lin Xian thought of something. Medicine. It was the only thing on him that could possibly catch her eye. However, Lin Xian obviously couldn't give the potion to them. If he really did, he would probably be killed, and then he would be of no use to them. However, he was the only one who could produce the chalcedony liquid. However, Lin Xian would never mass-produce it for them. It was impossible for him to go and strengthen the demon race. He had to leave. But what else could he do? Lin Xian didn't say anything. He was secretly spinning the wheel in his mind. Ding! You got loneliness. Lin Xian, 16 million, gone just like that. The second wheel. Ding! You got loneliness. Lin Xian, fuck your mother. Lin Xian really wanted to curse. He only had enough Adonis points left for one attempt. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and tried the third time. Ding! You got. Lin Xian, there was an additional obedient spray in Lin Xian's interspatial ring. However, why did this obedient spray, pink, look so familiar? Lin Xian was suddenly stunned. Wasn't this the culprit who had sex with Linglong Shui? Fuck. What's the point of him drawing this thing? For a man to use. Fuck Lin Nyang. It's over, it's over. Lin Xian was really panicking. Did the martial arts academy know that he had been fucking captured? Could someone please come and save him? Of course, the martial arts academy didn't know. If they could ensure what everyone was doing there and what danger they would encounter, why would they make them sign the life and death order? Even those in the heavenly Tao realm couldn't casually look at the mirror image of any place. They walked into the demon god temple. Lock up Lin Xian first. Changhong, watch him. Don't let him escape with his spatial attribute. Yes, second elder. Lin Xian was then locked in a room. The female demon named Changhong was likely the expert with the spatial attribute. Lin Xian kept pacing in the room. Now, he only hoped for one thing, and that was a cell phone. Fuck. What do I do now? Lin Xian sighed. The current situation was definitely extremely bad. However, the good thing was that he was still useful to them, so he might not die for the time being. He might be safe for the time being, but Lin Xian didn't know what methods they would use. He didn't know if they would use force or soft tactics. At this moment, Song Wanhu arrived at the First Elder's place. First Elder, Lin Xian is here. The First Elder stood up. Well done. Your Void Fox didn't notice, right? Song Wanhu shook his head. No, he didn't have time to send a message. In addition, I didn't sense the existence of any divine sense from him. Well, that means the Void Fox didn't leave any mark on him. But that's not necessarily true. What if you can't sense it? However, if the Void Fox could sense it, with her ability, she would have killed you on the way. Alright, I'll go report to the Ice Goddess. She will decide what to do. Yes. After that, the Great Elder walked out and leaped onto the floating island above his head. In the entire 10th hall of the demon god temple, apart from those in the floating hall, the first elder was the only one qualified to fly up there. The floating island was simply a different world after flying up. It was very beautiful. There were all kinds of flowers, trees, lakes, and even peach blossoms. In short, it was a very relaxing place. On the floating island, there were only girls. They wandered around the island, watered the flowers, or prepared something. First elder, what's the matter? The first elder landed on the edge. A few girls who seemed to be guards respectfully asked the first elder. Help me report to the ice goddess that Lin Xian is here. All right, thank you, first elder. Then this old man will take his leave. Then, the great elder flew down again. Yes, he could come here, but he was just a messenger. Although he was the first elder of the 10th hall, the floating island wasn't under his jurisdiction. In the huge palace below, he had the highest status. But above, it was hard to say. It was said that there were some on the floating island who were much stronger than him. The beautiful girl quickly walked into the depths and came to a garden. Behind the garden was a very large and beautiful palace. She walked in. Where is the ice goddess? She asked one of the other girls. In the room. Then, she came to a very large door and knelt there. Ice goddess, I have something important to report. Then, the door in front of her slowly opened. She got up and walked in. In front of her was a huge bed. She could vaguely see 3 figures, but they were covered by a gauze curtain. Of the 3 figures, one seemed to be lying there. The other 2 were kneeling on the bed and seemed to be massaging her or something. Chapter 970. A lazy voice came from behind the gauze curtain. Speak. Lord Ice God, Great Elder said that Lin Xian has been brought here. You may leave. Yes. Then, the girl slowly retreated and closed the door. Master, is Lin Xian the human youth who ruined your plan? A soft voice came from inside. It was very sweet. The camera turned to the inside of the veil. It was a scene that would make one's nose bleed. There were a total of 3 girls. There was no need to say more about their figures. They were all white and naked. They were especially clean. One of them was lying there. Her figure was very good. It was really a devilish figure. Her buttocks were very perky. The 2 girls who were massaging her were also very naked. One of them was about 16 or 17 years old. The other didn't look very old, about 20 years old. They were both super beautiful. They might be a bit inferior to goddesses like Ling Ying, but the difference wasn't that big. They were definitely existences above the school flower level. They were very beautiful. After all, they were demon incarnations. After all, they were the girls who served the ice god. The ice god had carefully selected them. She must have chosen them very well. That's right. The ice god was a lesbian. Moreover, at her current level, the girls she had played with were simply much more than those rich men. Naturally, the quality of the girls she had played with was also top-notch. What? How did girls play with girls? How would I know? Anyway, the pretty girls on Sky Island were all chosen by her. There wasn't a single guy. She had basically played with all of them. After all, she was a demon god. In the entire demon race, no, in the Myriad Demon Alliance, she was one of the 13 strongest demons in the huge camp that was hostile to humans. Xiao Yu. Ah. Master. The 16 or 17-year-old girl hurriedly said in a slightly timid manner. The ice god sat up. Go and help me bring that Lin Xian here. I understand. Xiao Yu lowered her head. Then she hurriedly put on her clothes and walked out. Master, what do you want to do? Another pretty girl said softly as she helped the ice god put on his clothes. He's a man, especially a human youth in his 20s. With his age, there are too many things in the world that can tempt him. The ice god put on her clothes and looked at the beautiful white girl sitting on the bed. She said, I'll leave this matter to you. Call your sister. Ah, yes, yes. Go, get it done. Yes. Xiaolon hugged his clothes and ran over naked. Anyway, there was no need to avoid arousing suspicion. The entire Sky Island was full of girls, and they were all girls that the ice god liked and played with. How could he play with them? How was he supposed to understand? At this moment, Linglong Shui opened her beautiful eyes and slowly sat up on the bed. After being in a daze for a while, she slowly got off the bed and walked out. There was an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart. What's wrong? Bing Lingyue saw that there was something wrong with Linglong Shui's state at a glance. Linglong Shui shook her head and sat down beside her. I don't know. She took out her phone and silently scrolled through it. She found Lin Xian's friend list and clicked on it. After hesitating for a while, she sent a message. There was no reply from the other side. She thought it was normal because Lin Xian often took a long time to reply to her. But, Linglong Shui's inexplicable feeling was related to Lin Xian. Bing Lingyue looked at Linglong Shui's actions and understood what was going on. Let's call and see. Linglong Shui nodded slightly, then made a call. The phone was turned off. I'll go out and take a look. At this point, Linglong Shui could no longer sit still. I'll go with you. No need, I can do it myself. You can stay at home and rest. Linglong Shui's figure disappeared after she finished speaking. She didn't know where to find Lin Xian. She would ask the people around Lin Xian, but she didn't get any information. Then, she learned that Lin Xian went to the Martial Arts Academy and went to Tianhua City. Many possibilities flashed through her mind. Lin Xian lay on the bed in his room. He was really going to explode. He only got the pink obedient spray after 3 lucky draws. What could he do? Now, all his trump cards were useless. There was nothing he could do. He didn't even have enough Adonis points to draw the next lucky draw. What could he do? His realm was 7 stars of the lower realm. The space attribute was not worth mentioning in front of that space powerhouse. If he wanted to live, Lin Xian knew that he could only rely on his brain and flexibility. At that moment, the door of the room opened and a beautiful girl walked in. Lin Xian looked over. It had to be said that these goblin girls' human forms were of high quality. Lin Xian even felt that this girl in front of him might trigger a mission from the system. Of course, it was only in terms of appearance. Lin Xian didn't know anything else. Xiao Yu walked in front of Lin Xian, then took a needle and poked Lin Xian directly. What the hell? Lin Xian frowned. It's fine, don't worry. You just can't use any elemental power or spiritual power for the time being. Xiao Yu said softly. Lin Xian, fuck. It's over. Now, he couldn't even use the space attribute. Even if he had a chance to escape, it would be useless now. Mr. Lin Xian, come with me, Xiao Yu said to Lin Xian and walked out. Lin Xian followed her out. Go up. Lin Xian obviously knew where to go. It had to be the heavenly island in the sky. Hey, big sister, what is your true form? Lin Xian walked behind Xiao Yu and asked. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, Spirit Tiger. Tiger. You don't look fierce at all. Lin Xian said. This girl looked soft and gentle. No matter what, she had nothing to do with a tiger. There were many different types of tigers. Some were trash, and some had powerful bloodlines. But since she was a tiger, even if she was a girl, she shouldn't be so soft and gentle, right? You might die if I slap you. Xiao Yu then walked in front and said softly. Might die. Lin Xian checked and found that she was a 2-star domain realm cultivator. Under normal circumstances, this difference in cultivation level would definitely kill her. But it was impossible for Lin Xian. As for why Xiao Yu wasn't fierce, she might have been taught by the ice god. Hey, why are you bringing me up? His Excellency the ice god wants to see you. Lin Xian, wow. What kind of fucking demon is this? Lin Xian had only seen one heavenly Dao realm cultivator in his life, and that was Linglong Shui. He never expected that the second heavenly Dao realm cultivator he was about to meet was one of the Fey race's Fey gods. Fuck. Chapter 971. Lin Xian then said, speaking of which, you're so beautiful. You must have been fucked by the ice god, right? Lin Xian didn't panic at all. Since the ice god wanted to see him, there must be something going on. Xiao Yu, anyway, Lin Xian felt that if a person stood at such a high position, wouldn't these women obediently fall into his arms with just a wave of his hand? I don't have to answer you. Xiao Yu said. Then you must have fucked him. Lin Xian mumbled. Xiao Yu didn't answer. In the next instant, they disappeared from where they stood. Lin Xian also arrived at the heavenly island above. Seeing the scene above, Lin Xian was very surprised. So beautiful. Moreover, there were so many girls. Each and every one of them was so beautiful. Mr. Lin Xian, please follow us. Xiaolan walked in front of Lin Xian and bowed slightly as she spoke. Lin Xian was dumbfounded the entire time as he followed her into a beautiful hall. Mr. Lin Xian, when Lin Xian walked in, the 2 rows of girls called out sweetly in unison. This really gave Lin Xian a fright, and his whole body trembled for a moment. What the fuck are they doing? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at Xiaolan. Mr. Lin Xian, please sit. Xiaolan bowed respectfully to Lin Xian, then led Lin Xian to a seat. Come, serve the dishes. Then, a row of girls each carried a dish and placed it in front of Lin Xian. Xiaolan poured some wine for Lin Xian and said, This is our ice god's favorite wine, 100-flower wine. It's brewed by the elves, and only the elves can brew it. As the wine was poured out, Lin Xian really thought he could smell the fragrance of flowers. No. What are these people doing? At this moment, a few girls walked over. 2 of them rubbed Lin Xian's shoulders, and 2 of them knelt on either side of Lin Xian and rubbed Lin Xian's legs. Lin Xian, Xiaolan directly knelt in front of Lin Xian and reached out to untie Lin Xian's belt. Lin Xian. Really? His whole body trembled, and he immediately stood up. What? Fuck. They want to take off my pants. A group of female perverts. The ice god said to serve Mr. Lin Xian well. Xiaolan stood up and said to Lin Xian. No need. If there's anything, just tell him to come face to face. There's no need to do this, Lin Xian said. Please wait a moment. Please eat first. Lin Xian didn't have to worry about anything. If they wanted to kill him, they didn't need to poison him, so the food was definitely not poisonous. Xiaolan walked out. Master, she knelt in front of the ice god. How is it? Lin Xian wants to see you directly. Oh. The ice god raised her eyebrows and took a sip of the 100-flower wine. Then bring him to his room. Yes. On the other side, Lin Xian drank a sip of the 100-flower wine. Oh my god, it's delicious. It was brewed by the elves. Lin Xian had never seen elves before. It was said that the elves were a race that stood aloof from worldly affairs. They were a very beautiful race. They didn't participate in any wars and were considered a neutral race. To be honest, ever since the human era entered the era of technology, no one had seen elves. However, Lin Xian had a rich aftertaste of this 100-flower wine. The wine that cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands per bottle was trash compared to this. Lin Xian roughly understood the ice god's intention. He wanted to use these things to win him over. Xiaolon walked over. Mr. Lin Xian, please follow me. Lin Xian stood up and followed her upstairs. Xiaolon opened a room. It's here. Lin Xian followed her in. The entire room was filled with a pink haze. Lin Xian's eyes saw a figure taking a bath behind a thin layer of gauze. Lin Xian, click, Xiaolon walked in and slowly closed the door. Then, she stood beside Lin Xian and directly removed the cocoon on her body. Lin Xian, at this moment, the veil was slowly lifted up by a fair arm. Then, a super beauty with curvy breasts and perky buttocks, with water droplets dripping all over her body. This kind of scene, especially when it was a woman with an excellent figure and appearance, was especially seductive. Her appearance really didn't lose to Han Chushue's. Moreover, this woman's expression was cold. This was a cold beauty. In this situation, it was even more alluring. Gulp, Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What the fuck, what was going on? The woman walked barefoot in front of Lin Xian and wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's chest. Lin Xian, calm down. Calm down. What if she was fucking sick? Sister. I'm going to take a bath. Xiaolon said softly and walked away. Let me and Xiaolon serve you. The woman stuck out her tongue and licked Lin Xian's neck. Don't, I like men. Lin Xian said. The woman, her movements suddenly paused. Lin Xian then sat on the bed beside her and looked at her naked body, saying, Don't waste your time. I've already said that if there's anything, just get your boss to talk to me face to face. There's no need for all this. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils emitted a pink light. It could be seen that when the woman kissed Lin Xian's neck just now, she had lightly bitten a spot. It was even bleeding now. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xian directly reached out and grabbed her chest. He was abnormally strong. The beautiful woman's face suddenly showed a painful expression. At this moment, the erotic scene in the room was being broadcasted live in front of the ice god. Do you think I'm here to negotiate with you? The corners of the ice god's mouth rose slightly. From the start, she had not planned to have a good chat with Lin Xian. She only needed to control Lin Xian. Xue Bingxin, the cold and beautiful woman that Lin Xian was violently touching, was her favorite and had been with her for a long time. Xiaolon, Xue Binglan, was her biological sister. The two of them were from the Heavenly Charm Spirit Fox clan. The Heavenly Charm Spirit Fox clan's strongest point was control. She knew that Lin Xian would not be easy to control, but with Xue Bingxin's ability, as long as they had sex, controlling him would be a piece of cake. Therefore, she was willing to sacrifice her favorite sister, Xue Bingxin. This was because she hated the human race. The human race had an irreconcilable enmity with her. She was willing to sacrifice herself. However, she frowned slightly. Was it really that comfortable for a woman to do that kind of thing with a man? Lin Xian was really being controlled now. He really did not expect this to happen. In any case, he was not rational now, so he did not know whether it was comfortable or not. Chapter 972. 2 hours later, Lin Xian was lying there. He was very tired. As for the two girls, they didn't want to move at all. They had no strength left. They lay there lazily and fell asleep. At this moment, a burst of power erupted from Lin Xian's body. A seven-colored light flickered slightly, and the ice god suddenly stood up. In the next moment, Lin Xian's pink pupils returned to normal, and Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. What's going on? What was that seven-colored radiance? The ice god frowned. Lin Xian looked to the side. Fuck. What a sin. What should I do? She's beautiful, but Lin Xian doesn't want a woman who has been played with. But Lin Xian knows that he must be under control, and he knows what they want to do. The light just now seemed to be the seven-colored sacred scale. Lin Xian murmured in his heart. He didn't expect the seven-colored sacred scale that Xue Qilin gave him to save him again. Otherwise, if he was under control, everything would be over. Lin Xian glanced at the two girls, and then walked out. He has just walked out, when Lin Xian saw a figure. Mr. Lin Xian, Sir Ice God invites you. The girls saluted and said. Ha, are we finally going to meet? Lin Xian sneered. Seeing that he didn't fall for the trick, they could only meet. Yes, the ice god's plan was to have Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan control Lin Xian. But she didn't expect that the heavenly charm spirit fox's power wouldn't be able to control him. This surprised her. The only possibility she could think of was that the seven-colored sacred light just now came from a magic treasure the void fox gave him. Since this method didn't work, she could only talk face to face. She took Lin Xian to a gate. We're here, Sir Ice God is here. Lin Xian then pushed open the door and walked in. It was a very, very, very big room, and it was very beautiful. What made Lin Xian frown was that the decoration of this room was a bit like a girl's room. Since you're here, come and have a seat. A voice sounded. Lin Xian then looked at the rooftop. A girl's voice. Fuck. Could this ice god be a girl? Lin Xian was stunned. It was true. Lin Xian had always thought that the ice god was a man. If it was a girl, then Lin Xian would be able to accept the two girls who had been harmed by him. That might not be the case. Lin Xian then walked over. This rooftop was super beautiful, and there were many plants and flowers. Lin Xian's gaze fell on a girl wearing a long black muslin dress. That girl also looked at Lin Xian. Her ink-black hair fluttered in the breeze, sometimes sticking to his white and translucent skin, sometimes brushing past his thin and slightly curved lips. The bridge of her nose was as narrow as the snow on the mountain. It stood tall and straight, and her eyes had a kind of soul-stealing feeling. She didn't even wear shoes. Her delicate white jade-like feet were bare. She crossed her legs and gently sipped the 100-flower wine in front of her. As for her appearance, forget it, there was no need to describe it, because it was really super, super beautiful. She was a seductive and mature older sister type of girl. You really couldn't tell that she was the ice god. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Mission reward, permanently activate the dark attribute, proficiency, and purity. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission punishment, GOG shortens by 5 centimeters. Mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian, what the fuck? Why did I trigger the mission? This was the Ice God, the demon god of the 10,000 Demon Alliance's Demon God Temple. Lin Xian naturally didn't mind having a relationship with a beautiful girl from the demon race. Linglong Xue was already pregnant with Lin Xian's baby, but this was a demon god. Whether it was Tianhua City or Changfeng City in front of them, she was the one who ordered the attack. Even the heavenly void crystal was part of her plan. She was the enemy of mankind, and this damn system wanted him to flirt with her. Let's not talk about their identities first. She was a demon god and an enemy of mankind. How was he going to pursue her? No, why did the system trigger the mission for her? It was so difficult. Moreover, shouldn't the targets of the system's missions be quite good? Look at all the girls that the system triggered the mission. Which one of them wasn't good? But this one, Bing glanced at Lin Xian. Then, with a flick of her finger, a teacup flew in front of Lin Xian. Then, she poured a cup of Baihua wine for Lin Xian. Have a seat. Bing's lips curled up slightly. Then, she said. She looked like Murong Qing. She gave off a seductive feeling. Lin Xian even felt that although she was dangerous, it didn't seem like anything. However, Lin Xian couldn't forget her identity. She was the demon god of the demon god temple. In Tianhua City, there were millions of humans. Tens of millions of lives were lost because of her. At least, the direction of Tianhua City was ruled by her. Lin Xian sat there, looked at her, and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. I like people who are straightforward." Bing's lips curled up. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you like it, can you let me go?" "Yes, but we have to come to an agreement first." "So you don't intend to let me go?" Bing glanced at Lin Xian and said, "You can leave at any time. Just nod your head and agree. I believe that with your intelligence, you should know why I captured you." "I know. But the moment I came, you asked me to fuck your people. What's the meaning of this?" "That's quite impressive." Bing didn't directly answer Lin Xian's question. Instead, she said this. "Lin Xian, that's all right." Lin Xian said. "These two girls of mine have been tormented by you quite a bit." "How did you know?" "I saw it from beginning to end." "Lin Xian, what the fuck?" "That's why I said you're quite impressive." Bing said indifferently. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. "This is so fucking embarrassing." Fortunately, this ice goddess was a woman, and a woman who triggered the mission. Otherwise, it would be so awkward. He. Lin Xian laughed awkwardly. "They are my favorite female pets. You played with them, so you should give me the reward, right?" Lin Xian, female pets. You can't be. What? You men are all dirty creatures. I prefer to accept clean and pure women. Can't I? Lin Xian, fuck. This ice goddess is actually a lesbian? What the fuck? These identities, and she's a lesbian, how the fuck am I supposed to pursue her? Fuck. He. That's good, that's good. But Miss Ice Goddess, you haven't even tried men, so how can you say that men are dirty? You saw it just now. Your two female pets must have had a good time, right? Is this something that women can give you? Chapter 973. Bing wasn't the type of person who couldn't stand men speaking dirty words to her. Furthermore, she felt that Lin Xian's words weren't dirty words. As for what he said, she didn't agree. In her eyes, men were dirty. Of course, she hadn't reached the point where she hated all men, to the point where she would kill any man she saw. Her level was only in this aspect. She definitely wouldn't let any man touch her. There's no point in saying this. Xian and Xiaolon are women who have only been touched by me. Now that they've been sullied by you, you should take responsibility for this, right? I won't say anything else. Give me the formula for the medicine and I won't pursue this matter. I'll give Xian and Xiaolon to you. This is your only chance to live. Yi Renbing said. Alright, I'll give you the formula. Coincidentally, there was a pen and paper in front of him. Lin Xian directly wrote down the formula on the paper and pushed it in front of Yi Renbing. Yes, the formula. Yi Renbing frowned and revealed a sullen expression. Are you toying with me? You should know what I mean. You said it yourself. If I give you the formula, you'll let me go. Now that I've given it to you, what else do you want? Lin Xian retorted. Of course, he knew what this girl meant. However, this was Lin Xian's only trump card. It was also the only thing that she was interested in. That was what she said. However, she hated men so much. If Lin Xian gave it to her, he might die. Furthermore, Lin Xian wouldn't give it to her. Of course, it wasn't certain. It didn't matter if it was a small amount because it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Jade marrow liquid. Where did you get it? Yi Renbing asked coldly. Alright. If you agree to 3 conditions, I'll give you the jade marrow liquid. Lin Xian said. Of course, he knew that they definitely knew the formula. Everyone knew that this wasn't a secret that could be kept. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried because he was the only one who had the jade marrow liquid. Speak. Yi Renbing took a sip of the 100 Flowers wine and said indifferently. The first one, the one who slapped me, I want him to die in front of me. Lin Xian said that he would die today, so he would definitely die today. Sure. Yi Renbing replied indifferently. She then placed the blanket on the table and stretched out her hand. A figure appeared in the void in front of them. Lord Ice God. The man who slapped Lin Xian looked in front of him in horror. Lin Xian was also dumbfounded. Did you really kill him? Did I say I was going to touch him? Yi Renbing asked him coldly. The man trembled all over. I was too reckless. Please forgive me, Lord Ice God. Forgiveness is God's business, and I only need to send you to see him. With that said, Yi Renbing waved her hand and sent him flying. Countless icicles came at him from all directions, piercing through his heart before he fell to the ground. Lin Xian, sis, isn't that too ruthless? He's one of your fucking men, but you killed him just like that. The second one. Yi Renbing said slowly. Lin Xian, fuck. He felt like he was doomed. The second one is to give me a cell phone. No, I know you will inform the Void Fox, so I can't satisfy you. Wow. She fucking knows quite a lot. Are you afraid of her? Lin Xian asked. I'm not afraid, but if she reaches the heavenly Dao realm, with her perception of space and her spatial attributes, it's not impossible for her to fight me across realms. It'll be tricky. This Xiao Linglong was even afraid of a demon god. Then you're doomed. She's coming. Lin Xian said. Is that so? The corners of Yi Renbing's mouth curled up slightly as she looked at Lin Xian. Of course. I have a perception she left on me. She naturally knows that I've been captured, Lin Xian said. If she really knows that you've been captured, you would have been taken away before even seeing the demon god temple. And now, either she doesn't care about you or she doesn't know. So, tell me the second one. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, all right, then the second one is not to attack humans. All right. Yi Renbing nodded. Lin Xian, what the hell? All right. What was the big deal to Yi Renbing? She didn't attack humans, but just because the demons were powerful didn't mean that they couldn't. Are you sure? Yi Renbing said, it's just that I can't attack humans. So what? Of course it's not just you. I can only represent the 10th demon god temple, so it's only the 10th demon god temple at most. But there are still the 12th demon god temple, so it's not impossible. Lin Xian, this woman really had her own principles. But Lin Xian didn't know if she would keep her word. Fine, she wanted to play this game with him. Tell me the third one. Alright, then the third one is to spend a night with me. Lin Xian said. Yi Renbing's body emitted a cold aura as she glanced coldly at Lin Xian. What? Is it wrong for me to state my conditions? Lin Xian asked. Change it. Why do you think you can make me change my conditions? He was very unhappy. Because you're a captive. I can decide your life and death at any time. Lin Xian, that seemed to make sense. I don't care. This is my third condition. Promise me that I'll give you the jade marrow liquid. If you don't, then forget it. If I want to kill you, then I'll kill you. You can choose any of the women here. I'll give you 20. Lin Xian, did she think he was a stud horse? I'm thinking, aren't they your women? Why are you so willing to give them to others? Some things are more important than them. Lin Xian shrugged, then stretched out his hand and placed a bottle of jade marrow liquid on the table. Alright, then I won't ask for the third condition. I'll give you the jade marrow liquid and let me go. Yi Renbing felt like she had been played. A lowly human kid dared to play her. I want to know where you got the jade marrow liquid. But I said I'll give you the jade marrow liquid. Did I say how much I'll give you? I gave you this bottle. Did I go back on my word? Did I go back on my word? You're asking for it. Yi Renbing's expression was furious. She suddenly slammed the table, and a monstrous aura exploded out. Lin Xian found it hard to breathe when this aura burst forth. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me about the jade marrow liquid. Otherwise, you'll die. Yi Renbing said coldly. He was really angry. Because of this thing, 2 of his beloved women had been harmed by him. His men had been killed by him. Now, he was actually toying with him. What right did he have to toy with him in such a situation? Fine. I'll give it to you. Lin Xian was really out of ideas. Although this person had triggered the mission, she was too troublesome. Now that Lin Xian's power was sealed, what could he do? Even if he exchanged all his Adonis points for the chalcedony liquid, it would not be enough for her. He could not possibly tell her that no one else had the chalcedony liquid and he had the system to exchange for it. This might be Lin Xian's only chance at survival, but would she believe him? Chapter 974. Therefore, in this situation, Lin Xian would rather choose another method that he had used before. Yi Renbing retracted her aura and looked coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then swaggered out the obedient pink spray right in front of her. Yi Renbing looked at the pink thing in Lin Xian's hand and frowned. What is this? Look carefully. Lin Xian held the obedient spray and said. Yi Renbing took a step forward and reached out to take it. However, just as she was about to touch the obedient spray, Lin Xian instantly pressed the trigger. Sizzle. Normally, such an expert's reaction would be very fast. However, with Lin Xian's realm and Yi Renbing's realm, there was no way she would believe that Lin Xian's item would be a threat to her. Therefore, her vigilance was very low and the obedient spray naturally hit her. You're courting death. Yi Renbing's delicate body exploded with a black mist that instantly engulfed Lin Xian and lifted him into the air. In her eyes, Lin Xian was toying with her. To be honest, no one had ever dared to toy with her like this. If it weren't for the fact that she was so interested in Lin Xian's things, Lin Xian would have died long ago. I'll give you one last chance. Speak. Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian who was being controlled by the black mist and said coldly. Lin Xian, however, grinned. 10. Yiren Bing frowned. What did he mean? 9. 8. 7. Lin Xian was counting down. If you don't speak, then there's no need for you to live. Yiren Bing then gathered a ball of black energy. 3. 2. Just as Yiren Bing was about to blast this energy at Lin Xian, 1. Her body suddenly staggered and she took a few steps back. The energy she gathered instantly dissipated. At the same time, Lin Xian fell from the air to the ground. You. What did you use? Yiren Bing's face was flushed red. She arched her body and looked up at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered, something to make you feel good. You. Yiren Bing was shocked. What was that just now? Why did she show such a strange expression? She panicked and gathered another ball of energy to kill Lin Xian, but she couldn't do it. Hot. What an uncomfortable feeling, this was the only thing Lin Xian could do. He really had no other choice. As for what would happen next, I'll knock you out and then run away, okay? Anyway, it wasn't the first time. Lin Xian was already used to it. Fuck. This powder spray appeared at the right time. At first, Lin Xian thought it was trash, the most useless thing. But it just so happened that this ice god was a woman, the effect of the powder was very fast. Yiren Bing was already wearing her clothes. She staggered in front of Lin Xian, grabbed Lin Xian's chest, and breathed in his fragrance. Hurry, she said in a muffled voice. Hurry what? Lin Xian looked at her mockingly. Fuck. Demon gods are awesome, right? You're awesome, right? You're the mission target triggered by the system, right? He was very happy because he was really, really unhappy before. Yes. I want it. Yiren Bing grabbed Lin Xian. Slap, Lin Xian slapped her face, and she fell to the ground. Does it feel good? Lin Xian asked. She crawled to her feet and grunted. Fuck you. It felt so good. Didn't you want to kill him just now? What about now? Really, this was the second time Lin Xian hit a woman. The first time was Xiao Mengyue. This Yiren Bing was high and mighty, and she wanted to kill him just now. Lin Xian's slap was definitely not wrong. Hurry. Hurry up. She said in a panting voice. Kneel. Lin Xian said. She obediently stood in front of Lin Xian. Take it off yourself. Yiren Bing then took off her clothes. Slap, Lin Xian slapped her again. Fuck me. Then she quickly made her move, ding. Your Prince Charming points plus 100 million. Ding, really, Lin Xian had never seen a girl so crazy before. What surprised Lin Xian was that this was Yiren Bing's first time. What the fuck? But Lin Xian really did not show any mercy. It could not be described as violent. Another 2 hours passed. Yiren Bing lay there motionless. She did not even open her eyes. To be honest, Lin Xian did not want to move, but he still wanted to live. Hence, he glanced at Yiren Bing, quickly put on his clothes, and ran outside. Bang! The door could not be opened. A black energy, like a barrier, had sealed the place. Lin Xian, fuck you. Lin Xian could not help but curse. It's over. If he had a chance to live before, now that he was trapped here, how could he escape? If he still had the space attribute, it would be fine. But now, he could not even use his energy. Kill her. Lin Xian looked at Yiren Bing, who was lying there with her face and hair covered in white. He suddenly had such a thought. No, he couldn't kill her. She was at the heavenly Tao realm. Although the few slaps he had given her seemed to vent his anger, she probably did not feel any pain at all. Such an existence's physical defense was unimaginable. Even if Lin Xian held a sword, he probably would not be able to pierce through her skin. He couldn't kill her. If he could kill her, Lin Xian would probably choose to really kill her. This was because if he did not kill her, he would be the one dying. If he failed the mission, He would be shortened by 5 centimeters. Between his own death, he would definitely choose the former. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He saw Bing's long eyelashes tremble. She was about to wake up. What was Lin Xian's subconscious reaction? Hide! Lin Xian immediately rushed to the bottom of the bed. He knew that hiding was useless. This was his subconscious reaction. Bing slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her vision was somewhat obscured. She wiped her eyes and her hands were covered in a sticky liquid. What had just happened? She seemed to have some recollection of what had happened. She also knew what she had just experienced. Ka ka ka, Bing clenched her fists tightly as they emitted cracking sounds. With a wave of her hand, a black dress appeared on her body. Bang! She slammed her hand on the bed, causing it to shatter into pieces. Lin Xian appeared in front of her. He was trembling with anger. Lin Xian gulped a mouthful of saliva and stood up. He looked at Bing, who still had that thing on her face and hair. She was already wearing a black vacuum dress and standing there barefoot. Her expression was extremely ugly. She was furious. Lin Xian could only see anger on her face. This sovereign will skin you alive. Bing glared at Lin Xian as she said that through gritted teeth. Then, she rushed in front of Lin Xian and grabbed Lin Xian by the neck, lifting him up. Chapter 975. To be honest, Lin Xian had been in this kind of life-or-death situation several times, but he always managed to avoid it. This time, however, it would be difficult. It wasn't a loss, right? It felt pretty good to be able to toy with her like this before death. Lin Xian laughed helplessly in his heart. You look so beautiful when you're pouting and begging for sex. Lin Xian said as she squeezed his neck. In the next instant, Lin Xian's face turned red, and Bing increased her strength. Profit. Profit. Lin Xian's face gradually turned purple. At this moment, a sudden force came from afar. Bing turned her head abruptly, then threw Lin Xian aside and dodged backwards. Boom! The force came crashing down, instantly splitting the area into two, and dust flew everywhere. Cough cough. For the first time, Lin Xian felt blessed to have oxygen. However, the force that threw him was too strong. It looked like he was just thrown, but in reality, Lin Xian's body was probably fractured in dozens of places. It was so serious that he could die. When the dust slowly dissipated, Lin Xian lay there and looked up. It was really difficult for him to open his eyes. A figure became clearer and clearer. When all the dust cleared, Lin Xian saw that familiar back. Really, tears were about to fall. Xiao Linglong. I love you to death. Lin Xian really used all his strength to say this, then fainted. Linglong Shui stood there in a long white dress, and Bing in a long black dress stood opposite her. All the dust had dissipated. Linglong Shui. Bing stared at Linglong Shui, gritting her teeth. Why did she come at such a crucial time? It was true. Linglong Shui had been looking for Lin Xian for many hours. She had many guesses and went to many places before finally finding this place. At first, it was just a guess, but the reason she was certain that Lin Xian was here was because she smelled Lin Xian's scent. As a member of the fox tribe, the void fox possessed a keen sense of smell. On top of that, there was one particular scent that was even clearer to her. Now, she understood. She saw the familiar thing on Yi Renbing's face and hair, and the familiar smell. She understood. No, what was going on? Lin Xian gave her. That's impossible, right? But there was no mistaking the smell. Ling Longshue's gaze swept across the area and saw the thing on the ground that she would never forget for the rest of her life, little pink spray. This made sense. Why would Yi Renbing be harmed by him? Ling Longshue, what's the meaning of this? Get lost. Yi Renbing gritted her teeth as she stared at Ling Longshue. I have to take Lin Xian with me. Ling Longshue said softly. Get lost if you don't want to die. Yi Renbing's petite body erupted with terrifying strength. At the same time, Ling Longshue's strength was released as well. The black and white lights contrasted sharply. Upon sensing Ling Longshue's heavenly Dao realm strength, Yi Renbing knew that she had to take Lin Xian with her. I don't want to be your enemy. Don't force me. Yi Renbing said coldly. Although I don't know what happened, I believe that you must have forced him into a corner. You reap what you sow, Yi Renbing, blame yourself. Bastard! Yi Renbing was enraged as she charged at Ling Longshue. At the next instant, the two forces, one white and one black, surged into the sky as the world changed colors. The strength that erupted from the duo's battle left everyone aghast. In the tiny room, Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan, who were still sleeping, hurriedly opened their eyes when they sensed the aura fluctuations. They looked at each other before wearing their clothes and rushing out to see the terrifying scene in the void. Sister, who is that? Why is she able to fight Master? Ling Longshue, someone beside Lin Xian. She's a void fox. Xue Bingxin said with a frown. When Lin Xian was mentioned, she did not know what was going on either. However, they had given everything to Yi Renbing, including their lives. They were willing to serve Lin Xian when she wanted them to. However, they never expected the two heavenly Dao realm existences to fight. Although Yi Renbing's realm was higher than Ling Longshue's space was just too domineering. It was definitely difficult for her to take down Ling Longshue. She actually came. Xue Binglan said in shock. I heard Master mention that she had a close friend decades ago. Although Master did not say who it was, she revealed many things that made me believe it was the Void Fox. Then why are they fighting? Furthermore, if Master and her are close friends, why haven't they met for so many years? Xue Bingxin shook her head. I don't know. Boom, the two's terrifying strength clashed, causing the entire sky to lose its color. Every clash between them was probably enough to destroy the entire sky island. This was the strength of the heavenly Dao realm. Thankfully, they were fighting in the void. Even at such a distance, the powerful shockwaves caused the two sisters to lose their footing. After all, Xue Binglan was at the domain realm while Xue Bingxin was at the heavenly venerable realm. Boom, the two clashed once again and separated as they stood in the void. You are pregnant. Yi Renbing looked at Ling Longshue in disbelief. During the battle, she realized that Ling Longshue had been holding back and was even protecting her stomach. She felt that something was amiss and after carefully probing, she was shocked to discover that there was still life in her stomach. Ling Longshue did not say a word. Who is it? Yi Renbing asked through gritted teeth. She and Ling Longshue were close friends. Of course, she wasn't a lesbian at that time. They were truly close friends. However, a few decades ago, Yi Renbing's family led an army to attack the human race. They were all wiped out by the human race. At that time, Yiren Bing didn't want to attack the human race intentionally. She was neutral. However, after that, she hated the human race to the core. She accepted her father's 10th Fey God temple. She didn't know why, but she hated men even more. Linglong Shui had advised her and told her many things. The general idea was that the human race and the demon race were like fire and water. The fall of her family was not entirely the fault of the human race. They were the ones who attacked, and the demon race had to protect. Later on, Yiren Bing angrily broke off relations with Linglong Shui. They had not seen each other since then. Yiren Bing took over the 10th Fey God temple, became a Fey God, and attacked the humans. She had already killed the human expert who killed her parents. Linglong Shui subconsciously glanced at Lin Xian, who was in the room on the rooftop. It's him. Yiren Bing caught Linglong Shui's gaze. She couldn't believe that she had actually chosen a lowly human with a lowly status. You don't have to care. You. Yiren Bing gritted her teeth. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. Yiren Bing said angrily. Why did it have to be Linglong Shui who was protecting him? And why was Linglong Shui pregnant? Damn it. Linglong Shui nodded slightly and looked at her. Then she said, I hope that if possible, you can help him. I don't want to repeat myself. Linglong Shui then flashed to Lin Xian's side. She looked up at Yiren Bing and then the two of them disappeared. Lin Xian, bastard. Yiren Bing clenched her fists tightly. Chapter 976. On the other side, Linglong Shui brought Lin Xian home. When Bing Lingyue saw Lin Xian, she frowned and stood up quickly. What happened? Bing Lingyue asked immediately. He was taken away by the monster god of the monster god temple. The monster god temple is watching him. Bing Lingyue found it hard to believe. Probably not in the future, at least not in the 10th monster god temple. As Linglong Shui spoke, she released a gentle force to help Lin Xian heal. He's badly hurt. Bing Lingyue glanced at him and said. Yes, but it's not a big deal. He'll wake up tomorrow. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian lay on the side with a rosy face. I'll go to the martial arts academy first. I'll go. You can help him wipe off the blood on his body. Bing Lingyue took the interspatial ring from Lin Xian's hand and walked away. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian and muttered, I'm not going to do it either. You can do it yourself when you wake up. She was very unhappy. Why did this bastard do that to Yiren Bing again? But he seemed to have a way to do it in that situation. Linglong Shui sat there thinking about something. On the other side, Bing Lingyue arrived at the martial arts academy. The students from the martial arts academy hadn't come back yet. Now the martial arts academy was full of students who had already been selected. When Bing Lingyue appeared in the martial arts academy, they were all stunned. Don't tell me he's a fucking instructor from the martial god academy. If she was, no matter what she taught, they would go to her class no matter what. Here. Heartwarming waved at Bing Lingyue and walked over. Damn. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. Miss Xiao is such a top-notch beauty, and her friend is also such a beautiful woman. Oh my god. It's true. She's so beautiful. But since that's the case, she's very likely to be our teacher. Those who saw Bing Lingyue mumbled. Bing Lingyue handed the interspatial ring to Heartwarming and said, This is Lin Xian's interspatial ring. His demonic crystal is inside. What happened to him? Heartwarming asked hurriedly. He was captured by the Yao gods of the Yao God Palace. He is slightly injured and will wake up tomorrow. However, I don't think he will make it in time. Heartwarming, what the hell? Captured by the demon god of the demon god temple? Big sister, can you not be so casual when you say it? I think they must have taken a fancy to the medicines that Lin Xian created. Those medicines can also greatly increase the strength of the demon race. The demon god of the 10th demon god temple? Bing Lingyue nodded. Xiao Runing took a deep breath. How did he manage to come back alive? This guy was really lucky. It's okay. Just give me the demonic crystal. Xiao Runing took it. Then she hesitated and asked, is he really okay? I'll ask him to call you when he wakes up tomorrow. Hearing Bing Lingyue's words, Xiao Runing felt relieved. Okay. Thank you. Then I'll leave first. They were all in the same group. Naturally, they had a good relationship. There was no need to say anything more. Xiao Runing looked at the interspatial ring in her hand. Then she went to where the dean was. On the other side, Yi Renbing had just finished showering and walked out. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan were standing in the room. Seeing Yi Renbing walk out, they quickly raised their heads and took a step forward. Pack up and get ready to go to the martial arts academy. Yi Renbing casually wiped her hair and said lightly. Master, Xue Bingxin looked at her in confusion. There's still half a month before the Martial God Institute's examination. You can choose any day to pass the examination. Here are 2 pieces of divine Qilin jade. If you wear them, the Martial God Institute's experts will not be able to sense that you are Yao. Yi Renbing threw a jade pendant to each of the 2 girls. They reached out and took it. But, what do we need to do? Just live inside and report to the Martial Arts Academy. Yes. The 2 girls bowed respectfully. At this time, Xue Bingxin frowned slightly and asked, but Lin Xian knows us. Then give this to him while you're at it. Yi Renbing threw a golden core to Xue Bingxin. It doesn't matter if he knows us or not. Just do your own thing. Yes. We'll take our leave. The 2 girls then walked out. Yi Renbing then lay there in a daze. She absolutely hated Lin Xian to death. She absolutely wanted to kill him. That was also absolutely true. But, she would never have thought that Lin Xian and Linglong Xue had that kind of relationship. And Linglong Xue was even pregnant with his child. She would never have thought that. Why? Why did he pursue Linglong Xue? She knew Linglong Xue too well. She felt that this was absolutely impossible, but the impossible really happened. If it was before, even if Lin Xian ran away, she would definitely use all her strength to kill Lin Xian. But now, he was Linglong Xue's man and the father of Linglong Xue's child. She couldn't kill him. But why did Linglong Xue choose him? A weak and lowly human. She really couldn't figure it out. She and Linglong Xue were indeed close friends. Although they hadn't had any contact all these years, although she said that they had broken up, did she not care? Of course she cared. If she really didn't care, then why did she stop fighting Linglong Xue when she sensed that Linglong Xue might be pregnant? Because she was worried that the battle would cause something to happen to the child in her womb. It was just that that bastard Lin Xian was too hateful, too hateful. Slapping her and doing anything to her. Her mind was filled with images that made her grit her teeth in hatred. What exactly is in the human world that caused such a big change in you? Looks like I have to go and see for myself. Linglong Xue, I'll give you one last face. I won't kill Lin Xian, but I hope that you won't go too far. Yi Renbing secretly clenched her fists. Then she got up and changed her clothes before walking out. She wanted to go to the human world and see for herself what caused such a big change in Linglong Xue. What was so special about the human world that she loathed? Why can't I get through to Lin Xian's phone? It's been a few hours. Does anyone know where he is? Meow Xiao Meow sent a message to the group of 10 or so girls. He's with me. Ling Long Shui replied. Ha! Isn't he in the 4th round of the Martial Arts Academy exam? Ling Ying didn't understand when he saw the message. He said that he lost his phone after the exam. That's why I can't get through, Ling Long Shui replied. Oh, got it. Ling Ying put down the sausages. What's wrong? Han Chushua asked. Lin Xian left without saying anything, Ling Ying said unhappily. Chapter 977. Ling Long Shui didn't tell them the truth because she didn't want them to worry. That was all. She glanced at Lin Xian and let out a soft sigh. She hated Lin Xian for doing that to Yi Rinbing, but, Ling Yue, please take care of Lin Xian. I have something to do outside, Ling Long Shui said to Bing Ling Yue. Okay, go do your thing. Ling Long Shui nodded and walked out. On the other side, Yi Rinbing arrived at Lin An City. She was no stranger to the bustling scene in the city. Although she had never lived here, she had seen it many times. She still preferred to hear the screams and cries of these people fleeing for their lives. Yi Rinbing was truly too beautiful. Her appearance attracted the attention of countless people. Countless gazes were focused on her, and countless people couldn't help but secretly take pictures of her. Of course, she noticed it, but she pretended not to see it. She hated it, but she didn't care. Grilled gluten, authentic grilled gluten. A fragrance wafted into Yi Rinbing's nose. It was a fragrance she had never smelled before. She had eaten too many delicacies. One had to know that with her status, she could eat whatever she wanted to eat. However, she had never smelled such an aroma before. She walked to the stall and looked at the grilled gluten. She frowned as she felt that it was dirty. Beauty, do you want some grilled gluten? The uncle looked up at Yi Rinbing and couldn't help but be amazed. However, he was an honest man. He just wanted to earn some money to support his family. Give me one. Yi Rinbing said calmly. 1. I'm not selling one. 5 for 10. 5 then. Okay. Do you want spicy? No. Beauty, this stuff has to be extra spicy. A man walked over with a smile. Get lost. Yi Rinbing said coldly. She was not a cold and elegant woman. On the contrary, she was more of a seductive woman. However, she was in an extremely bad mood. How dare a lowly human strike up a conversation with her? The man was stunned for a moment. Fuck. A hot-tempered beauty. Hee, this is the kind of woman I like. As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards Yi Rinbing's butt. Before his hand could touch the man's figure disappeared. As for where he went, he didn't know, but he was definitely dead. Many people saw this scene. They also saw that people were gone, but as for what happened, no one knew. The uncle suddenly felt a chill. He shuddered and raised his head, wondering if there was a man who was flirting with this beautiful young lady. Where is he? Okay, 5 roasted gluten, 10 yuan. Yi Rinbing took out a piece of bright crystal and put it on the cart. She took the gluten and turned around to leave. Hey, young lady, 10 yuan. I said 10 yuan. What did you give me? The uncle held the crystal and shouted at Yi Rinbing. This is more valuable. Yi Rinbing turned around and said to him. I want money. 10 yuan. The uncle walked over and stuffed the crystal into Yi Rinbing's hand. Money. Yi Rinbing frowned slightly. She didn't have money, but she knew that this crystal was very precious, very precious. How much was 10 yuan? Then, the scene became awkward. Hurry up and pay. You're so beautiful and well-dressed. Don't you have to pay for things? More and more people gathered around. Yi Renbing frowned. Here. At this time, Linglong Shui walked over and gave him $100 bill. Yi Renbing glanced at Linglong Shui. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? Two beauties of this level. What the hell? Linglong Shui glanced at Yi Renbing and said, "Let's go have a chat." I said I don't want to see you. After saying that, Yi Renbing took the gluten and walked away. Then, she threw the crystal to Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui stretched out her hand and caught it. Then, she followed her out of the crowd. The uncle who was roasting the gluten was pleasantly surprised. She actually gave him 100 yuan out of 10 yuan. He earned 90 yuan. Little did he know that if he were to sell that crystal, he would probably be able to get at least 10 million yuan. Yi Renbing ate the gluten. She had never tasted it before. She felt that it was quite mysterious and dirty. Although it didn't taste like exotic delicacies, it was quite special. This restaurant is quite delicious. Let's go, it's my treat. Linglong Shui looked at a restaurant in front of her. Then, she walked in. "TSK, do I need you to treat me?" Yi Renbing laughed in disdain. Then, she followed her in. In the private room, two beautiful girls were sitting opposite each other. "Can you give me the golden spirit pill now?" Linglong Shui looked at Yi Renbing. Then, she slowly said. "Why should I give it to you?" Yi Renbing raised her head and looked at Linglong Shui. She had helped to treat Lin Xian's injuries. When he woke up, he would be able to use his own law of creation to recover in the shortest amount of time. However, there was an even more troublesome problem on his body. That was the power that Yi Renbing had injected into his body. This power was a kind of dark power. It belonged to Yi Renbing. Although this power wouldn't directly kill Lin Xian, it would slowly devour Lin Xian. In about 3 to 5 months, Lin Xian would die. This thing didn't seem to be a big problem right now. However, Linglong Shui had no way to solve it. The only way to solve it was Yi Renbing herself. She had condensed a kind of golden spirit pill called the golden spirit pill. This kind of golden spirit pill could dissolve the dark power. This was also the reason why Linglong Shui had to find Yi Renbing. I know you hate him very much right now. Using this kind of method to kill Lin Xian isn't your style. Does it feel good? Yi Renbing crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at Linglong Shui. You don't have to worry about that. But you, the dignified void fox, actually fell in love with a lowly and weak human and became pregnant with his child. If your clansmen were still alive, how angry would they be? The entire void fox's face has been lost because of you, Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui said disapprovingly, then if your parents were still alive, how embarrassed would they be if they knew that you, Yi Renbing, had been humiliated by a lowly and weak human to the point that your face was covered in filth and your legs were weak when you fought. Oh, right. Also, their daughter actually fell in love with a man. If they knew, they would be even more embarrassed. Bang! Yi Renbing angrily slapped the table and stared at Lin Xian. Linglong Shui, I'm warning you. Don't think that I won't do anything to you. Eat something. Linglong Shui said indifferently. Chapter 978. 2 hours later, the food on the table was almost finished, especially the wine. Of course, they were not drinking human wine. Yi Renbing only took a sip of the red wine before spitting it out. It tasted terrible. Then, she took out a huge bottle of 100-flower brew and the two of them drained it. Right now, they were all a bit drunk. The 100-flower wine was a relatively special wine. If you drank a little, you wouldn't feel drunk at all. But once you drank too much, even if you were an Empyrean, it would be very difficult to use spirit force to dispel the drunkenness. Linglong Shui, is this your taste now? You can even drink such trash. Yiren Bing held her forehead with one hand as she looked at Linglong Shui with a blushing face before mocking her. Taste is not important. You just have to get used to it. Linglong Shui's face was also slightly red. The 100-flower brew had rushed to her head. The two of them were actually people who were tough on the mouth but soft on the heart. Although their personalities were different, they cared about each other deeply, but they did not appear to care. In Linglong Shui's life, other than Bing Lingyue, she only had one good friend, Yiren Bing. To Yiren Bing, Linglong Shui was the same. The two of them treated each other as good friends, and at the same time, they urged each other to grow and cultivate. Their talents and bloodlines were all top-notch. In fact, Yiren Bing's cultivation speed was even faster than Linglong Shui's. Of course, it wasn't that her talent was inferior. It was just that the difficulty of Linglong Shui's spatial cultivation was indeed more difficult than hers. Didn't you say that it's impossible to advance to the heavenly Tao realm in 500 years? Why? Back then, you were lying to me. You wanted me to relax and cultivate, right? Then, you would surpass me. Thankfully, I'm exceptionally smart, or I would have been fooled by you. Yiren Bing said with a slightly drunk tone. No, Linglong Shui shook her head slightly. I've never lied to you. The heavenly Tao realm was helped by Lin Xian. Yiren Bing froze. Bullshit. Who does he think he is? He's just a puny little bastard. How could he help you, Linglong Shui, advance to the heavenly Tao? Linglong Shui nodded slightly. I admit that he is a bastard. I also admit that he is weak. As for being lowly, humans and demons coexist in this world. Demons cultivate with all their might to take human form, so why would humans be lowly? As for the heavenly Tao, it was indeed him who helped me advance. I don't care about that. Why do you like him? Yiren Bing put down her hand and looked at Linglong Shui. Perhaps, this is fate. I think you're becoming more and more depraved. After spending some time with him, you might gradually feel that he's not so ordinary anymore. I will kill him, you wouldn't, Yiren Bing looked at Linglong Shui. I really want to kill you. Yiren Bing angrily gulped down the cup of 100-flower wine in front of her, and then suddenly crushed the cup. Incompetent rage. Ah. So angry. Give me the golden spirit pill. Linglong Shui then said softly. No. Yiren Bing stood up. Then lend me the heavenly lotus seed. In your dreams. I'm leaving. Yiren Bing then disappeared. Only a pure white heavenly lotus seed was left on the table in front of her. Linglong Shui stood up and picked up the supreme grade heavenly lotus seed with a faint smile on her face. At midnight, a dense crowd gathered at the Martial Arts Academy. These were the people who came back from the first day of the assessment. They were going to accept the cruel ranking. Everyone handed in their demon crystals. The instructors were quickly calculating the score and ranking. Okay, now we will read out the names of all the people who advanced. Please come to this area. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue appeared not far away. They looked for Lin Xian and found that Lin Xian was not here. What's going on? Did he forget the time at Linglong Shui's place? No, he wouldn't be so stupid. Wang Xintong was also looking for Lin Xian, but she couldn't find him. Murong Yu also took a glance, but she didn't see Lin Xian. Lin Xian killed so many demon beasts. She absolutely believed that Lin Xian could advance, but why didn't he appear here? If he didn't come, no matter how many demon beasts he killed, he would be considered eliminated. Zhang Meng, Qin Chao, Zhang Haoming, the names were read out one by one. At the same time, a huge screen in front of them showed their score and ranking. Time slowly passed, and all the names of the people who advanced came out. Murong Yu and the others were even more puzzled. Because they didn't see Lin Xian's name, and he really didn't appear. Was he eliminated? Qin Ming, Su Jiming, and even Xiao Yun and the others naturally paid attention to Lin Xian. When they didn't even see Lin Xian's ranking and people, they couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, this Lin Xian is so ordinary. He can't even pass the Martial Arts Academy's examination. What a trash. Su Jiming sneered. But it's impossible. His attributes are here. At that time, he indeed defeated you and me. Logically speaking, he should definitely pass this examination. Qin Ming frowned and thought. Maybe when he defeated us, he took drugs. What if he didn't? Don't think that he's that strong. Su Jiming said. Qin Ming didn't say anything. Chushue, what's going on? Ling Ying asked. Han Chushue shook her head. She didn't know either. Didn't they say that Lin Xian was at Ling Longshue's place? Why, did something happen to him? This was what they thought. At this time, Luo Xiu said, also, there's something special. Everyone looked at Luo Xiu curiously. There's another member who advanced, and that's Lin Xian. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the girls who paid attention to Lin Xian immediately let out a sigh of relief. They knew it. How could Lin Xian not be able to advance? Luo Xiu then said, Lin Xian is ranked 521. Chi, Su Jiming sneered. Rank 521, what trash. So what if he advanced? It seems that he's very ordinary. It's very ordinary. Lin Xian only grinded for a few hours to reach rank 521. If he grinded for a day, he would definitely be in the top 3. Then, Luo Xiu said, because Lin Xian encountered an accident, he can't come here now. At this time, the man who happened to be ranked 2001 stood up and said, Vice President, this isn't fair. The rules clearly state that if a person doesn't arrive in time, he will be eliminated. Vice President, even if he has enough points, he still hasn't arrived. Regardless of whether I'm injured or not, this doesn't conform to the rules, right? Hearing his words, many people who were eliminated expressed their displeasure and echoed. Yes, that's indeed the case, but his problem is rather special. What's so special about it? The danger he encountered is at the heavenly Tao realm, so the Academy chose to tolerate it. Chapter 979. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, everyone was rooted to the ground. Heavenly Tao realm. He had encountered the threat of a heavenly Tao realm existence? How? How was that possible? Ling Ying and company were also rooted to the ground. How? How did this happen? Then he, however, despite being worried, Ling Longshua had said that he was fine. It was likely that he was fine, but he was probably injured. Because of this special situation, the Academy has chosen to make an exception. Are there any other questions? Luo Xiu asked. They were also shocked when they received the news. Lin Xian's identity was not a mystery to them. He was the person in charge of the Art Pavilion Corporation, and the medicine was brought by him. As for the demon god, the ice god's goal in finding him and capturing him was very clear. If he had really chosen to help the demons to save his life, it would be a great loss to humanity. However, the Martial Arts Academy never expected that Lin Xian would have the ability. No, there was an existence at that level that could save him. That was also at the Heavenly Dao realm, and it was definitely not a simple Heavenly Dao realm existence. This Lin Xian was somewhat mysterious. Regardless, Lin Xian had to stay in the martial arts academy. This was also something that the martial arts academy would do its best to protect. Upon hearing this, none of them had the right to retort. Clearly, they could tell that the martial arts academy wanted to protect Lin Xian. Murong Yu was extremely alarmed as well. She had seen Lin Xian grinding some time ago, so how did he end up interacting with a Heavenly Dao realm demon god for some baffling reason? Furthermore, how did he manage to escape? It was unimaginable. Alright, that's the situation for now. All members who have passed the test will temporarily enter the martial arts academy with their tutors. During this period of time, the martial arts academy will restrict your freedom and there will be no classes. Once all the students have entered, the martial arts academy will officially open. As for the rest, I'm sorry to say that you have been eliminated, but it doesn't matter. There will be another chance next year. Many girls heard that Lin Xian was at Ling Longshua's place and guessed that Lin Xian might be injured. They all asked Ling Longshua about Lin Xian's condition. Ling Longshua answered all of their questions. The next day, Lin Xian's hand moved and he slowly opened his eyes. Lin Xian sucked in a cold breath. Fuck, it hurts. Lin Xian subconsciously released the law of creation to heal his injuries. A few hours later, Lin Xian opened his eyes again and slowly walked down from the bed. He was still trembling, and his injuries were quite serious. Walking out of the room, Lin Xian saw Ling Longshua and the others sitting on the sofa. Big brother, Dragony flew over and hugged Lin Xian's neck worriedly, rubbing her face against his neck. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Xian smiled. Aha, Xiao Linglong, thank you. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshua gratefully. Ling Longshua took a sip of tea and looked at Lin Xian. How is it? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and sat beside Ling Longshua. It's okay, the law of creation has recovered quite a bit. Ling Longshua nodded. You're really lucky. You were captured by the demon god and you still managed to hold on until sister found you. Ling Longyue mumbled to herself. Fuck. I was fighting with my wits and courage, okay? Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Lin Xian complained. Then he sighed, but, sigh. I'm afraid I can't go to the demon beast domain anymore. Why? Ling Longyu asked curiously. Fuck. That ice god must hate me. I think it's dangerous even in Lin and City. Why would I go to the demon beast domain? Wouldn't I be dead? Why does she hate you? Ling Longyu asked. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshua awkwardly. He tainted the ice god. Ling Longshua said calmly. Lin Xian, wah. Xiao Linglong, you said it like that. So awkward. Ling Longyu, no way. Ling Longyu was in disbelief. Bing Lingyue had heard about it, so she wasn't surprised. How did you do it? Ling Longyu's mouth was wide open as she asked in disbelief. If it was some other girl, it wouldn't be a big deal. But that was a demon god, the ice god. Don't talk about it. The more you talk about it, the angrier I get. I slapped that girl a few times. Lin Xian said. Ling Longshua, not only did this bastard taint Renbing like that, he also slapped her a few times. How did she tolerate it? Ling Longshua then passed the lotus seed to Lin Xian. This is a supreme-grade heavenly lotus seed. Lin Xian took it. Yes, Renbing gave it to me. Ling Longshua took a sip of tea and said calmly. Renbing. Who is that? Lin Xian scratched his head and put his hand on Ling Longshua's leg. Linglong Shui said, "Ice God." Lin Xian's hand that was caressing Linglong Shui's leg suddenly stopped. He looked at Linglong Shui with his mouth wide open. "The fuck? Are you kidding me?" Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui with his eyes wide open. "She gave it to me. Now I owe her 2 favors. If you have the chance, you can think of a way to repay her." Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian, "Wait, what's going on?" Lin Xian asked in confusion. "Yi Rinbing and my sister used to be good friends." Linglong Yu said. Lin Xian, "What the fuck?" Lin Xian was confused. She used to be good friends with Linglong Shui, fuck. Then, what's going on now? Lin Xian asked. Linglong Shui said, "I'll send you over to apologize now." AI. Before Lin Xian could finish his sentence, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in a place that made him tremble with fear. "Wah! Xiao Linglong, are you trying to murder your husband?" "Big sister." Lin Xian wanted to cry but no tears came out. In the room, Yi Rinbing walked out while wiping her wet hair. When she saw Lin Xian in front of her, she was stunned. When Lin Xian saw her, he was like a mouse that saw a cat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sister, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry," Lin Xian said with a sad face. Yi Rinbing seemed to have guessed something. Then, she slowly walked in front of Lin Xian barefooted. Her slender fingers slowly traced Lin Xian's face and then reached Lin Xian's neck. Lin Xian was so nervous that he closed his eyes and felt goosebumps all over his body. "What's wrong? You're so scared now," Yi Rinbing said softly. "Sister, I've always been scared. I came to apologize to you. I really made an unforgivable mistake." "Really?" Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at her with sincerity. This was too fucking ridiculous. The demon god was Linglong Shui's good friend, and this demon god was the main culprit behind the fall of several cities in Tianhua City. What kind of logic was this? This was fucking unbelievable. Chapter 980. Lin Xian directly reached out and picked up the deep ghost Yama. "Be careful," Bai Xianxian couldn't help but remind him. However, she saw that Lin Xian didn't have any abnormalities. Was this person immune to poison? "I'm going to refine the pill. Help me guard," Lin Xian said to Bai Xianxian. When Lin Xian asked her to find an alchemy furnace, Bai Xianxian knew that Lin Xian was going to refine pills. However, in her impression, very few people knew how to refine pills. She really didn't expect that Lin Xian actually knew how to refine pills. How old was he? Although she didn't understand, from the grade of these herbs, the pills that Lin Xian was refining were definitely not simple. It was really magical. Lin Xian's imperial physician saint technique not only gave him various medical skills, but also made him proficient in alchemy. Moreover, he had the fire attribute, so he was qualified to refine pills. Previously, when he was in Tianhua City, he had refined a pill and gave it to Wang Fugui's girlfriend, Lu Junjun's father. However, that pill's grade was far from being as high as this one. However, Lin Xian felt that there shouldn't be a problem. "Okay." Bai Xianxian nodded and then closed the door of the garage. She turned on the light and stood there quietly. Lin Xian opened the alchemy furnace. Then, the fire attribute energy burst out and turned into a few tongues of flame that burned the alchemy furnace. An hour later, Lin Xian took a deep breath and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Lin Xian's face was a little pale and his body suddenly staggered. Bai Xianxian rushed over and quickly supported Lin Xian. "Are you okay?" Bai Xianxian asked worriedly. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine. It's just a loss of spirit energy. Go and open the alchemy furnace. Bai Xianxian then let go of Lin Xian and walked towards the alchemy furnace. Bang! She slapped the alchemy furnace and the lid of the alchemy furnace flew out. Then, a medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. Bai Xianxian was very surprised. The pill that was refined from poisonous herbs was actually fragrant. How could one distinguish whether a pill was poisonous or not? Actually, the simplest method was to use the medicinal fragrance. If there was medicinal fragrance during the refining process, it meant that the pill wasn't poisonous. Although it was a little general, it was basically very useful. Bai Xianxian then took the pill and walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a look at it. Not bad. Will grandfather be fine after he eats this pill? Bai Xianxian asked expectantly. Of course not. This pill is just a primer. It is equivalent to a prerequisite. Only with the medicinal power of this pill can the treatment be carried out. Of course, this pill is very important. Lin Xian then stood up. Bai Xianxian nodded slightly. She was now. Was. To treat. By and byes by Haojuan had already walked out and was sitting in the living room drinking tea. When he saw Bai Xianxian and Lin Xian walking in together, he hurriedly stood up. Xianxian, little Xian, both of you are here. Bai Haojuan smiled as he looked at them. Grandfather. Bai Xianxian hurriedly walked over to support Bai Haojuan. It's fine. Grandfather is fine. Lin Xian looked at Bai Haojuan and said, Old man, let me treat you. Treat? Lin Xian nodded slightly. Grandfather, Lin Xian can really treat you. Let him try. Bai Xianxian said. Although Bai Haojuan felt strange and surprised, he absolutely believed in his granddaughter. If his granddaughter said she could do it, then she could definitely do it. However, he actually didn't have too much expectation. Because he was very clear about his own situation. He was also very clear that no matter how hard his granddaughter tried, she couldn't do anything. Prepare a basin and a towel. Lin Xian said to Bai Xianxian. Bai Xianxian hurriedly walked away and quickly came out with a towel and basin. Old man, the following process might be a little painful. You have to bear with it. Lin Xian said to Bai Haojuan. What kind of injuries have I not suffered in my life? Come. Bai Haojuan sat on the sofa and said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, okay. Then, Lin Xian took out the pill. Old man, eat this pill first. Bai Haojuan swallowed the pill without hesitation. He believed in Lin Xian because Lin Xian had saved him before. He believed in Lin Xian's character. He believed in his granddaughter even more. His granddaughter would definitely not harm him. Thus, there was nothing to hesitate about. Old man, circulate your spirit energy. In my grandfather's situation, circulating spirit energy will accelerate the spread of the poison. Bai Xianxian said to Lin Xian worriedly. I know. Okay. Bai Haojuan nodded and circulated his spirit energy. At the same time, Lin Xian took out dozens of silver needles and quickly inserted them into Bai Haojuan's body. The speed was so fast that Bai Xianxian could not see it clearly. One must know that Bai Xuanxuan's realm was not low. She was in the Empyrean realm. She would probably reach the absolute virtual realm soon. If she was not strong enough, she would not be able to suppress the entire Azura Palace. Golden Needle Acupuncture. Bai Xianxian revealed a stunned expression. She roughly understood that the Golden Needle Acupuncture Point was a kind of acupuncture point realm. Only after reaching a certain realm could it be called the Golden Needle Acupuncture Point realm. It seemed to be a very profound realm. Lin Xian was so young, even younger than her. Not only was his alchemy skills so powerful, he was even able to release the Golden Needle Acupuncture Point realm. Bai Xian could clearly see that every silver needle that Lin Xian inserted into Bai Haojuan's body was slowly turning black. 2 minutes later, Lin Xian inserted all the silver needles into Bai Haojuan's body. He let out a long sigh as sweat seeped out of his forehead. Every single silver needle was not simply inserted into Bai Haojuan's body. Every single needle used Lin Xian's spirit energy, and it was not a small amount. Knife. Lin Xian said to Bai Xian. Bai Xian was stunned for a moment, then she quickly handed over one of her daggers. Old master, hold it in. Lin Xian then directly cut the flesh on Bai Haojuan's arm. Ugh, Bai Haojuan had his eyes closed the entire time. Even when his arm was cut, he only moved a little and let out a small groan from his throat. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person who had never suffered before. Lin Xian's 2 fingers quickly pressed on Bai Haojuan's body. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the pill took effect. Sizzle, a large amount of black blood sprayed out from Bai Haojuan's wound, but Lin Xian covered it with a towel. The entire towel turned black and Lin Xian threw it into the basin. Bai Xian was incomparably nervous as she watched from the side. With another tap, all the silver needles on Bai Haojuan's body were shot out. Then, he cried out and fainted. Hoo! Lin Xian wiped his sweat and collapsed on the ground. Grandfather. Lin Xian. Bai Xian did not know what to do. Did he succeed or what? Lin Xian said while gasping for breath, "All right, bandage his wound and help him to the bed to rest. He will be fine when he wakes up." Bai Xian revealed an incomparably surprised expression and nodded her head. Then, she bandaged Bai Haojuan's wound and helped him to the bed before walking out. Chapter 981. Lin Xian was lying on the floor, damn it. So tired. Normally, he wouldn't be this tired. However, Yiren Bing had almost squeezed him dry. Now, he felt extremely tired and didn't want to move at all. Bai Xian walked out and looked at Lin Xian. She bit her red lips and helped Lin Xian up. "You should rest in your room first." She helped Lin Xian into her room and let Lin Xian lie on her bed. "Rest first. Do you want to eat something? I'll make it for you." Bai Xian said to Lin Xian. "Eat. I want to eat red braised meat, chili fried meat and corn pork rib soup. Make it more flavorful. I like heavy tastes." Lin Xian said to Bai Xian. "Okay, wait a moment." Bai Xian then walked out of the room. After walking out, she looked at Bai Haojuan again. She could clearly see that Bai Haojuan's face had become rosy and his breathing had stabilized. Bai Xian was completely relieved. Really, at that moment, she was so happy that tears fell down. After so many years, her worried heart could finally be at ease. Her gratitude towards Lin Xian was indescribable. Ding! Bai Xuan's favorability towards you plus 50. A system notification sounded out in Lin Xian's mind. Lin Xian's lips curled up. For Bai Xian, Bai Haojuan was her everything for the past 26 years. Only she knew the panic and uneasiness in her heart. Lin Xian had helped her heal Bai Haojuan, which was equivalent to healing her everything. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that her favorability towards him had increased by 50. The reason was simple. Something happened to your mother. She was your only family in this world. You were even willing to die in exchange for her life. Just like that, you lived for 10 years. When you couldn't take it anymore, a person saved her. This person had even been intimate with you in bed before. It was normal for her favorability to increase. Lin Xian smiled. I'm afraid that this mission is about to be completed. I should be able to obtain the time attribute today. Lin Xian muttered to himself. However, Bai Xianxian was truly extremely beautiful and charming. Furthermore, those light purple pupils of hers were truly capable of causing one's imagination to run wild. She was the leader of the Azura Palace. She was the most obedient girl at home, and in the Azura Palace, she was the one who commanded the entire Azura Palace. Lin Xian realized that the girls around him were each more perverted than the other. The lord of the Azura Palace, the daughter of a great family, the daughter of the Holy Shrine's lord, the future successor of the Holy Shrine, the younger sister of the Holy Shrine's lord, the Void Fox, the Empress, the Demon God. What the hell? No, if he could get his hands on all these girls, then the power behind them would be, what the hell? Bai Xianxian had prepared a meal for Lin Xian. Together with the food that she had prepared previously, it was quite sumptuous. She wore an apron and walked into the room. Lin Xian had also rested enough. He was currently lying on her bed, playing with his phone and chatting with girls. Lin Xian had almost forgotten that he had to write a song for an Axian. Although an Axian wasn't in a hurry, Lin Xian was in a hurry. He had to quickly write a few songs for her so that he could woo her. Holy shit! He really had a lot of girls around him. It's done. How do you feel now? I feel all right. Let's eat. Lin Xian walked down the bed. When he passed by Bai Xianxian, he forcefully pinched her perky butt. Bai Xuanxuan's beautiful little face instantly flushed red. She was a person who kept her word. Since Lin Xian had helped her cure her grandfather, she was now Lin Xian's woman. Therefore, she could accept Lin Xian's action. Although her body couldn't take it. Then, Bai Xianxian followed Lin Xian out. Lin Xian looked at the beautiful dishes and secretly praised them. These girls were all very beautiful and their culinary skills were also very good. I heard that you met with an accident during the Martial Arts Academy's examination. Bai Xianxian scooped rice for Lin Xian and handed a pair of chopsticks to Lin Xian. Then, she sat in front of Lin Xian and asked. And, how did you know? Although I have been looking for herbs for the past few days and didn't pay attention to your news, this news was spread by the examinees. They said that you met with danger from the Heavenly Tao realm. Bai Xianxian was very surprised. Heavenly Tao realm. That was the pinnacle of existence in the continent. How did Lin Xian provoke such an existence? Lin Xian ate a mouthful of food and pondered. He didn't know if it was good or bad. If this news were to spread, it might make his enemies fear him and not dare to make a move. However, wouldn't it also make it obvious? It shouldn't be because everyone only knew that there was a Heavenly Tao realm. No one knew what had happened. It was even more impossible for them to know that Linglong Shui, who was beside Lin Xian, was also a Heavenly Tao realm expert. Then, it was even more impossible for them to know that the Heavenly Tao realm expert, Yiren Bing, didn't even want to move after being slapped by him. Of course, he didn't have a single drop left. It's nothing. Don't think too much about it. Lin Xian said. Bai Xianxian didn't ask any further. Since it was already like this, her attitude towards Lin Xian was already that of Lin Xian's woman. I will transfer the Azura Palace to you tomorrow. When the time comes, I will bring you to the main hall for the handover ceremony. The Azura Palace's assets and businesses will also be transferred to you. Bai Xianxian said. No need. Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. Lin Xian raised his head to look at Bai Xianxian and said, You are my woman. doesn't that mean that your things are my things? You can manage the Azura Palace however you like. I will help you develop the Azura Palace. I also want to develop my own faction. Now that I have the Azura Palace, I can develop it directly on the foundation of the Azura Palace. Alright. Bai Xian nodded. Previously, she didn't want to develop the Azura Palace. It was fine as it was. But now, since Lin Xian wanted to develop it, she would strengthen the Azura Palace once again. The Yixian group can become the Azura Palace's capital chain. At the same time, with the Yixian group's appeal, it shouldn't be difficult to strengthen it. Lin Xian said. It's not difficult. However, don't you want to know about the Azura Palace's situation? Bai Xian asked. She roughly understood what Lin Xian said. The Azura Palace was still hers. However, she was Lin Xian's woman. What was hers belonged to Lin Xian. She didn't care about it. Tell me about it. Lin Xian nodded. The Azura Palace has about 120 heavenly venerables. As for the Grand Dominion realm, I don't know how many there are. It has been a long time since I checked. However, there are 10 absolute void realm experts. Lin Xian, no wonder the Azura Palace was said to be a faction that surpassed the 8 great clans. 120 heavenly venerables and 10 absolute void realm experts. What the hell? This was too amazing. How many experts are there in Lin City? Lin City only has 2 heavenly venerables. You have seen one of them. Lin City is not the Azura Palace's main development area. The Azura Palace's main development area is Tianlin City. Bai Xian said. Tianlin City, N. There are about 70 to 80 heavenly venerables in Tianlin City. That's why you can't sense the Azura Palace's presence in Lin City. Bai Xian said. Chapter 982. Tianlin City was a city next to Divine Capital. As the largest city in the continent, Tianlin City was on the same level as Divine Capital. There were 4 great families in Tianlin City. These 4 great families were on the same level as the 8 great families in Divine Capital. They weren't any weaker than any of them. Since the Azura Palace mainly developed there, it meant that the Azura Palace could cover the sky with one hand in Tianlin City. Indeed, Lin Xian couldn't sense the existence of the Azura Palace in Lin City. However, he should be able to sense it in Tianlin City. Speaking of which, you were the one who founded the Azura Palace. The first members were your parents' friends. How did you manage to develop it to over 100 heavenly venerables and 10 absolute ethereal realm experts? How did you get them to join? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. It was very strange. Not to mention the absolute ethereal realm, even heavenly venerables didn't matter to them. Who would want to join another force and be ordered around by others? Maybe there were a few occasionally. But over 100, when the Azura Palace was founded, there were about 10 heavenly venerables. With the help of some families, it wasn't bad. Later what? Later, I found a sacred level 9-colored sacred lotus. Then, I realized that I could break away from the divine child system by cultivating beside it. Lin Xian frowned. The 9-colored sacred lotus was the top existence among the 9-colored spirit lotuses. It could be said that it was the king of 9-colored spirit lotuses. It was one of the top spirit objects of heaven and earth on this continent. You're talking about, because of the existence of the divine child system, we humans can kill demonic beasts to level up. However, when we reach the heavenly venerables level, it might be easy to defeat them, but it's extremely difficult to kill them. Therefore, when we reach the heavenly venerables level, it's actually very difficult to level up. However, the 9-colored spirit lotuses release a terrifying amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. We can meditate near the 9-colored spirit lotuses. Martial artists with high talent can even level up by 1 star in a week and 3 stars in a year. In a way, the speed of leveling up isn't slow compared to killing demonic beasts. Moreover, there's no danger to one's life. Bai Xianxian said. Lin Xian, wasn't this the normal way of cultivation? Abandon the cultivation of the divine subsystem. The God spawn system was a shortcut, but no matter how good the shortcut was, after reaching a certain level, you would find it harder and harder to take. Bing Lingwa didn't have the God's child system. She didn't even have it now. She relied on her own cultivation. Bai Xianxian's intention was to do so. He had the Son of God system, but at that level, killing monsters was too difficult, and the danger to his life was too great. However, meditating near the 9-colored sacred lotus could help him level up. To martial artists, this was a great attraction. I think, before the humans obtained the God's child system, they all cultivated like this. I've tried it before, and it's indeed very suitable. I've leaked this information out, and in the past few years, more and more people have joined the Azura Palace. There's a point system, and I don't look at one's cultivation realm. Only when one's points have reached a certain amount can one go there to cultivate. Therefore, although those heavenly venerables came here to cultivate for the 9-colored sacred lotus, they also invested a lot of effort into the Azura Palace, Bai Xianxian said. Aren't you afraid of it being stolen? Lin Xian asked. That won't happen. I've set up a seal there, and no one can break it. Not even Great Void Realm experts, unless they're in the Heavenly Dao realm. However, that kind of cultivation has little effect on Heavenly Dao realm experts, so I'm not worried. Therefore, it can be said that this 9-colored sacred lotus is what made the Azura Palace what it is. Furthermore, what? This 9-colored sacred lotus is probably about to give birth to sentience. Bai Xianxian said. Lin Xian frowned. I brought the 9-colored sacred lotus from where I found it. As for others, even those in the Great Void Realm, they can't get close to the 9-colored sacred lotus. The 9-colored sacred lotus will erupt with a repulsive force, preventing them from getting close. They can only cultivate nearby. Now, every time I go there, it won't release that force. I can even touch it. Don't you think it's giving birth to sentience? Lin Xian, holy shit. For it to give birth to sentience, it would have to exist for thousands of years, right? No, at least 10,000 years. This 9-colored sacred lotus has existed for at least 10,000 years. I once read in an ancient book that extremely high-grade worldly spiritual items, such as the 9-colored sacred lotus, will have a chance to transform after many years after it gives birth to sentience. After many more years, it can even transform into a human form. Although history has never recorded a plant transforming into a human form, in theory, it definitely exists. I feel that this 9-colored sacred lotus has the potential to do so. Bai Xianxian said. Lin Xian, to be able to encounter such a sacred item was actually a stroke of good fortune for Bai Xianxian. No, she had encountered it, but she was able to bring it here. That was the most terrifying thing. This 9-colored sacred lotus was probably something that ordinary Great Void Realm experts could not defeat. Don't think that it's just a plant. The strength it can produce is unimaginable. It can probably instantly kill a heavenly venerable. According to what Bai Xianxian said, the 9-colored sacred lotus had probably given birth to sentience. If there's a chance, I'll bring you to take a look. Bai Xianxian said. Alright, I also want to see such a sacred item. Right, is there a 9-colored spirit lotus beside the 9-colored sacred lotus? Lin Xian asked. Bai Xianxian nodded. The nine-colored sacred lotus is the emperor of nine-colored spirit lotuses. Its worldly spiritual energy is extremely powerful. At the place where I found the nine-colored sacred lotus, there were nine-colored spirit lotuses everywhere. Now, the place where I placed the nine-colored sacred lotus is also filled with nine-colored spirit lotuses. Although there aren't many of them, because most of them have been plucked by me as rewards for those cultivators. Lin Xian, will the nine-colored sacred lotus be unhappy? I don't think so. These are just born from its powerful strength and not its sons or daughters. Many times when I went there, it even took the initiative to give me a top-grade nine-colored spirit lotus. Furthermore, when I refined the nine-colored spirit lotus, my cultivation level would increase. However, the more I used, the less effective it would be, Bai Xianxian said. Lin Xian was not surprised. Although cultivators seem to rely on the God's child system to cultivate, some worldly spiritual treasures could directly increase one's cultivation level. Lin Xian had experienced it many times. However, the nine-colored sacred lotus had taken the initiative to give her a nine-colored spirit lotus. It definitely had sentience. An existence that had existed for tens of thousands of years. That was really exaggerated. If there are many nine-colored spirit lotuses, I am preparing to let the Art Pavilion Corporation start the next project. It can increase the purity of a cultivator's attributes. The main formula is the nine-colored spirit lotus. Lin Xian said. I can provide it, but the quantity is indeed not a lot. Enough. Chapter 983. At that time, the attribute-increasing potions would definitely not be sold in large quantities. Lin Xian actually had more than 1,000 nine-colored spirit lotuses, but in Lin Xian's opinion, it was far from enough. However, with Bai Xuanxuan's help, it should be enough. Bai Xianxian also didn't know what Lin Xian wanted to do, but in fact, she had some understanding of it. She also knew that there might be a type of potion that could increase a warrior's attributes, but she wasn't sure. Oh right, what's your time attribute purity? Lin Xian asked. Less than 50, around 48. What's wrong? Bai Xianxian picked up a piece of meat for Lin Xian and asked doubtfully. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. A purity of 48 for the time attribute is actually pretty good. It's too difficult to cultivate. My control of time is actually not that high. This is also the reason why I mainly cultivate the fire attribute. Bai Xianxian said. Actually, it has a lot to do with the time attribute purity. Lin Xian then exchanged for an attribute increasing potion. Previously, he indeed didn't have enough Adonis points, but, now, he had a few 100 million on him. All of it was obtained from Yi Rinbing. The system was also more humane. It would depend on the level of excellence of the girl. No, it couldn't be said to be the level of excellence. For example, between Xiao Runing and Yi Rinbing, Lin Xian had sex with Xiao Runing and increased his Adonis points by tens of millions. This was very normal. However, he had sex with Yi Rinbing and increased his Adonis points by hundreds of millions. It didn't mean that Yi Rinbing was many times more outstanding than Xiao Runing. Perhaps, to a certain extent, it was more a type of difficulty. No matter how difficult it was for Xiao Runing, she was still a human. Her current strength was at most around 5 stars of domain realm. This was because she spent a lot of time teaching. Otherwise, she would definitely be a heavenly venerable now. What about Yi Rinbing? Apart from being at the heavenly Dao realm, Yi Rinbing's position was that of a fey goddess that was hostile to humans. She was on the opposite side of Lin Xian, therefore, it was reasonable for her to give Lin Xian so many Adonis points. Furthermore, it wasn't just once. Furthermore, Lin Xian had only given her Adonis points and slapped her twice. Then, there were acts of violence. All of them increased her Adonis points, therefore, Lin Xian wasn't stingy. What is this? Bai Xianxian received the attribute increasing potion and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. You'll know when you use it. Lin Xian kept him in suspense. This was a potion that increased the purity of the time attribute. It was something that Murong Qing yearned for even in her dreams. However, Lin Xian hadn't given it to her. Why not? Lin Xian was looking for an opportunity. Murong Qing was one of his mission targets. As for this girl, she was a little special. Although she seemed to be in an ambiguous relationship with Lin Xian, it was actually very difficult to take her down. Furthermore, she knew or could have guessed that Lin Xian had many little secrets. For example, which girl he might be in a relationship with, she probably had a pretty good idea. However, this Bai Xianxian, when Lin Xian saw the favorability, he didn't have anything to worry about. Although she was a heavenly venerable and had a noble status as the master of the Azura Palace, she had no status in front of Lin Xian because of what had happened between her and Lin Xian. She had already been taken down. Whether she was willing or not, Lin Xian could have sex with her at any time. However, looking at her favorability, there was almost no chance for her to resist. Although Lin Xian understood that a lot of the reason was to repay a debt of gratitude, it didn't matter. He would obediently take her down first. Therefore, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't be stingy when it came to his own woman. Bai Xianxian looked at the potion in confusion. She couldn't see what it was. However, she thought about it. Lin Xian had already taken her body and her Azura Palace. To Lin Xian, she didn't have any more value. Therefore, this thing shouldn't harm her. Bai Xianxian didn't hesitate to use it. A wave of energy burst out from her delicate body. Bai Xianxian seriously felt the change in her strength. Then, she gradually became shocked. This is... Bai Xianxian raised her head and looked at Lin Xian in shock. Attribute Increasing Potion, which is the project that my art pavilion group is preparing to develop. How is it? How much did it increase? 25%. Your luck is pretty good. This potion can increase your attribute by 30% at most. The lowest is 10%. There's no way to control it. You directly increased it by 25%. That's already pretty good. Now, your time attribute's purity is more than 70. That's pretty good. Lin Xian said. This thing is so terrifying. Is this really just a potion? Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. She had such a powerful attribute, and she understood how difficult it was to increase the purity of such a powerful attribute. Time, space, and even darkness attributes were almost impossible to increase by relying on heaven and earth spirit items because they were too rare. However, with just a single potion, she had actually increased it by so much. It was truly shocking. It's a potion, but the one I'm giving you is a top-notch one. When the time comes, it will at most increase a cultivator's attribute by 1%. However, even if it's just 1%, Bai Xianxian continued, even if it's 1%, it might not be much to cultivators with low cultivation. However, for cultivators with high cultivation, this 1% is something that they would break their heads to obtain. Lin Xian nodded his head. I saw your press conference before, and you said that there would be an attribute increasing potion for sale. However, until now, there hasn't been one. I felt that it was quite difficult, so I didn't really believe it. However, I believe it now. Nonsense, you increased it by 25%. How can I not believe it? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Bai Xianxian felt awkward. She was too clear that if this thing was really sold, the art pavilion group would once again welcome a peek. Thank you. Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Xian gratefully. What are you thanking me for? You're my woman, and the Azura Palace is also mine. Isn't it better for me if you become stronger? Bai Xian nodded her head. At that time, you said that you would buy the 9-colored spiritual lotus at a high price. Is the 9-colored spiritual lotus the formula for this potion? Lin Xian nodded his head, yes. I understand. I will send people to collect the 9-colored spiritual lotus over there. Don't worry. When I have time, I will go with you to Tianlin City. I also want to see the 9-colored spiritual lotus with my own eyes. All right. After the meal, Lin Xian happily laid down on Bai Xuanxuan's bed. Bai Xianxian tidied up a little and washed the dishes. She took a glance at her grandfather's condition. Seeing that Bai Haojuan's condition was quite good, she was completely relieved. Bai Xianxian took a glance at Lin Xian, who was lying on the bed in her room. Then, she slightly bit her lips and walked into the bathroom. Chapter 984. About 15 minutes later, Lin Xian was still chatting with the girls. That's right, Lin Xian shamelessly joined the group that all the girls were in. What were they talking about? They were just talking about Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Now that an Xian was also added to the group, they were discussing an Xian songs. What did an Xian suggest? Although she had never met all of them and had only seen a few of them, she had heard from Miao Xiao Miao that these sisters were all super beautiful. She thought that Miao Xiao Miao was also very beautiful, so why did she use so many super words? Then Miao Xiao Miao told her how pretty they were. Clicking on the trending topic, there were a few photos that were still hanging on the trending topic. Those were the photos of the girls shopping, and among them was Ling Long Shui. The people who adored them on the internet were simply too crazy. This trending topic was purely pushed up by those crazy people. Then, an Xian was stunned when she saw it. They were very pretty, so pretty that it was ridiculous. Some of them were even like fairies. That was nothing, but they were all Lin Xian's friends. Oh my god. That was too amazing. An Xian also saw how pretty they were. After joining the group and chatting with everyone, Ling Longyue asked an Xian what her next song was. An Xian replied that it would depend on when Lin Xian would give it to her. Because Lin Xian's songs were still dominating the charts, she was really convinced. She didn't want to write her own songs anymore. She couldn't compare. Lin Xian just happened to be in trouble. She knew about it and visited him. She wasn't in a hurry. Seeing that Lin Xian was fine, she was relieved. Compared to this, Lin Xian's health was more important. But she suddenly thought of something. She had already sung a few songs, but they needed to be filmed in a music video. Those who weren't famous didn't have the funds to film it, but she definitely had to film it. Seeing so many super beautiful sisters, she had an idea. Why don't she invite these sisters to film it together? It just so happened that the song, Sunny Day, was a youth song. Normally, it would be a boy and a girl, but she felt that if it were all girls, it would draw out a beautiful picture. It would definitely be very nice. Hence, an Xian made a suggestion in the group. There were roughly 3 types of responses. One was from Lu Yufan and Yi Yi, who couldn't wait to agree. They didn't want to be famous, they just wanted to feel at ease. They felt that it was very fun, very interesting, and also very honored. Another type of response was from Xiao Runing. They didn't care about anything, as long as they could help, then they naturally wouldn't have a problem. The third type of response was from Ling Long Shui, which was probably a tactful refusal. After Lin Xian saw the post, he didn't think much of it. Although he didn't want his women to show their faces, they had already caused a wave on the internet. They had already been noticed, so it didn't matter whether they showed their faces or not. However, this had something to do with Lin Xian's mission. Then, Lin Xian suddenly appeared. The big hooligan is here. Everyone, run. Lu Yufan sent a gif. Then, there were pictures of a few girls laughing out loud, ha ha ha, or ha ha ha. Don't be like this, little fairy. Give me an admin, or I'll be kicked out again. Lin Xian said helplessly. Linglong Shui was sitting on the sofa. When she saw Lin Xian's message, she revealed a faint smile. She was extremely beautiful. Lin Ye still gave Lin Xian face and sent an admin. Then, Lin Xian asked, Superstar and Xan, when the Golden Melody Awards come, will there be an award for the music video? Yes, there will be an award for the most popular music video of the year. Seeing an Xian's reply, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. It didn't matter if the music video was judged based on the number of views or something. Once these girls appeared, wouldn't it be a sure win? Lin Xian was confident that the song itself would win the award, but the music video might not. However, if they were to appear, then it would be different. Shoot decisively. Tomorrow happens to be the weekend. Come on, I'll be the director. No. Murong Qing replied. Damn, this bastard still wanted her to appear on camera. Shoot. Just a few scenes will do. Why? Don't you have confidence in your own looks? Are you afraid of being outshone by others? I have a bad temper. Murong Qing laid on the bed and rolled her eyes. She knew that Lin Xian was deliberately provoking her, but she still fell for it. There was only one reason why she didn't want to shoot. She didn't want to attract too much attention. However, after thinking about it, it wasn't a big deal. In Murong Qing's opinion, she should pay more attention to Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. As a woman, she felt that if she was a man, she would do it even if she had to die. She would rather spend her life in prison than to do it with them. The two of them were really the best. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Actually, he was a little unhappy that his own women were showing up. Damn, you guys are not allowed to look at my women. But thinking about it, it was really fine. Because their photos were already very popular on the internet. Moreover, they didn't wear revealing clothes. Just shoot a music video and let them be envious. These are all my women. Forget it, you guys have had enough. I won't be going. The academy assessment doesn't have much time. Although Murong Qing was unhappy with Lin Xian's words and really wanted to do it, as a teacher of the martial arts academy, she really didn't have time these days. Xiao Runing replied +1. Actually, the girls were all competing in their hearts. Although they said, forget it, they still wanted to shoot it in their hearts. After all, the other girls were going to shoot it. Alright then, you guys are teachers after all. Little Yingying, you guys have to come. Come. Ling Ying replied. What about Xiao Linglong? Lin Xian asked. And Xan was stunned. She had just mentioned it and Lin Xian had already started to make arrangements. Plus, he had just asked about the music video for the Golden Melody Awards. She thought. Could it be? He was really working hard to let her win 10 awards at the Golden Melody Awards. Was he really going to pursue her? But he had so many beautiful girls around him. Which one was worse than her? I'll pass. You guys have fun. Linglong Shui still rejected. Her rejection was within Lin Xian's expectations, including Bing Lingyue. Why don't you and Bing Lingyue come? I have an idea in my mind. You two can just treat it as coming out to have a meal with everyone. When the time comes, you two just need to have 1 or 2 seconds of screen time each, okay? Lin Xian asked. Okay then, Linglong Shui thought about it and didn't think it was a big deal. She would just treat it as being secretly photographed by a passerby. Okay, it's settled then. Come to my house tomorrow afternoon. I've already thought of the place. Chapter 985. An Xian was dumbfounded. This Lin Xian was too omnipotent, wasn't he? Forget it, just let him do it. She felt that without mentioning anything else, just the looks of these sisters were enough. Little Xinyue, you're here too, Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue, who had been peeping at the screen, saw that she was tagged and then sent a message. If you don't come, I'll play jungler in the next battle and catch you to death, Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue silently sent 3 messages. How's your body recovering? Xiao Xinyue must have gone, and then she asked this question. Pretty good, Lin Xian said. Linya's sister, is Lin Xian at home? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Linya replied with a no. Humph. If he's not at home, he must be with another sister. His body must have recovered very well. Lin Xian, then, they all said that they had nothing to do with Lin Xian. Those who didn't say anything stopped talking. Wow. Lin Xian quickly ended the conversation and turned off his phone. At this moment, Bai Xianxian walked in with a bathrobe wrapped around her and slowly closed the door. Lin Xian glanced at her. Gulp, ah. He really didn't want to. Do you want to sleep? Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Xian and asked. Then let's sleep. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Bai Xianxian nodded slightly, then wiped her hair and slowly crawled into bed. Although she looked calm on the surface, she was actually very flustered. However, she didn't regret it. This was what she owed Lin Xian. If Lin Xian was in the past, he probably wouldn't be able to resist eating Bai Xianxian. But now, logically speaking, although he couldn't resist it, but she was really squeezed dry by Yi Renbing. It was the kind of thing where it hurt when it swelled up. This was a little scary. That woman really wasn't human. Ah! Bai Xuanxuan's back was facing Lin Xian. She had been waiting for Lin Xian to do something, but Lin Xian still didn't touch her. He only hugged her from behind. She thought that he would move, but Lin Xian didn't. After a long while, Bai Xianxian opened her beautiful eyes and turned around to look at Lin Xian. He was very puzzled. Lin Xian also opened his eyes. We'll talk about it next time. I'll let you off this time. Was he even a man? Bai Xianxian was really curious now. Could it be that I don't have the slightest bit of attraction to him? That's not right either. How big is that thing now? Lin Xian wanted to cry. He didn't want it to go up either, and Bai Xianxian nodded slightly. But it was uncomfortable. Lin Xian felt terrible. Why don't you go in? Lin Xian said after a while. Bai Xianxian, although she had never done it before, she knew a thing or two. Even junior high school students knew this, let alone her. She also understood what Lin Xian meant. You didn't shower. Bai Xianxian said faintly. I still have to go in. Bai Xianxian, then she slowly crawled into the bed. She didn't forget her position. She wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend, but his lover. However, she wasn't too disappointed. After all, Lin Xian's mysteriousness was beyond her imagination. The next morning, Lin Xian slept for a long time and was a little tired. Fortunately, he was also a 7 stars low realm expert. If his realm wasn't high, he would have been tormented to death by Yi Renbing. Bai Xianxian woke up early because she was still worried about Bai Haojuan. She woke up early in the morning to check on Bai Haojuan's condition. Although he hadn't woken up yet, his breathing was more stable and his complexion more rosy. Lin Xian put on his clothes and walked out. Bai Xianxian was sitting on the sofa in a daze. When she saw Lin Xian come out, she quickly stood up. "You're awake. Breakfast is ready," Bai Xianxian said. "I say, big sister, I'm really not used to you being like this." Lin Xian smiled helplessly. "What's wrong?" Bai Xianxian asked doubtfully. "My impression of you is still the domineering and decisive look you had when we first met. You're a little too gentle." Lin Xian scratched his head. "Bai Xianxian, kneel." Bai Xianxian coldly said to Lin Xian. That aura was truly that of the Azura Palace Master. Lin Xian didn't react and his body trembled slightly. Lin Xian was startled for a moment. Do you like this?" Bai Xianxian asked. Cough cough, forget it. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Bai Xianxian couldn't help but chuckle. Her mood was still very good, except for that bastard from last night, but now that her grandfather was fine, she was relieved. Now, she had to work hard to be herself, take good care of her grandfather, bring him out to fight, and raise his cultivation level, then develop the Azura Palace. Not for herself, but for Lin Xian. After all, she had already treated Lin Xian as her man. She might not care much about her reputation, but she cared a lot about her promises. She would definitely fulfill her promises, even if it was her body, even if it was to be someone's lover. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Bai Xianxian handed Lin Xian a pair of chopsticks and asked. "What do you want?" "No, I'm just asking." Bai Xianxian said faintly. "I do." Lin Xian didn't need to hide anything from her. "Who is it? What do you want? Don't tell me you're going to poke my tires." Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at her. "I'm just asking. I can't possibly not know who your girlfriend is, right?" "Then why do you want to know who my girlfriend is?" Lin Xian asked. What if I make a friend, but I don't know that she's actually your girlfriend?" "Lin Xian, it can't be that coincidental, right?" "It can." "Alright, aren't you my girlfriend?" Lin Xian said with a grin. "Bai Xianxian, stop fooling around," Bai Xianxian said as she took a sip of the porridge. "Really, I'm treating you as my girlfriend." "Oh." Bai Xianxian said, "Oh. Really, wax." Bai Xianxian rolled her eyes flirtatiously. "Alright, then accompany me shopping," Bai Xianxian said. Lin Xian scratched his head. "Since you're treating me as your girlfriend and not your lover, shouldn't you fulfill the responsibilities of a boyfriend? Shopping should be a very basic and simple responsibility, right?" Bai Xianxian said. "Alright, let's go. After eating, we'll go shopping." Bai Xianxian was stunned for a moment. She really thought that Lin Xian only saw her as a lover, a tool to vent his frustrations. But he even agreed to go shopping with her. Actually, she felt that such a simple request could be considered as dating. Chapter 986. Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Xian and looked into Lin Xian's eyes. To be honest, which woman would be willing to live as a man's lover? Really? Bai Xianxian asked. "Of course, why would I lie to you? Change your clothes, let's go." Forget it. Bai Xianxian shook her head. "What's wrong?" "I still have to take care of my grandfather, next time." Lin Xian nodded his head. "Alright then, I'll look for you next time." Bai Xianxian nodded her head. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, time attribute unlocked. A system prompt rang in Lin Xian's mind. Lin Xian was extremely excited. Time attribute. This was the time attribute. Lin Xian was extremely looking forward to the time attribute. But now there was a problem. Although he had obtained the time attribute, Lin Xian's control over time was extremely trashy. The most amazing part was that every attribute that Lin Xian obtained had the highest purity, which was 100%. This was something that everyone envied. Lin Xian's starting point was much higher than everyone else's. But what did Lin Xian lack now? Space proficiency. His space proficiency was almost 0. What did Lin Xian lack now? He lacked a mission. Just like the space, he needed to max out his proficiency. In that case, Lin Xian would be invincible. But why was he not in a hurry? Because don't forget, what was an Xian's mission reward? All of his existing attribute proficiency was maxed out. Thus, Lin Xian only needed to complete an Xian's mission and max out his proficiency. This was the most fucking satisfying. Bai Xian looked at Lin Xian. Why was this guy in a daze? Ding, because you have completed the mission, do you want to increase Bai Xian's realm by 2 stars? The system prompt rang in Lin Xian's mind. Since she was his woman, there was naturally nothing wrong with it. Bao Bao, what realm are you at now? Lin Xian asked. Bai Xian's scalp went numb when she heard Lin Xian call her baby. Goosebumps covered her entire body. Change the way you address me. Bai Xian said. Baby. Bai Xian, alright, why are you asking me about my cultivation level? What? Can't your husband know your realm? Lin Xian asked. Bai Xian, alright, 8 stars of the heavenly venerable realm. Bai Xian said. Do you believe that you'll be a 10 stars heavenly venerable in a while? Lin Xian said with a smirk. Bai Xian looked at Lin Xian. How is this possible? Bai Xian said. Let's make a bet. Bai Xian stared at Lin Xian. Bet? So what if it was a bet? Firstly, she didn't cultivate. Secondly, she didn't farm monsters. How could she have inexplicably increased her cultivation by 2 stars? If you want to bet, then let's bet. Tell me, what are you betting on? Bai Xian said unwillingly. You don't have anything worth me betting on. I've already obtained everything I should have. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Lin Xian's words made Bai Xian very unhappy. However, after thinking about it, it seemed to be true. She was already Lin Xian's. The Azura Palace also belonged to Lin Xian. What else could she have that Lin Xian would fancy? Forget it, forget it. I'm not betting with you anymore. I still have an appointment with someone else to shoot a music video. Lin Xian said. Then you can go. I'm leaving. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked out. Bai Xian watched as Lin Xian left. She had never expected that her future husband would be such a young man. He was even younger than her by 5 years. In any case, she didn't want to think about anything else. She wanted to take care of her grandfather first. Right at this moment, Bai Xuan's aura rose. She was stunned on the spot. Empyrean realm, 10 stars. She increased by 2 stars? No way. How did she increase her cultivation? Bai Xian was completely stunned. When Lin Xian said that she would increase her cultivation by 2 stars, she didn't believe him because there was no reason for her to increase her cultivation. Now, she was at a loss. How did Lin Xian do it? Could it be that medicine? This was the only reason Bai Xian could think of. Too mystical. This person was truly too mystical. She could try her best to break through to the absolute realm. It wasn't a loss. If she were to give her body to an unknown person, she would indeed feel unreconciled. However, Lin Xian, although he was still young, he made her feel that he was very mystical. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was already gathering girls from all walks of life. He first went to Miao Xiao Miao's place. Right now, an Xian's relationship with Miao Xiao Miao was extremely good. The two girls slept together every day. They probably knew each other's size like the back of their hands. There were still a few hours before the appointed time. Lin Xian planned to boast to an Xian. An Xian was originally a female otaku. If it wasn't for work, she would really be willing to practice for a day. After coming here, she basically only had two places. One was the rented place where she wrote songs, and the other was Miao Xiao Miao's place. She was also incomparably shocked. This girl was so smart at such a young age. Lin Xian arrived at the cafe. An Xian and Miao Xiao Miao were sitting together. The two of them were listening to music on their headphones. Lin Xian quietly moved closer. They didn't even notice him. Wang Qianqian was smiling as she wiped the cups. Lin Xian saw that they were designing some things for the music video. Although Lin Xian said that he had some plans, it was definitely better for them to brainstorm together. Darlings. Lin Xian moved closer and said softly. The two girls trembled and turned to look at Lin Xian. Stinky hooligan, Miao Xiao Miao muttered. Anyway, in their eyes, Lin Xian was indeed a hooligan. There was no way to change that. An Xian was gradually getting used to Lin Xian's hooligan, but her pretty face still blushed. If you want darlings, then so be it. Darlings, bah. Scumbag. Why are there so many beautiful girls around this stinky hooligan? And all of them were like fairies. Hey, Lin Xian, that. You promised me before. About helping Sister Chiue write songs, and Xian was a little embarrassed to ask, but after all, she had promised Zi Chiue. Moreover, Zi Chiue was the absolute peak in the industry. It had been a long time. Although Zi Chiue didn't say anything, she felt that it wasn't good to drag it out. If it was her song, she definitely wouldn't be in a hurry. Yes, I wrote it. Speaking of which, when will she send the money over? Lin Xian asked. Logically speaking, there was a long line of people who wanted to write songs for Zi Chiue. They would rather do it for free. Lin Xian was the first to say when the money would be sent over. She gave it to me a long time ago. 3 million. I'll transfer it to you along with my share. Lin Xian nodded and took out a manuscript and handed it to an Xian. I'll have to trouble you to send it to her online. I'll just give you the manuscript. An Xian nodded and took it. Miao Xiao Miao couldn't wait to take a look. The song was called Respectable. An Xian simply followed the music score and sang out the song. Chapter 987. After skimming through the song, an Xian couldn't help but exclaim. It's so good. Which one of my songs isn't good? Lin Xian said. No, this song gives me a completely different feeling from the previous one. I want to sing this song too. An Xian muttered. Forget it. Although this song sounds good at your age, it doesn't have that kind of flavor. Although I don't know much about her, I'm sure she can sing this song perfectly. An Xian nodded. Then she tilted her head and looked at Lin Xian. I think you're not only talented, but you're also very good at grasping the song. What do you mean? Lin Xian asked in confusion. That's right, Sister Chiue is very suitable for this kind of song. You just happened to write such a song for her. If I didn't know that you didn't know much about her, I would have thought that you had studied her. An Xian said. Lin Xian didn't know much about Zichiyue, but he knew her and had seen her on TV. After all, Zichiyue's fame was very exaggerated. She was a permanent guest on the New Year's Gala. Every TV station fought for her every year. She was the guarantee of ratings. Lin Xian liked this song very much. He thought Zichiyue should be able to sing it. Let's go shoot a music video and try to win you a Golden Melody Award. When the time comes, hee hee. Lin Xian laughed. When the time comes. Miao Xiaomiao blinked and asked. When the time comes, we'll talk about it. Lin Xian laughed. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian. She felt that this big hooligan was up to no good. Anyway, she had been with an Xan every day for the past few days. She had already told her to be careful of Lin Xian, this hooligan. In the afternoon, the group of girls had a very fulfilling time. An Xan also got to know them. What surprised her was that when she saw so many beautiful girls, especially a few who were really beautiful, she was stunned. After the music video was shot, an Xan helped with the editing. Lin Xian thought it was pretty good. At night, Lin Xian and Linya went home together. They had eaten dinner together, so they didn't need to eat when they went home. However, they started to play games again. Lin Xian was really impressed. Now they were more addicted to games than him. In fact, Lin Xian had never been addicted to games. However, to be honest, none of them played the game for the sake of playing the game. They played the game because they liked the feeling of chatting in a voice chat group while playing the game. Then, they would talk about some things to cultivate their relationship. Because they cared about Lin Xian, and because they knew that all the girls were more or less good friends with Lin Xian, and they thought that they were all good friends. They called Lin Xian a noob because they were used to dissing Lin Xian. Of course, it was true that Lin Xian was a noob. Linya took out her laptop and sat on the sofa with a blanket covering her legs. She placed her laptop on her lap as she typed and chatted with everyone. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's hand reached into the blanket, causing Linya to roll her eyes. You go take advantage of other girls. Linya said to Lin Xian. I like to take advantage of little fairy. Lin Xian said with a smile. You have to be careful in the future, do you hear me? Linya reminded Lin Xian again. He had already experienced so many dangers. She was really scared. Don't worry, I'm fine too. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian then kissed her on the cheek. Linya blushed. Really, oh right, little fairy, I have something for you. Lin Xian said and took out the necklace that cost a few yuan. Linya turned her head to take a look. She was stunned for a moment, then reached out to take it. You went back. She held the necklace and bit her red lips as she looked at Lin Xian. Yeah, I went to Tianhua City's martial arts academy for the exam. After that, I went home and brought this to you. Linya looked at the necklace. I didn't expect you to remember this. Of course I remember. This was the only thing I gave you at that time. Fortunately, it's still here. Okay, Linya nodded and then carefully put it away. Oh right, I also know a lot of your little secrets. Lin Xian then said to Linya with a smile. What? Linya looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. She didn't have any secrets. She really didn't have any secrets to Lin Xian. Here. Lin Xian then took out Linya's diary. Seeing the diary, Linya's face suddenly turned red. She then quickly snatched it. I was just casually writing. Linya stuttered with a red face. She didn't have any secrets in it. Sometimes, she just wrote a lot of things that would be very awkward if both of them knew about it. For example, when she washed Lin Xian's sheets, she found traces of drying on them, actually, I just wanted to explain that the dried stuff on the sheets was milk. When you poured me some milk, you accidentally spilled a little. Lin Xian coughed and explained. Lin Ya's face turned even redder. Oh. You still don't believe me. I don't believe you. Then look at it now and think about that time. Is it the same? Lin Xian then took Lin Ya's hand and placed it somewhere. Lin Ya's whole body trembled. Little Xian, you're becoming more and more of a rogue. Lin Ya lightly hit Lin Xian. Her whole face was red. She was so cute. Hee hee, little fairy, you're so beautiful. Lin Xian hugged Lin Ya and played with her pink cheeks. Lin Ya didn't say anything. She was really shy. Although she was only one step away from Lin Xian, but, I want a kiss, Lin Xian said. Then, before Lin Ya could reply, Lin Xian kissed her. The two of them became more and more affectionate. On the other side of the screen, everyone was online. Everyone was here except for Lin Ya. They crazily added Lin Ya in the group. However, Lin Ya was kissing Lin Xian. It wasn't until the phone rang that Lin Ya came back to her senses. She pushed Lin Xian away and quickly entered the voice chat. Coming. Lin Ya said. Big sister Lin Ya, what are you doing? Lu Yufan asked. I'm tidying up the house. I didn't see you in the bedroom. Lin Ya quickly explained. I thought the big hooligan was taking advantage of you. Hey, Fan, what are you talking about? They're sisters. Although they're not biological, Lin Xian can't be such a jerk, right? Murong Qing said. That's true. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Chapter 988. The next day, Lin Xian woke up. He needed a few days to recover his energy. Lin Ya had already prepared breakfast for Lin Xian. She had gone to work early. Lin Xian was speechless. It was fine if he didn't sleep normally. Why did he wake up at 10 o'clock in the morning? Wasn't Yiren Bing squeezing him a little too much? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. He wasn't an ordinary person. How could he be squeezed to this extent? The only possibility was that Yiren Bing was in the heavenly Dao realm. That was probably the case. Sigh, mission. Lin Xian scratched his head and got out of bed. He didn't even bother to wash up. He ate the breakfast Lin Ya had prepared. Ling Longyue and Bing Lingyue's missions had already been completed. Now, they were using the Adonis points to extend their time. Murong Qing's was almost done as well. Xiao Xinyue still had a little bit of time left. Then, there was Murong Yu, and now there was Yiren Bing, damn it. Fortunately, Yiren Bing had contributed hundreds of millions of Adonis points to Lin Xian. It was great. At least he didn't have to worry about extending his time. To Lin Xian, Xiao Xinyue's mission was more important. Only by completing Xiao Xinyue's mission would he be able to develop the Yixian group without any scruples. By developing Lin Xian's power, the Yixian group would become a solid backing for the Azura Palace. No, they were already one entity. Developing the Azura Palace was the same as developing the Yixian group. What should I do next? He had already entered the Martial Arts Academy. However, the Martial Arts Academy would only open after all the examinees had finished their exams. There was still about a week before it would open. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. His phone was broken, but Lin Xian had made a new number. Therefore, Lin Xian's number was still the same. The caller ID was not local. To be honest, it wasn't difficult for a person to check another person's contact information. Of course, the premise was that you had to have a certain background. Lin Xian then answered the call. Hello. Are you Mr. Lin Xian? A woman's voice came from the other end. Lin Xian's hearing was quite good. He had never heard this woman's voice before. You are. I'm Liang Yu from Chang Entertainment. I wonder if Mr. Lin Xian has the time to come out for a meal. Chang Entertainment Company. Sorry, I've never heard of it. Lin Xian then hung up. On the other side, Liang Yu was stunned. Although her Chang Entertainment Company was not the leading company, it had created many superstars and had some status in the industry. But he had never heard of her. No matter what, he was someone who had written so many good songs. Then, she called Lin Xian. Mr. Lin Xian, I specially came from Tiandu. I hope you can give me a chance to come out and talk. Talk about what? Tell me first. Damn, if there wasn't any benefit, why would Lin Xian go out for a talk? He might as well go to some girl to get into her good books. I hope Mr. Lin Xian can sell me a song. Price? Lin Xian. 5 million. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He didn't know much, but the songs that he had written for an Xian could earn tens of millions on average. 5 million for a song was actually a high price because he didn't know if the song would be popular. If it wasn't, he wouldn't be able to earn money and would suffer a huge loss. But 5 million, Lin Xian didn't want to go out. 10 million. If you agree, let's meet. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Liang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. 10 million was actually not that bad. She had forked out 20 million for this song. She had taken out all her savings. Okay, where? Lin Xian asked. Drunken Pavilion. Mr. Lin Xian, you're here. I'll show you around. 20 minutes. Was it uncomfortable to earn 10 million from writing a song? Although Lin Xian didn't know how much money he had, who would complain about having more? An extra 10 million could do a lot of things. Wouldn't it be better to buy a super expensive necklace for a girl? 20 minutes later, Lin Xian arrived at Drunken Pavilion and made a call. Soon, a woman in a red jacket ran out and saw Lin Xian. Mr. Lin Xian, right? Hello, hello. Liang Yu reached out and shook Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian glanced at her. She was around 30 years old, but she had maintained herself very well. She was very charming, and her looks were not too bad. If Lin Xian had not been used to seeing heaven-defying beauties like Ling Long Shui and the others, Lin Xian would have been attracted to this kind of woman. However, this woman had a rather captivating sense of maturity. Hello. Lin Xian let go of her hand. Oh, here's my business card. Liang Yu quickly handed Lin Xian a business card. Let's go in and talk. It's cold outside. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry, I was too excited to see you. I've already ordered the dishes. Then they walked into a private room. The private room was quite big. Drunken Pavilion was similar to a couple's restaurant. The private rooms were especially interesting. For example, the private room Lin Xian came into. If it wasn't for the table full of dishes, Lin Xian would have thought it was a fucking KTV. Please sit. I don't know what you like to eat, so I ordered some specialties. Try them. This. I just ate breakfast. No need to trouble yourself. I'll just eat something. Let's talk business. Lin Xian said. Yes, yes, yes. Let's talk business. Lin Xian was about to faint. Why did this person always feel like he was a big shot when facing him? Lin Xian really didn't think that he was a big shot. She was still bowing and scraping here. Spending money to buy songs is your ability. You've already spent money and negotiated the price. How can you still be so humble? She felt like Lin Xian was her leader. She was afraid of making him unhappy. Liang Yu then looked at Lin Xian and said, "Mr. Lin Xian, I'm a manager. I was looking for a high-quality song for an artist under my management. Then, I saw Mr. Lin Xian appear out of nowhere and create so many good songs for Miss and Axane. You're very talented, so I wanted to invite you." She was also quite surprised. This person agreed just like that. She thought he was an Xian's personal composer. Since that wasn't the case, he would write all of Hongfeng's songs in the future. It didn't matter if he spent more money. As long as he could become more famous, it would be good. "Actually, my songs are just a so-so." Lin Xian smiled. "Mr. Lin Xian, you must be joking." Then it's settled. 10 million, but I hope to see the lyrics first. No problem. I just happened to bring one. Let me show it to you. Lin Xian then took out a piece of paper and handed it to Liang Yu. Liang Yu took it and looked at it in confusion. This song was originally written by Lin Xian for an Axane. Then, he suddenly realized that it didn't seem to work. The quality wasn't as high as the other songs, although it was still a good song. Chapter 989. This song's standard wasn't low. It was just that Lin Xian felt that it couldn't be compared to the other songs. It was one of those songs that sounded really good, but Lin Xian wasn't sure if it could win the Golden Melody Award. Since someone was willing to pay for it, he decided to sell it to her. As Wu Hongfeng's manager, Liang Yu naturally knew a lot, including music scores. She could hum this song in her heart just by looking at it. The lyrics weren't bad either. It was a masterpiece. In her opinion, this song was definitely on the same level as the songs Lin Xian wrote for an Axane. This song was called Favorite. Good song, good song. Liang Yu praised after she finished reading it. She was sure that this song would definitely be a hit if Wu Hongfeng sang it. As for how popular it would be, she couldn't say for sure. After all, an Xian's songs were too fucking fierce at this time. He probably wouldn't be able to surpass them. But that wasn't for certain. An Xian's songs were dominating the charts. Everyone had heard too much of a girl's voice, so they expected a man's voice to appear. Then, this song might also dominate the charts. Everything was unknown. As expected of Mr. Lin Xian. You're really talented. Liang Yu couldn't help but praise him. Lin Xian didn't like people sucking up to him. Of course, he might be someone who liked to suck up to girls. It's all right. As for the money, Lin Xian rubbed his hands. Liang Yu glanced at Lin Xian. Logically speaking, this person shouldn't be lacking money after writing so many songs for an Axane. Why did he look like he was greedy for money? Regarding this point, many of the girls around Lin Xian had said the same thing about Lin Xian. How much is your net worth? Why do you still look like you're lacking money? However, Lin Xian was like that. After all, he had too many girls to support. No problem, no problem. Liang Yu hesitated for a moment, then picked up a glass of wine. Mr. Lin Xian, let me toast you first. All right. Lin Xian clinked glasses with her. Of course, even though Lin Xian was young, he was also a smart person. Liang Yu clinked glasses with him at this time. It was obvious that she had something to say. Mr. Lin Xian. Liang Yu put down her cup, looked at Lin Xian, and said, Actually, I have a presumptuous request, but I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. Just say it. It's like this. Because we are very sure of your talent and have also been affirmed by the market, our company now needs to quickly make a few artists popular. Your song will definitely bring a lot of traffic to our artists. However, this is an era where talent is valued more. Although appearance is important, talent surpasses appearance. So, actually, I have a request. Lin Xian didn't quite understand what she meant. After laying the groundwork for so long, what was this woman trying to say? What do you mean? It's like this. I'll offer another 10 million. I hope to change the composer and lyricist of this song. Lin Xian frowned. You mean to say that the composer and lyricist of this song will be under your company's artist's name? Lin Xian asked. Yes, that's what I mean. Don't worry, this kind of thing is definitely not good for us. To you, with such a powerful top-notch artist like an Axian, you can already become famous by writing songs for her. So, don't worry, I'll give you another 10 million, not a single cent less. He, Lin Xian smiled. To be honest, Lin Xian was quite angry. Although it might seem like a simple matter of him nodding his head, and then he would be able to get the 10 million. Perhaps there were many people on this continent who did this, but this was simply too much of a scam. Yes, Lin Xian's songs and even his poems were stolen from others, but this mainland didn't have them, so he felt at ease. Perhaps he was disgusted in some ways, but humans were like that. In any case, he didn't think much of it, because this world didn't have such songs or lyrics. He was just spreading culture. In any case, he just didn't like what she said. As for whether he was in the wrong or not, and whether he had the right to say it, he didn't care. Lin Xian stood up and took the piece of paper back. Miss Liang, as a musician, one of the things I hate the most is plagiarism. The second thing is this matter with you. This is the work of a musician who painstakingly created it. I don't want money, and I don't want fame, but why should the work I painstakingly wrote be branded with someone else's name? To be honest, you've already crossed my bottom line, so forgive me for not keeping you company. Let's forget about the collaboration. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he walked out. Lin Xian finished his sentence without blushing. Plagiarism, a musician who painstakingly created it, actually, he had also stolen it. But here, it was his. Hey, Mr. Lin Xian. Liang, you never expected such an ending. Many people would hate her for saying such things, but it didn't have to be like this. Moreover, she took out 10 million. 10 million was just to change the name, there was no need for this. Liang Yu quickly stood up and pulled Lin Xian. Mr. Lin Xian, forgive me for offending you, but if Mr. Lin Xian isn't willing, then let's not do this, okay? I only buy your songs. Liang Yu said. Lin Xian glanced at her and said, I only work with people with good character. I'm working with an Axian because I think she's a trustworthy partner. I'm very dissatisfied with what you said just now and I can't accept it, so forgive me for not keeping you company. Mr. Lin Xian. Liang Yu pulled Lin Xian again, then said, 20 million. I'll buy your song for 20 million. You think I'm short of money? Lin Xian asked. 10 million, 20 million isn't much to me. I only work with the right people, so forgive me for not keeping you company. Lin Xian finished speaking and walked away. Liang Yu gritted her teeth, then pulled Lin Xian again. Mr. Lin Xian, what do you think of my appearance? She ran in front of Lin Xian, then pulled Lin Xian's hand and stuffed it into her chest. Lin Xian felt his hand touch something soft, then the system notification of him molesting a girl rang in his mind, and he received 300,000 Adonis points. What are you doing? Lin Xian frowned as he pulled his hand out of her grip. Mr. Lin Xian, this song is really important to me. You can play with me, you can do whatever you want, but please sell this song to me. I was wrong before, please forgive me, I really need this song. Liang Yu liked Wu Hongfeng very much, she was willing to give up everything for him. For his future, she was even willing to give up her body. Wu Hongfeng's future was more important than anything else. Although she was Wu Hongfeng's woman, she knew that she wasn't even a virgin, and definitely wouldn't be good enough for Wu Hongfeng in the future. However, she loved him, and she was willing to sacrifice everything. Chapter 990. Lin Xian frowned and looked at Liang Yu. Miss Liang, please respect yourself. I won't tell anyone, but I hope there won't be a next time. Liang Yu stood rooted to the ground. Mr. Lin Xian, please give me another chance. Please give me another chance. Forget it. There's no need. With that, Lin Xian walked away. Lin Xian, don't force me. You took advantage of me just now. Don't force me. Liang Yu yelled from behind. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. It seemed like this person's character was really bad. She actually said something like that out of anger. It was really disgusting. Whatever. With that, Lin Xian walked away. Liang Yu gritted her teeth. Really, she regretted saying those words. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so sensitive to such things. He wasn't even moved by 20 million. But, now, all she knew was that Lin Xian could write good songs. Other people could also write good songs, but they might not necessarily be able to write good songs. To be honest, she had no other choice. Wait, Liang Yu suddenly thought of something. She had roughly read through Lin Xian's song. The lyrics were good and the melody was good. She didn't remember much of the lyrics, but she did remember a lot of the melody. It didn't matter if she didn't remember everything. With some slight changes, it should be similar to Lin Xian's song. Fine, you don't want to cooperate. You're looking down on me. Then I'll change what I remember into a song. Let's see if you still want to release this song. If you do, you'll be plagiarizing my song. Liang Yu thought of this and quickly walked away. On the other side, Lin Xian came to the Wind Mercenary Group's cafe. Miao Xiaomiao and an Exian were sitting together editing the music video. They were very serious. Here. Lin Xian placed the lyrics he had written beside an Exian. An Exian turned her head to take a look. She was used to it. Lin Xian's songs were so good that she was super used to it. The song was called Angel Among the Demons. I think this song might be more suitable for Sister Chiue. An Exian said. Are you going to sing or not? Yes, I will definitely sing. Hee, thank you. Lin Xian sat beside them and looked at the computer. How's the editing going? Lin Xian asked. It's almost done. We can post it tonight. I feel like it might explode, an Exian said excitedly. Explosion. That's right, it's a hot trend. The sisters are too beautiful, and super classy, especially Sister Linglong's side profile. Oh my god, even a girl like me wants to pounce on her. An Exian was a little crazy. Let me see. At that time, Lin Xian did not pay much attention to it. However, he had requested that Linglong Shua only take a side profile. He had originally wanted to see the final result so that the director would be assured. Thus, he chose a few places that he felt were not bad. It's almost done. I'll play it for you. An Exian then played the music video. The music video went through special effects, editing, and other technical changes. The presentation was definitely different from what was filmed. For example, sometimes there would be slow motion, and the camera would get farther and closer, or there would be close-ups, as Lin Xian listened to the song and watched the girls he was familiar with appear perfectly in the music video, and Xian had the most screen time. Because this was her music video, she needed to sing in it one by one. The other girls didn't appear very long, but every one of them brought about a wave of amazement when they appeared. And Xian was stunned after watching it a few times. It wasn't that there were no beautiful girls in this world or in the entertainment industry. There were many, but she felt that they were lacking in something. In terms of looks and classiness, they were lacking by a lot. She felt that many of the beautiful girls in the entertainment industry were just pretending to be classy, and their appearance was really their own classiness. So amazing. The last scene was Ling Longshue's side profile, wearing a white fairy dress, standing on a high reef by the blue sea. The wind blew her hair and dress, and then the camera slowly zoomed in. Beautiful girls always had a seductive feeling. That feeling was that her hair was messed up by the wind. Her hair was by her ears, face, and maybe even touching her lips. Coupled with her invincible side profile, she was really invincible. Hey, you're drooling. Miao Xiaomiao glanced at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian subconsciously wiped his saliva. Fuck. What? Lin Xian glared at Miao Xiaomiao. It's really beautiful. And Xian couldn't help but praise again. Girls were beautiful to begin with, especially Ling Longshue's side profile at the end. God, it was definitely unstoppable. This kind of scene could be seen in movies or other occasions, and it was often seen because many directors liked this kind of scene. And Xian had seen many similar scenes, and because she liked this kind of scene, she filmed this kind of scene. But she didn't expect to be shown the effect that shocked her. This Ling Longshue's sister was too beautiful. She was the only scene in the entire music video, and it was shown in the last few seconds of the music video. It was definitely the finishing touch. Lin Xian was incomparably proud. Did you see that? That's my wife. Ling Longshue's beauty was really like a fairy. Her skin was extremely white, and every girl was very beautiful. But to be honest, Ling Longshue's beauty and her classiness were definitely not something that a normal human could have. It was also because she was a demon, and her realm was also top-notch. Lin Xian, do you think there's anything that needs to be changed? If not, I can try to upload it. I think it's pretty good. Oh. Okay, I'll go talk to the operations team. After the negotiations with the operations team was done, and Xian uploaded the music video. Normally, only celebrities with high traffic could get recommendations from music software when uploading their music videos. It meant that when you opened the homepage, you would see a big scrolling image with an Xian's performance of Sunny Day written on it, or there would be a pop-up window recommending it. In any case, as long as you opened the music software, you would see the recommendation. With an Xian's fame, there was no need to worry about the number of clicks. The next thing to pay attention to was the quality. Only with high quality could more people like it. Coincidentally, Zi Qiue's new song, Decent, which was written with Lin Xian's help, was released at almost the same time. Phew, I won't watch it first. I'll watch it in an hour. And Xian said nervously. She didn't know how many music videos she had uploaded, but none of them made her so nervous. She never paid attention to the results of music videos, because most people wouldn't watch music videos, so music videos didn't mean anything. Chapter 991. However, she cared a lot about this song's MV because it was filmed with Lin Xian. Everyone in the MV was Lin Xian's good friends and they were all so beautiful. If it didn't produce any results, an Xian would really be annoyed to death. How many views does an MV usually get? Lin Xian asked. If there's a recommendation, the number of views on the first day would normally be over 1 million. Normal people don't care about music videos. My record seems to be at most 2.8 million views a day. An Xan said. That's still very good. An Xan shook her head and said, the best is Sister Chiue. Her MVs have always been the most popular. Because Sister Chiue is super beautiful, her fans all like to watch her MVs. Sister Chiue's record is 9 million views a day. Lin Xian, huh? Sister Chiue's new song has also been released. Lin Xian, it's your decent. An Xan saw the recommendation on the software and said excitedly. Why are you so excited? There are competitors. Lin Xian said helplessly. Well, that's true. An Xan nodded. Then an Xan clicked on decent song and the song started to play. Lin Xian listened to the prelude and felt that it was very good. It was quite talented. He had given them the lyrics and music, but they had to do the accompaniment themselves. However, it sounded quite good. Don't pile up memories and make the plot too melodramatic. Why ruin a classic when you've loved for so many years? Weary all adults now, don't delay. I'm willing to waste time like an actor in a curtain call watching the lights go out. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, Zi Chiue was very suitable for this song. Her voice was different from his impression, but it was still very suitable. Moreover, she sang very emotionally. It's good. An Xan said. Miao Xiaomiao also nodded. The main thing is that the song is good. Lin Xian smiled. You don't know how to be humble at all. An Xan muttered and opened the real-time comment section. The first comment was, lyricist Lin Xian. Composer Lin Xian. Wow, it's so nice. As expected of the heavenly concubine. Was this written for Lin Xian, who wrote those songs for an Xan? Oh my god. This Lin Xian has only appeared for a short while and he's already writing songs for the heavenly concubine. Wow. This Lin Xian is really talented. Why doesn't he become a celebrity? I feel that with his talent, he can definitely become half of the music industry. Even if he doesn't know the channels, there are so many talent shows. He can just casually participate in a creative elective and he will definitely be popular. This is what I admire about him. He actually doesn't care about fame. Obviously, an Xan's songs had set off a wave on the mainland, because her songs were now dominating the charts, and the name Lin Xian had spread very widely. Suddenly, Zi Chiue's fans saw that Zi Chiue had released a song, and the lyrics and music were written by Lin Xian. How could they not be shocked? How high was Zi Chiue? When Lin Xian first entered the entertainment industry, he directly wrote songs for an Xan and Zi Chiue. His starting point was too high, wasn't it? However, he was qualified to write these songs. Lin Xian's name once again raised everyone's expectations. What kind of rumors were spreading now? Lin Xian's songs were definitely the best. Then, I'll go prepare this song. An Xan said to Lin Xian. Okay, let's do it together. Okay. At night, after they finished their work, an Xan paid attention to the music video. Then, she was stunned. The number of views, 8.9 million. Did she see wrongly? How many hours had it been? 6 hours, right? 8.9 million views in 6 hours. Was this a joke? She rubbed her eyes and took a look. It wasn't 8.9 million, it was really 8.9 million. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. An Xan ran to Lin Xian's side and showed him her phone. Look, close to 9 million views in 6 hours. I might break the record. An Xan said in surprise. Might? Well, it's certain. An Xan stuck out her tongue. Let me see the comments. Lin Xian took a look. As he guessed, the comments were all amazed by the girls. Sure enough, it was Ling Longshue's side profile that attracted a wave of comments. Under normal circumstances, the number of views for a music video would never be so high. Even if it was on the recommendation spot and everyone saw that it was an Xan's music video, many people wouldn't click on it because they weren't interested in music videos at all. However, it was precisely because someone had uploaded the music video to various software platforms after watching it. Coupled with the traffic of those software platforms, such as Drag Music and Kuaishou, once something like that became popular, the number of views would, to be honest, be extremely abnormal. It was precisely because this video had been uploaded to those software platforms a few hours ago that the number of views exploded in a short period of time. No, this wasn't the most exaggerated thing. The most exaggerated thing was that the uploaded music video had close to 9 million views. However, the number of views on Douyin was now 13 million. It had only been 6 hours. The trending topic on Weibo had changed. The number one trending topic was, "I call this the most beautiful scene in 1,000 years." That's right, this was the number one trending topic. What was the most beautiful scene in 1,000 years? Ling Longshue's side profile. It was precisely because of this side profile that the music video became so popular. The second trending topic was Zi Qiue's new song, but it was firmly suppressed by this news. Sometimes, in an era where the internet was so developed, things spread so fast. For example, a funny video, a funny sentence, a pretentious sentence, or something like tofu beauty or fish beauty, etc. The speed at which it spread was unimaginable. Ling Longshue's side profile was really invincible. It was quite normal for it to spread like this in 6 hours. People who saw it all wanted to repost it. Xiao Linglong is still beautiful. Lin Xian couldn't help but praise. In fact, if that side profile was changed to Bing Lingyue or Linya, it would be fine too. However, only Ling Longshue had that kind of temperament. Oh my god. He inexplicably wanted to go to her place to do something. No, he had to endure it. Otherwise, his body would collapse. Linglong's sister is really beautiful. How did you know such a beautiful girl? And Xan was also convinced. As a girl, she could watch the photos or videos of Ling Longshue's side profile many times. Not to mention, there were so many idiots. TSK, what are you talking about? Why can't I know her? I'm so outstanding and handsome. Is it difficult for me to know her? Hilarious. Wretch, the two girls looked as if they were about to vomit. At this time, an Xan's phone rang. She picked it up and glanced at it. Chapter 992. The message was sent by Zi Qiue. She congratulated an Xan for her music video and said that the Best Music Video award should be hers. An Xan was a little embarrassed to be modest, but she really felt that she had won the Best Music Video award. If she still couldn't win, then there must be something going on behind the scenes. Sister Qiue, your singing is also very good. You'll probably reach first place tomorrow. That's because Mr. Lin Xian wrote this song well. But your music video was really good. Every girl in it is very beautiful, especially the last one. She's really beautiful. Are they also in the entertainment industry? Why haven't I seen them before? Why don't you ask them for me? I'm trying to be a director now. I have a high school drama that I haven't found actors for. They're very suitable. See if they're willing. Okay. An Xian then told Lin Xian about this. No, they don't have the time to film a drama, Lin Xian said. Oh. Okay, I'll leave first. I still have some things to do. Goodbye. Lin Xian then walked away. The music video's effect was within Lin Xian's expectations. He was guaranteed to win at least one Best Music Video award. Just as Lin Xian was walking, a girl walked in front of him and blocked Lin Xian's way. Lin Xian looked at her in confusion. Master invites you over. The girl said softly to Lin Xian. Lin Xian could only think of one person when it came to his master. Yi Renbing. Wow! Is there something wrong with this woman? Lin Xian couldn't help but roar. The girl was also stunned for a moment. I'm not going. Just say that I'm not going. Lin Xian then walked away. The girl was stunned. Her master was so beautiful. Why would he refuse? Lin Xian had a headache. Was this Yi Renbing a beast? Even if you want to have sex, you can't keep looking for me all day long. I can't take it anymore. This fucking woman was at the heavenly Tao realm, a Fey celestial. She was so beautiful, but now, she seemed to have become a ferocious person. It was probably because this girl had been with a woman too many times, and then she felt the joy of being with a man and couldn't hold back for a while. Then can't you learn from Linglong Shui? Why doesn't she give Lin Xian a good time? You are at the heavenly Tao realm after all, and a Fey god at the very least. Can't you act a little more respectable? Let's go find Xiao Linglong and wait for the martial arts academy to open. Lin Xian muttered to himself and went to Linglong Shui. Where is Xiao Linglong? When he arrived, the person who opened the door for Lin Xian was Bing Lingyue. Linglong Shui and Linglong Yu were not at home. She and Yu seemed to have returned to their old residence. Something must have happened. They didn't bring you along. It doesn't matter. I don't think I can enter. They should be back soon. I just have to wait, Bing Lingyue said. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and walked in. It was a rare chance for him to be alone with Bing Lingyue. What would you like to drink? Bing Lingyue asked. Milk. Bing Lingyue, she took a packet of milk from the fridge and handed it to Lin Xian. Then, she sat opposite Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the milk and sat beside Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue frowned slightly and moved to the side. Little Bing Lingyue, why are you avoiding me? Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingyue with a smile. Nothing. You're just avoiding me. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed her hand. Bing Lingyue hurriedly broke free from Lin Xian's hand. Be careful, Linglong will be angry. Bing Lingyue said softly. However, she could clearly feel her heart beating faster. In fact, she and Linglong Shui had talked a lot about Lin Xian. They were all heartfelt words. She didn't hide anything from Linglong Shui and Linglong Shui didn't hide anything from her either. She had shown Bing Lingyue the portrait. Therefore, although Bing Lingyue still couldn't remember, she knew that Lin Xian might really be her former partner. However, the current Lin Xian might be his reincarnation. But, Lin Xian was Linglong Shui's man now. How could she? But Lin Xian was flirting with her. He already had such a beautiful woman like Linglong. Why was he flirting with her? Was this what a man was like? Bing Lingyue definitely wouldn't mind a man having multiple wives. However, it was her good friend's man. Although Linglong Shui had told her before, she didn't care. In fact, Linglong Shui hoped that Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue could be together. She really hoped so because she trusted Bing Lingyue completely. Bing Lingyue and Lin Xian were fated to be together. Linglong Shui would definitely leave in the future. With Bing Lingyue accompanying and taking care of Lin Xian, Linglong Shui would be relieved. Therefore, she told Bing Lingyue everything. That's right, Linglong Shui was deliberately trying to matchmake Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue. She won't be angry. She can't wait for me to get you. Lin Xian smiled and held Bing Lingyue's hand. Bing Lingyue looked at Lin Xian and asked, "Did she tell you?" "Ah. What did she say?" Lin Xian asked in confusion. "Nothing." Bing Lingyue shook her head. "Hee, little Bing Lingyue, since they're not here, let's, hee." Lin Xian smirked and moved closer to Bing Lingyue's face. The two of them were really familiar with each other. Moreover, there was a very special layer of relationship between them. This kind of familiarity was qualified to seep into the ambiguous aspect. "No." Bing Lingyue moved further away. "Hey, little Bing Lingyue, Xiao Linglong already asked me to pursue you. Give me a chance." Lin Xian moved closer to Bing Lingyue and said. The relationship between Bing Lingyue and him was really super good. Only one sentence was missing. This time, Lin Xian finally found a chance. Maybe he could get Bing Lingyue tonight. In fact, if Lin Xian really wanted to get her, he probably would have done it long ago. The relationship between the two of them was quite special. And Bing Lingyue naturally liked Lin Xian. There was no need to think too much about it. After being together for such a long time and having that layer of relationship between them, Lin Xian was probably the person she loved before she fell asleep. Especially when she saw Lin Xian and Ling Ying's musical and saw Lin Xian's ancient costume. That feeling was very strong. She believed it was true because Linglong Shui also told her about the acacia flower. Bing Lingyue lowered her head. She was very, very confused, very confused. "But, you already have Linglong." "But Xiao Linglong doesn't mind if I have multiple wives." "Do you mind?" Lin Xian asked. Bing Lingyue shook her head. Then it settled. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Why was this empress so cute? In front of Lin Xian really couldn't feel that she was an empress. She was easily shy and cute, like Linya. Chapter 993. There was only one reason why Bing Lingyue didn't agree. She didn't know how to face Linglong Shui. Yes, Linglong Shui even wanted her to be with Lin Xian. She also liked Lin Xian. There were two reasons why she liked him. First, they were originally a couple. That was something that happened many years ago. Second, she had a good impression of Lin Xian. Of course, she was willing, but she and Linglong Shui were good friends. She felt that her current lifestyle was pretty good. If it changed, she didn't know if it would be good. She was content with the current situation. What are you thinking about? Lin Xian reached out and hugged Bing Lingyue's waist. Oh my! So thin. This Bing Lingyue was naturally the best. Bing Lingyue's body trembled. You, don't think too much. Anyway, I'm going to push you down today. Lin Xian turned around and pushed Bing Lingyue down on the sofa. Don't do this. Bing Lingyue panicked. She didn't know what to do. Little girl, you can't run away. Lin Xian then kissed Bing Lingyue's red lips. Oh, Bing Lingyue's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe this scene. She and Lin Xian were like this, successfully kissed big sister. Prince Charming points +1000000. Don't, Bing Lingyue subconsciously resisted. But as she resisted, it was gone. Big sister, I want 3 big bowls of rice today. At the door, Ling Long Shui was carrying a few dishes. There was also her favorite crispy skin roast duck. She couldn't help but want to make some rice and eat. Then I'll make more. Ling Long Shui said softly. Then, she took out the key and opened the door. At the moment the door opened, the scene in front of them caused them to be stunned. The roast duck in Ling Long Yue's hand fell to the ground. On the sofa, Lin Xian was on top of Bing Ling Yue. Bing Ling Yue's clothes were almost stripped off by him. Then, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at them. The scene was very awkward. Lin Xian quickly stood up. Bastard! You scoundrel! Ling Longyu was going crazy. I'm going to sleep. Bing Ling Yue's face was so red that it was about to explode. She didn't know what to do in broad daylight. She even said that she was going to sleep. Then, she quickly ran back to her room. Xiao Linglong, Lin Xian looked at Ling Long Shui awkwardly. Go and make some rice. Ling Long Shui said to Lin Xian. Oh, then she walked into Bing Ling Yue's room. Bastard! Ling Long Yue ran towards Lin Xian and threw a punch at him. Lin Xian nimbly dodged it. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Xian looked at Ling Long Yue. You already have an elder sister and you still want to take advantage of Sister Bing. Shameless. I remember we made a bet. If I manage to get little Bing Bing, you'll have to be my girlfriend, right? What about now? Did you see what happened just now? Ling Long Yue, really, why? What was so special about this Lin Xian? It was fine if her elder sister fell in love with him, but Sister Bing also, she couldn't understand. She really couldn't understand. Humph. The time has passed. You've already lost. Alright, I admit defeat. I accept the punishment. But you have to be obedient, right? Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Why should I? You've already lost. The time has passed. Even if you use tricks to get Sister Bing to leave, I will never do it. Ling Long Yue said proudly. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. The more arrogant you are now, the more miserable you will cry in the future. Lin Xian said. Ling Long Yue. Your elder sister and Sister Bing have both been taken by me. Tell me, what rights do you have in this family? Lin Xian said with a smirk. What about me? Lin Xian said proudly. I'll kill you. Ling Long Shui heard the noise outside and shook her head secretly. Then she looked at Bing Ling Yue. Bing Ling Yue had already put on her clothes. But her face was still extremely red. Even her ears were red. That's good. Ling Long Shui looked at Bing Ling Yue and said softly. Bing Ling Yue raised her head and looked at Ling Long Shui. I don't know what's going on. Bing Ling Yue said helplessly. It's nothing. This is what I want to see. Ling Long Shui said. Really? Bing Ling Yue looked at Ling Long Shui. Yes, this Lin Xian is indeed a hooligan, but he's still a trustworthy person. Furthermore, you have such a deep connection and fate with him, so I should have interfered halfway. So, what's wrong with that? Bing Ling Yue didn't know what to say. Just let nature take its course. Don't think too much. Plus, Lin Xian needs you to take care of him in the future. Ling Long Shui said. Have you decided to go to that place? Ling Long Shui nodded, yes. But, no buts. This is my destiny. Ling Long Shui said softly. But a person's life is not just about destiny. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have said anything. But now, you are not only the Void Fox, but also Lin Xian's partner. You are also the mother of the child in your belly. Ling Longshui paused. To be honest, she hadn't made up her mind about whether or not she should go. That's right. In the past, there really wasn't anything holding her back. If there was, it would be her younger sister. But now, there was Lin Xian and the child in her belly, but there, she didn't want to think about it. Let's talk about it later. Can you get your memories back? Ling Longshui asked. Naturally, the memories were about Lin Xian from 800 years ago. Bing Lingyue shook her head. The love flower is like that. It can't be found. But it's fine now. Yes, I think it's fine now. Then let's do it like this. But what? Bing Lingyue looked at Ling Longshui. That Lin Xian is more hateful. Although you are the emperor of a country, you are very gentle in front of your family and friends. I'm afraid you will be bullied to death by Lin Xian. Bing Lingyue was stunned. She was indeed like that. In front of the generals and ministers, she was very dignified. But in front of her family and friends, she was a different person. Forget it. Anyway, you are in a relationship. It doesn't matter if he bullies you or not. But don't think too much. Yes, I know. Bing Lingyue nodded. Okay, you can go out. I'll sit for a while. Ling Longshui smiled slightly, nodded, and walked out. Hey! Xiao Linglong, what did little Bing Bing say? Lin Xian saw Ling Longshui walk out and couldn't wait to ask. Chapter 994. Therefore, Lin Xian knew this very well. He thought that he couldn't just let Yiren Bing have sex with him whenever she wanted to. He had to make her feel that it wasn't an easy thing to do. He had to make her feel that it wasn't an easy thing to do. He had to make her feel like she couldn't get him even if she stretched out her hand. However, the difference was that you pursued girls to have sex with them. Lin Xian didn't want to satisfy Yiren Bing's desire to have sex with her. Therefore, this might not be useful. Lin Xian had already reached the end point of others. Logically speaking, Lin Xian had too much experience in pursuing girls. However, he really didn't know what to do in this situation, especially when he was facing a demon god. Sigh, forget it, forget it. Let's not think about it. Are you going tonight? Ling Longwell looked at Lin Xian and asked. I'm not going. Damn it. Do I have to go just because she says so? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? What if she finds another man? Ling Longyue said. Lin Xian, logically speaking, that wasn't impossible. That's not possible. She cares a lot about her chastity. She might just say it, but she won't really do it. Ling Longshui said. Hearing Ling Longshui's words, Lin Xian was relieved. Thinking about it, Yiren Bing was a demon god. She was a woman. She had her own pride. How could she let another man play with her body? As for Lin Xian, they had already had sex. Lin Xian was Ling Longshui's man. He was a bit special. Therefore, in Yiren Bing's eyes, Lin Xian was also special. Once, there would be a second time. Twice, there would be countless times. If that thing makes her unhappy, what if she beats Lin Xian up? Ling Longyue said. That's very possible. Ling Longshui nodded slightly and pondered. Lin Xian then looked at Ling Longshui with an aggrieved expression. Don't look at me. As long as she doesn't kill you, nothing else matters. Ling Longshui said calmly as she cut the steak. Lin Xian then looked at Bing Lingyue with a wronged expression. I can't beat her. Bing Lingyue said helplessly. Lin Xian didn't know what to do. Does that mean I have to go tonight? I find it strange. That Yiren Bing is not inferior to my elder sister in any way. Why are you still unwilling when she offers herself to you? Ling Longyu really couldn't understand. I'm willing, but I've already said that I'm afraid of her. Besides, she's really like a wolf or a tiger. Look at your sister. I've been looking for her every day. Sometimes, she won't even let me kiss her. Look at her. She's been going for 3 hours without stopping. How can I resist her? Lin Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Work hard on your cultivation. It'll be much better when you reach the domain realm. Linglong Shui could only say this. It was a little strange. They were all here talking about Lin Xian doing it with other girls. Moreover, it seemed very normal. How many people in the world could be like this? Then I'll stay here tonight. If she insists on me going over, you have to protect me. Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui expectantly. Let's go after dinner. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian, wow. He had a mental breakdown. I'll buy you more food to nourish your body, Bing Lingyue said. That was all she could do. Lin Xian never thought that he would be so worried about this. He was truly afraid of Yiren Bing. Furthermore, his body really couldn't take it. Logically speaking, girls shouldn't be able to take it either. Yiren Bing had even begged for mercy the last time, but she was a Fey immortal after all. How could a Fey immortal with a heavenly Dao realm body be treated with common sense? It was very difficult for Lin Xian to force her to submit, but it wasn't impossible. This is for you. Linglong Shui extended her hand and a red leaf appeared in her hand. What's this? Lin Xian received it in puzzlement. It's a type of spirit medicine. Spirit medicine? What's it for? Lin Xian asked curiously. It's for increasing your, strength. You can consume it now. There's no harm. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian naturally didn't doubt Linglong Shui's words. This was because Lin Xian knew that Linglong Shui definitely wouldn't harm him. Then, Lin Xian ate the red leaf without any hesitation. I don't feel anything. Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui in puzzlement. Logically speaking, Linglong Shui should have given him a super powerful existence. Everything she gave him in the past was the same. However, he didn't feel anything after eating it. It was as though he had eaten a very ordinary leaf. The medicinal effects aren't great. You'll slowly feel it later. Linglong Shui said. Alright, how much strength can it increase? Lin Xian asked. How much strength? Linglong Shui pondered for a moment before saying, not necessarily. It varies from person to person. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, it's not a loss. However, he was still a little puzzled. Because Linglong Shui usually doesn't think about anything. If you ask her a question, her answer will be very decisive. But this time, she seemed a little hesitant. Logically speaking, if Linglong Shui chose to give him something, she would have already thought about the use of it. Why would she hesitate? This is a little abnormal in Lin Xian's understanding of Linglong Shui. But forget it, Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he just needed to know that Linglong Shui definitely wouldn't harm him. After eating, Lin Xian sat on the sofa and played with Dragony. Dragony looked a little listless. Linglong Shui said that as long as she reached the promotion stage, she would be especially sleepy. So Lin Xian carried her to the bed to sleep. You're not leaving. Linglong Shui saw that it was getting late and said to Lin Xian. Fuck. Of course I'm not leaving. Are you chasing me away? Linglong Shui shook her head and said, I'm not chasing you away. You still have to leave when she comes. Lin Xian, are you really not going to protect me? Lin Xian asked, feeling wronged. She's not going to kill you. Why should I protect you? Lin Xian really couldn't refute Linglong Shui's words. After thinking about it, Lin Xian said, but she wants to sleep with your man. Are you not going to do anything? Linglong Shui, I'm going to do something, but is it useful? There are other girls without her. Lin Xian. Linglong Shui's words left Lin Xian speechless again. Numbness, it's his problem. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Lin Xian said repeatedly. Then Lin Xian stood up. Forget it, I'll leave first. Maybe I can avoid her and she won't be able to find me. With that, Lin Xian walked away. Linglong Shui smiled faintly. Avoid her? How is that possible? He thought too simply of a demon god. Chapter 995. Why? What method did Lin Xian use to make her advance? She didn't feel anything. The next moment, Bing Lingyue's delicate body really exploded with power. This wasn't an advancement to the heavenly Tao, so there wasn't much commotion or danger. Then, Bing Lingyue clearly felt her strength increase. She was now surprised. If Lin Xian gave her something to eat to advance, it would be understandable. But she didn't eat anything. All she did was chat. How did she advance? How did you do it? Bing Lingyue looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Then I can't let you know. If you know, I won't be mysterious in front of you anymore. It's better to keep a sense of mystery, Lin Xian said with a smile. Bing Lingyue saw that Lin Xian didn't say anything, so she didn't continue asking. Bing Lingyue's mission was to push down the mission. She didn't even trigger a confession mission. But somehow, she succeeded in confessing and received a reward. The reward was half of the reward for pushing down the mission. The other half was the heavenly Tao skill, Ice Immortal Art. Lin Xian treated her as an empress. She was special. Since he pushed her down, the heavenly Tao skill would naturally come. How about I dote on you tonight? Lin Xian then whispered into her ear. After saying that, he breathed out a breath of hot air. Bing Lingyue's delicate body suddenly trembled. Who do you want to dote on? At this moment, the door of Bing Lingyue's room was pushed open. A figure stood there, and the light shone in from behind her. This scene was like the ending of the latest episode of some TV series. It was a scene that left a sense of anticipation for the next episode. Lin Xian, really, when he saw Yiren Bing leaning against the door, Lin Xian had the urge to hide behind Bing Lingyue. This woman. Why the fuck was she here? His voice was very soft, but no matter how soft it was, could he hide in front of a heavenly Tao realm existence? Perhaps Linglong Shui couldn't hear it because she didn't deliberately listen. If she really deliberately listened, she would be able to hear sounds from a few kilometers away. She could casually release her divine sense, and everything within a few dozen kilometers would be within her insight. Lin Xian felt a splitting headache whenever he saw Yiren Bing. Yes, she was beautiful. Yiren Bing, Bing Lingyue, and Linglong Shui were the three most beautiful women that Lin Xian had ever seen. In fact, in terms of beauty, they were about the same. However, their status, strength, and other aspects were too much. Some beautiful girls could not compare to them. Standing together, there was a kind of otherworldly feeling. But this woman, it was the devil, the devil. Lin Xian shuddered, not knowing what to do. That, why are you here? Lin Xian released Yiren Bing and asked awkwardly. I heard that someone didn't give me face, so I came to see if he would give me face or not. Yi Bing leaned against the door and lazily played with her slender hands. She glanced sideways at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. You guys chat. I'll go see if there's anything I can help with. Bing Lingyue stood up and nodded slightly at Yi Bing before walking out. Tisk, tisk. Yi Bing then walked in and looked at Lin Xian. She said, an empress of a generation. Although she's human, she's still an empress. Sigh, she's been seduced by you just like that. Can you handle it? Lin Xian wanted to cry. Big sis, what are you doing? Nothing. I just came to see how someone is doing. He looks fine. Why don't you come to my place? Lin Xian, big sis, I really can't take it anymore. You have to understand men, right? You can just lie there and change your aptitude. You can move a few times. What about me? I'm really tired. Lin Xian wanted to cry. Tired? I just heard that someone was going to pamper that empress. Tired? Lin Xian, I was wrong. I was wrong, okay. Lin Xian really wanted to cry. Fuck. She was like a wolf or a tiger. Who could stand this? Then let's go. Yi Bing then grabbed Lin Xian's wrist. Lin Xian, don't. Then here. That's fine. Lin Xian, Xiao Linglong, help. After saying that, Lin Xian ran out. He had just taken 2 steps when his figure was restrained by Yi Bing. Outside, Linglong Shui was preparing food when she heard Lin Xian's voice. Should we? Bing Lingyue asked tentatively. No need. It's good that someone can teach him a lesson, Linglong Shui said softly. But why does it feel so unpleasant? Ling Lingyue muttered. Teaching him a lesson was no problem, but the way to teach him a lesson was to have sex with him. That was unpleasant. On the other side, Lin Xian turned to look at Yi Bing. My lord demon god, please let me rest for a few days. I beg you. Lin Xian said pitifully. If other men knew that such a beautiful and noble woman wanted to have sex with you and you rejected her, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to have sex, nor was it that Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore. After resting for a few days, he was more or less done. It was just that, damn, he had just confirmed his relationship with Bing Lingyue and now he was doing it with another girl. Although the girl wouldn't say anything, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, wasn't this too much of a scumbag? Furthermore, this Yi Bing was really thirsty. What did Lin Xian feel when he was having sex with her? He was really just a tool for her to vent. However, Yi Bing's favorability towards Lin Xian wasn't low. Perhaps people were different. She was just like that and didn't mind it. But to be honest, the reason why Lin Xian could be with her to this extent was because of Linglong Shui's help. Otherwise, Yi Bing wouldn't be looking for Lin Xian to have sex with him. She would be looking for Lin Xian to kill him. No, you have to do whatever I want you to do. Yi Bing said domineeringly. Fuck. If you weren't a demon god, I would have fucking hit you. I dare you to say that again. Yi Bing glanced coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian gulped. I was wrong. That's more like it. Yi Bing stood up and walked out. Lin Xian scratched his head aggrievedly. What the hell was this? Why was he the one who was aggrieved when the woman was passionate? After Yi Bing walked out, she very consciously sat on a chair by the dining table. When is the meal? Soon. Linglong Shui said softly. You made it. Her beautiful eyes looked at the few dishes on the table. I bought it. You're eating this. Rin Bing extended her hand and a bottle of 100 Flowers wine appeared in her hand. She placed it on the table and extended her hand. A cup flew in front of her and she poured herself a cup. Pour it yourself. With that said, she threw the wine bottle to Ling Long Shui. Of the girls in the room, 2 were at the heavenly Dao realm. 1 was a void fox, 1 was a demon god, and 1 was at the great void realm. Empress, 1 was at the heavenly venerable realm, and 1 was about to step into the great void realm. Void Fox's younger sister, Lesser Void Fox. Chapter 996. Logically speaking, with such people in the entire world, how amazing would it be to gather them together? Lin Xian walked out and looked at them. They seemed to be getting along well. Lin Xian felt that he was about to create a legend. Although he had created many legends, none of them were as meaningful as this one. What kind of legend was this? If it was done well, the 10th monster god temple of the Myriad Demon Alliance would not attack the humans. A large area of Lin and city would be safe. At least there would be 1 less monster god to threaten the humans. Of course, there was a prerequisite. Lin Xian had to really conquer Rin Bing. How could he conquer Rin Bing? At least Rin Bing would have to listen to him. However, it would be very difficult to make this demon immortal listen to him. It wasn't as simple as serving her comfortably. Serving her comfortably didn't mean that she would be obedient. If he wanted her to be obedient, he would have to conquer her. Of course, that didn't mean that he couldn't conquer her. However, that was probably only conquering her body. What was more important was her heart. She had to value you very much, just like Ling Long Shui. She would listen to you. For Lin Xian, this wasn't difficult. One had to know that this Rin Bing wanted to do that with him. This kind of relationship would be much easier to cultivate. Although it wasn't as simple as serving her comfortably, he had an infinitely high starting point in this aspect. The rest would depend on how he would conquer Rin Bing. Lin Xian was speechless. He had never thought that he would be able to sleep with a demon deity. Even after he got together with Ling Long Shui, he had never thought of this point. However, reality was just so unpredictable. The visual impact of Rin Bing, Ling Long Shui, and Bing Lingyue sitting together was indescribable. Moreover, they were wearing ordinary clothes. If they were dressed up, damn, they would be fairies. No, Rin Bing was a witch. Seeing Lin Xian walk out, the girls all looked at Lin Xian. Each of them had their own thoughts. Logically speaking, in front of these big shots, Lin Xian would be fine if there was only one of them. However, with the 3 of them together, Lin Xian felt like he was invisible. He was a piece of shit. Cough, cough. This wine smells so good. Lin Xian could smell the fragrance of the 100 Flowers wine from afar. This wine was really good. He could not forget it after drinking it at Rin Bing's place. There's no more for you. It's all. Rin Bing then poured the empty jar in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, it was delicious, but it was too rare. It took a lot of time for the elves to brew a bottle of this wine. Even the elves themselves liked to drink this wine, but the cost was too high, the time it took was too long, and the effort it took was too long. Just a sip. Lin Xian then went over and grabbed Rin Bing's cup. He drank the entire jar of 100 Flowers wine in one gulp. Rin Bing, if she did not want Lin Xian to take it away, Lin Xian would never be able to take it away. However, he drank it all. Too presumptuous. Too presumptuous. No one dared to treat her like this in her life. But why couldn't she get angry? It's delicious. Do you have more? Give me a jar. I'll invite my friends to try it. Lin Xian grinned at Yi Renbing. Yes. Come to my place tonight. I'll give you a jar before you leave. Yi Renbing tilted her head and glanced at Lin Xian, who was standing beside her. Big sis, I beg you. Let me rest for 2 days. Lin Xian said helplessly as he sat by the side. TCH. Actually, someone is overjoyed. Ling Longyue grumbled. Holy shit. You lass, I'm going to hit you. Lin Xian glared at her. He was really overjoyed. He was really tired. Yi Renbing arrogantly held her wine cup and took another sip. Big sis, don't you need to rest? Lin Xian looked at Yi Renbing and said helplessly. For us Heavenly Dao Realm cultivators, we don't need to rest. Yi Renbing answered. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui nodded. There aren't many things in this world that can make a Heavenly Dao Realm cultivator need to rest. Hey, I'm your hubby. Your hubby is about to be forced by another woman. Aren't you going to speak up for me? Lin Xian said aggrievedly. Nope. Lin Xian. Logically speaking, it would be very strange if others were to know about it. A few women were actually discussing who he was going to have sex with in front of a man. Wasn't that too magnanimous? Yi Renbing curled her lips and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian trembled. Damn, this woman was too scary. It was the look of a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit. And he, Lin Xian, was the little white rabbit. This chicken is quite delicious. I'll take it. Yi Renbing put away the dish on the table and stood up. She looked at Lin Xian. If you don't come tonight, I have plenty of ways to punish you. With that said, Yi Renbing's figure vanished. Lin Xian drooped his head and looked listless. Look, Lin Xian seems to be very disappointed and unhappy right now. Then, when he got there, he probably changed. Ling Longyue said. Bullshit. Lin Xian glared at Ling Longyue. Humph. She's clearly the one. She's so pretty, in no way inferior to Big Sister. You don't even want her as a pervert. That's impossible. You don't understand. Lin Xian said helplessly. Ling Longshui looked at Lin Xian curiously. Yi Renbing's appearance was top-notch in her eyes. She was really beautiful. She didn't expect him to take advantage of her. However, Lin Xian kept rejecting her. Was he trying to reject her or what? She wasn't too sure. Why don't you want to go? Ling Longshui asked. At least now, they could be sure that Yi Renbing wouldn't kill Lin Xian. Why would I go? It's a waste of energy and I'll be scared. Scared? Yeah, I'm really scared of this woman. Think about it. She's a demon god. I slapped her a few times, made her kneel, and asked her to do anything. Doesn't she hate me? Not to mention a demon god, even a normal person would hate that person. Ling Longshui nodded slightly. That's right. That's why I'm thinking that this woman called me over. Although we seem to be on good terms, I can't see through her at all. Who knows, she might torture me half to death. Xiao Linglong, do you think I'm right? Ling Longshui nodded. Although you're not strong, you're good at reading people. Lin Xian. Chapter 997. When Lin Xian heard Ling Longshui's words, he knew that his worries were real. Ling Longshui said, I've known her for so many years, and she's a person that even I can't see through. You seem to have an intimate relationship with her, and she even took the initiative to look for you, but that doesn't mean that she won't do anything to you. She might be a little unhappy, and it's normal for you to be in a coma for half a month. That doesn't mean that she has feelings for you. It's very possible that you're just a tool for her to vent her desires. Lin Xian, wow. You knew that, but you still sent me to her. Linglong Shui shrugged slightly and said, "It's fine. At least I know that she won't kill you. Even if you lose an arm or a leg, it's still easy for us to restore you to normal. It's just that you'll have to suffer a little." Lin Xian, you don't love me anymore, Lin Xian said, aggrieved. Linglong Shui calmly ate the delicious food, and then glanced at Lin Xian. "Then do you love me?" "Of course, heaven and earth can be my witness. You love me, so you found so many other girls. Then should I find a few more men if I love you?" "Lin Xian, I won't say anything," Lin Xian said helplessly. Linglong Shui was quite satisfied with her victory, but her expression didn't change at all. Then she continued, "But Yiren Bing is still quite innocent, and sometimes very silly. No matter how you look at it, at least in my eyes, she's a very good person. Actually, I also think that she's not bad." Lin Xian scratched his head and said, "It's just that I can't see through her. Besides, she's a demon god. Many people died in the war she started. You say that I hate her, but that's only from a human's point of view. However, I do hate her because I don't know how many people's family members died here, including Xintong's only remaining brother. He was also exposed by the humans during the Linfeng city plan and was sacrificed. To be honest, I really don't know what to think or say. My woman is actually the enemy of the humans. How am I supposed to tell Xintong that I was the one who caused your brother's death?" Yes, this was what Lin Xian was most conflicted about. "But even if I don't hate her, I can't hate her. My injuries are indeed my fault. Of course, it's also because she forced me into a corner. From her point of view, she's a demon god. She waged war after war against humans. Her point of view isn't wrong." Lin Xian felt helpless. Actually, she was not a demon god in the past. That's strange. She definitely wasn't. Could it be that she was born a demon god? Lin Xian said. Linglong Shui said, "She used to be like me. She was also neutral. She never killed any humans unless they provoked her. We met at that time." Lin Xian listened carefully. This might be very important. Perhaps it was related to something important to her, such as whether he could pursue her or a convenient way to truly take down Yiren Bing. Everyone had a weakness. "And then?" Lin Xian asked. At that time, Yiren Bing's father was the demon god of the 10th hall of the demon god temple. But she didn't care about it at all. Until one day, her family fought against humans and all of them died on the battlefield. From that day on, she took over the 10th hall of the demon god temple and became a demon god. At the same time, she began to hate humans. Linglong Shui continued, "Later, those human experts who killed her family were all killed by her. But she was already the 10th hall master of the demon god temple. I've been persuading her for many years, but to no avail. Don't even think about persuading her to stop. But we can't just let it go like this, right?" Lin Xian said. "Then do as you deem fit. I can't do anything about it anyway." Linglong Shui picked up the rice and ate it gracefully in small mouthfuls. "What can I do?" Lin Xian sighed. This was a very bad feeling. It was like your woman was the enemy of humans. Could you imagine this feeling? It means that you're married to a wanted murderer, and you know that she's a wanted murderer. The most important thing was that this murderer was one of the top experts in the world. But it wasn't the same. Murderers were the enemies of some people, but Yiren Bing was the enemy of the human race. But on second thought, Yiren Bing was not his woman. At most, they were in a relationship. Lin Xian didn't think that Yi Rinbing regarded him as her man. He might just be a tool for Yi Rinbing to vent her desire. That's right, this description is very apartment. This Yi Rinbing is the type of person who has never experienced love before. But after an accident, and because of Lin Xian's uniqueness, she couldn't stop herself. A top expert like her wouldn't fall in love with Lin Xian just because they had sex once. She's just a tool, at least for now. At this time, Dragony flew out of the room with a yawn. According to Linglong Shui, Dragony had reached another stage of advancement. Every time she reached a stage of advancement, she would be especially sleepy. This time she smelled something nice and struggled for a long time before she finally got up and flew over. Big brother, Dragony threw a knife at Lin Xian's shoulder and kissed Lin Xian's face. Let's go eat something good. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed her cheeks. Then Bing Lingyue set aside a plate for Dragony and helped her prepare the food. By the way, what is this Yi Rinbing part of the Yao clan? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Dragons. Dragons? And she's a true dragon. Lin Xian scratched his head. Lin Xian only knew about dragons, but he didn't know much about them. Dragons have hundreds of branches, different attributes and different existences. Among them, there are dozens that are true dragons. Yi Rinbing belongs to the Night Shadow Dragons, a dark attribute dragon. She's one of the strongest dragons. In terms of talent, even I might not be able to compete with her. But now there are only a dozen of them left. She's the only one active in the world, the rest have all gone into seclusion. This world is fair, dragons have the strongest physical strength, but their reproductive ability is very weak. Night Shadow Dragon, Lin Xian scratched his head. Dragon's chick, how do I get her? Anyway, Lin Xian thinks it's going to be very difficult. But when it comes to chasing a girl, you can't be a bootlicker. You have to make her feel like it's not that easy to get. Once a woman thinks it's easy to get someone, that person won't let her fall in love with him. Chapter 998. Where did Lin Xian go after he left? That's right, he went to an internet cafe. He didn't know where to go. Which girl's house should he go to? That wasn't a good idea because Yi Rinbing would send someone to look for him tonight. It wasn't safe or convenient. If he went to an internet cafe, he could still play games with the girls. As expected, the group of girls formed a team again. Unfortunately, they didn't bring Lin Xian along. Lin Xian didn't like to play with them either. Playing with them was definitely a form of military training for him because they didn't even need minions, jungles, or resources. They just wanted to attack Lin Xian. It wasn't a gaming experience at all. They couldn't fight Lin Xian in real life, but they could vent their frustrations in the game. While they were fighting, Lin Xian entered their voice chat with nothing else to do. Then, he watched from the spectator seats and chatted with the girls while he was at it. About 2 hours later, it was already past 8:00 at night. A beautiful girl walked into the internet cafe and attracted a lot of attention. Lin Xian had his headphones on and was passionately chatting with the girls. When she saw Lin Xian, she walked over and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian took off his headphones and looked behind him. Master is looking for you. She looked at Lin Xian and said softly. Lin Xian, wait, how did you find me? Lin Xian was curious. You're amazing, but it's still hard for you to find someone in such a big city, right? Even if it's not hard, you still need time, right? I'm sitting in an internet cafe. Lin Xian even specifically chose an internet cafe on the second floor of the basement. How do you find someone like that? But they still found me. You have masters sent on you. the girl said softly. She didn't know the relationship between Lin Xian and her master, but her master always asked her to find Lin Xian. In any case, they weren't enemies, so she respected Lin Xian. You can even smell that. What race are you from? Spirit Cat Clan, she said softly. No wonder. The cat race's sense of smell was naturally sensitive. It was not an exaggeration for her to be able to find Lin Xian just by relying on his scent. The key point was that when the demon race could cultivate, and when their cultivation reached a very high level, this ability would become even more terrifying. Sigh, Lin Xian sighed. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to hide, but since he was found, he knew that he couldn't hide anymore. Even if he beat this girl away, there would be more people coming. Maybe Yi Renbing would come personally, and that wouldn't be good. To think that I, the great Lin Xian, who has mingled with countless top-notch girls, would actually have to worry about something like this. How hateful. Lin Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. Then, he left Lin and city with the girl and went to the 10th palace of the demon god temple. As for how they got there, she seemed to have a very powerful spiritual device in her hand. She directly took Lin Xian to the 10th palace's Sky Island. The Sky Island was very beautiful at night. There was a lot of light, and it felt closer to the stars and the moon. There were probably hundreds or even hundreds of girls on the Sky Island, and they were all super beautiful girls. They seemed to be very comfortable here, and there weren't many rules. They could run around happily, make bonfires, roast meat, play games together, and laugh. It was obvious that Yi Renbing treated them very well. These girls seemed to be Yi Renbing's harem, but ever since Lin Xian took her, she really didn't touch them anymore. At most, they would give Yi Renbing massages and so on. Yi Renbing told Lin Xian that as long as he served her well, he could play with the girls here. This was probably the dream of all men. Perhaps some men would stay on the Sky Island for the rest of their lives and live a licentious life. However, ever since Lin Xian experienced the feeling of a man being squeezed dry by a woman, he gave up. At this moment, Yi Renbing was sitting in front of a bonfire, chatting with many beautiful girls and eating barbecued meat. Of course, Lin Xian didn't know what kind of meat they were barbecuing, but it couldn't be human meat. The girl brought Lin Xian here. Master, Lin Xian is here. The girl said softly. Yi Renbing sat there and turned her head to look at Lin Xian. Okay, take a rest and eat something. Yi Renbing said. Yes. Lin Xian looked at the dazzling girls and a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was a little afraid. The girls also looked at Lin Xian in puzzlement. They didn't know who he was or what relationship he had with their master, but at least he was the only man who came here. Some people knew that he was Lin Xian, but few knew of Lin Xian's relationship with Yi Renbing. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan were already at the martial arts academy. Why? Don't you usually interact with girls? Why do you look so afraid now? Yi Renbing said to Lin Xian with a smile. Sis, I'm just a human. You have a group of experts with such high realms, and you, a heavenly Tao realm demon god, around. Do you think I'm not afraid? I'm afraid that you will skin me alive and roast me over this fire. Lin Xian said weakly. Logically speaking, there was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Have a seat and have something to eat. Today is our festival. Yi Renbing said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked in front of her and sat down. Festival? What festival? Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian and curled her lips. Come sit with me. How interesting. Was Lin Xian really that afraid of her? He was so afraid that he was sitting opposite her. She didn't think she was that scary, right? Furthermore, she had been intimate with Lin Xian so many times. With Ling Longshui around, he should know that she wouldn't kill him. Why was he so afraid of her? He was really afraid. He couldn't figure out or see through this woman. Even if she didn't die, he had slapped her a few times back then. Not only that, Lin Xian really felt that she bore a grudge against him. Don't. It's quite nice here. 3 breaths of time. I'll sit. Lin Xian hurriedly moved to her side and sat down. Those big sisters all looked at Yi Renbing and Lin Xian with great curiosity. Yi Renbing opened a bottle of 100-flower wine and threw it to Lin Xian. She held a fruit and said, "Today is our Yao clan's festival. It can be considered your human spring festival. So, I'm happy today and can fulfill a small wish of yours. How about it? Do you want it?" Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I want it. You can say this small wish, but I can refuse it as I wish. Until you say a wish that I can't refuse." "Lin Xian, let me think." Lin Xian rubbed his chin. "Don't be in a hurry to think. Don't you humans have to kowtow during the spring festival? You can only get a red packet if you kowtow. My wish is also a red packet. You have to kowtow to me too." Lin Xian. Chapter 999. What the fuck? Lin Xian cursed in his heart. "Then I don't want it." Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm finished. I have a bad premonition. I feel like Yi Renbing is going to mess with me. This feeling is super strong." "You don't want it. You just agreed. A man never goes back on his word." "How can you go back on your word?" Yi Renbing said with a smile. "You didn't ask me to kowtow before, so it doesn't count." Yi Renbing touched her delicate chin. She wanted to mess with him. After all, she was very unhappy. However, seeing that he was in front of so many people and in her territory, Lin Xian showed a trace of grievance and fear. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Yi Renbing was already somewhat satisfied. She felt very good. It turns out that Lin Xian is quite afraid. She knows her limits. Alright, it doesn't count. Yi Renbing lazily stretched. At that moment, she was super charming. Lin Xian was a bit confused. Damn, she's so beautiful and so tempting. Why don't I want to do her? No, it's not that I don't want to do her. Doing her is the dream of any man. It's just that there are a lot of things to consider. Oh right, where are the 2 sisters? Lin Xian glanced around and didn't see the 2 beautiful sisters who came here for the first time. Then, he asked curiously. Although Lin Xian liked Yi Renbing, he still said what needed to be said. They've gone to the human world. Yi Renbing took the bottle of 100-flower wine that the young lady beside her poured for her. After speaking, she took a sip. Lin Xian silently put the bottle of 100-flower wine that Yi Renbing just threw to him into the interspatial ring. This is definitely the best wine Lin Xian has ever tasted. He took it and prepared to give it to Ling Ying and the other girls so that they can have a taste. Yi Renbing saw Lin Xian secretly take the bottle of 100-flower wine away and the corner of her mouth raised slightly. Why did you go to the human world? Lin Xian coughed dryly and asked. No one should have seen it, right? To kill people. Yi Renbing said indifferently. Lin Xian, don't. Then check if there are any girls around you are missing. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian's brows suddenly furrowed. No. She's scaring me. How are there any missing girls? We were just playing games together. Definitely not. She's scaring me. It's true that I can't kill you. Otherwise, Ling Long Shui will fight me to the death. However, killing the people around you to vent my anger is still fine. Yi Renbing said jokingly. Ha ha ha, great demon god, don't joke with me. Lin Xian smiled stiffly. In his heart, he felt that she was definitely joking. However, he was still scared. Joking? Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I was just playing games with them. Did I say that they already made a move? However, you can make a call now and see if you can contact a few. Lin Xian stood up and looked at Yi Renbing vigilantly. She really could do such a thing. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't be afraid of her at all. Are you serious? Lin Xian stared at her. Yi Renbing took a sip of 100-flower wine. Don't be nervous. If you're obedient, I won't have to do such despicable things. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Then, he quickly left with his phone to contact a few girls. An Xan and Miao Xiaomiao couldn't be contacted. They weren't among the girls playing games either, so no one knew what happened to them. Where are they? Lin Xian ran over and stared at Yi Renbing. Fuck. So angry. The corners of Yi Renbing's mouth curled up. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xian, who was standing beside her. How many do you know? Let them go. Then are you going to be obedient? Lin Xian's body deflated. Yes, I'll be obedient. Please don't do anything to the people around me. Yi Renbing's lips curled again. Wouldn't it have been better if you had been obedient earlier? Then, she snapped her fingers. A girl walked over respectfully. Go, tell them to let those two girls go. Yes, master. Lin Xian sighed in relief. Then, he looked at Yi Renbing and said, I hope you didn't do anything to them. What are you going to do about it if I do something? Yi Renbing naturally wasn't afraid of Lin Xian. What can I do? I'll tell my wife to beat you up. Lin Xian felt helpless. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yi Renbing couldn't help but laugh. First, I'm not sure if she'll do anything. Second, I'm not sure if she'll be able to beat me. Third, you actually dared to threaten me, Lin Xian. No, I just told my wife to come over and talk to you. Just talk. Lin Xian immediately cowered. Oh. Did I hear wrongly? Yes, you heard wrongly, Oh, then you heard wrongly. Come over and help me massage my shoulders. Yi Renbing said indifferently. Coming. Lin Xianran walked behind her and placed his hands on her shoulders to massage her. Is your strength all right? Yes, it's all right. Yi Renbing smiled charmingly. She was a demon god. If she couldn't even control a small human's pulse, wouldn't she be laughed at? She did take an Xan and Miao Xiaomiao away, but she didn't hurt them. Of course, that didn't mean she wouldn't hurt them. For example, just now, if Lin Xian had a falling out with her, for example, pointing at her and insulting her, she could guarantee that even if the two of them didn't die, they definitely wouldn't be fine. However, Lin Xian's performance satisfied her. Lin Xian also guessed that Yi Renbing was such a person. Therefore, although Lin Xian was really angry at that moment, he held it in. It was better to admit defeat. Which one of these girls do you like? Yi Renbing asked Lin Xian, who was massaging her shoulders. Lin Xian, they're all pretty. Lin Xian said. Then you can choose anyone. Choose one for what? Lin Xian asked in confusion. I'm letting you choose, so just choose. Lin Xian, then. I'll choose this one. Lin Xian casually pointed at a cute baby-faced girl who looked 17 or 18 years old. Go play with her. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian, the hell? Hearing Yi Renbing's words, the girl sensibly walked over and slowly took off her clothes. Lin Xian, big sister, what are you doing? How can no one perform on such a big day? I want to watch, so what? You're disobedient, aren't you? Yi Renbing said. Fuck. Touching a girl in front of dozens of people. Are you crazy? No, big sister. I have to save some energy to serve you. If I don't have any energy now, won't I be unable to do it later? Lin Xian hurriedly said. Chapter 1000. Really, Lin Xian was convinced. This Yi Renbing was a devil, a demon, and a two-faced woman. The most important thing was that she was lawless. She had the right to be lawless. At least in this place, she was a god. Everyone had to do whatever she wanted them to do. Even if it was a scene of debauchery, it was as simple as a command from her. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yi Renbing pondered for a moment. It seemed to make sense, then forget it. The girls around them were especially shocked. They had all heard Lin Xian's words. He actually had that kind of relationship with the demon god. It couldn't be, right? Yi Renbing thought about it carefully and felt that Lin Xian's words made sense. Wasn't he always complaining that she had squeezed him dry? But she couldn't possibly let herself lose all her fun just to watch a show, right? Lin Xian let out a long sigh. Damn, that scared me to death. Really, when he completely conquered her, Lin Xian swore that he would definitely get back at her. This Yi Renbing, right? Don't let me conquer you. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel when I see you. Fuck, he was so angry that he was trembling. At this moment, Lin Xian received a message from Miao Xiaomiao. She said that she had been kidnapped but was mysteriously released. Lin Xian replied that it was fine and put his phone away. It's getting late. You should all rest early. If you want to play, then continue, Yi Renbing said to the people around her. Yes. Then, Yi Renbing stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Follow me. Lin Xian shook his head secretly. What the fuck was going on? He followed Yi Renbing to that familiar room. Today's room was especially beautiful. Perhaps it was because of the festival, so it was specially decorated. Go there and take a shower. Yi Renbing pointed in a direction. I say, big sister, aren't you shy? Shy. Yi Renbing smirked. Then, she walked in front of Lin Xian. Her face was right in front of Lin Xian. She was so close that he could feel the warmth of her breath. I am a dignified demon god, why would I be shy? But you're still a woman. Do women need to be shy? Yi Renbing asked. Lin Xian really couldn't refute that. Then I'll go take a shower. Lin Xian then walked into a room. Yi Renbing laughed and took off her long dress, revealing her perfect body. She wasn't that shy, but she valued her chastity. However, since this bastard had taken her chastity, and they were the same person, she felt that it didn't matter how many times they did it. Anyway, she felt quite comfortable. When he entered the room, he didn't know when, but there was a girl waiting for Lin Xian. Lin Xian had seen this girl before. Greetings, Mr. Lin Xian. Xiao Yu bowed to Lin Xian. What are you doing? Master said that Xiao Yu wants to help Mr. Lin Xian take a shower. Xiao Yu lowered her head and said respectfully. She was one of the few people who knew how intimate Lin Xian and Yi Renbing were. There's no need. I can do it myself. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Yu hurriedly knelt in front of Lin Xian and said, "If Mr. Lin Xian doesn't let me, Master will punish Xiao Yu." Lin Xian, what the fuck? Alright. Lin Xian was convinced. Could he just admit it? Damn it. He was a man. What was he afraid of? Xiao Yu, help Mr. Lin Xian take off his clothes. Then, Xiao Yu's soft little hands helped Lin Xian take off his clothes. Be reasonable, what a nervous yuppie. Xiao Yu looked at Lin Xian with a red face. Then, she lowered her head and helped Lin Xian wipe his body. Her little hands held that thing, and her whole body trembled. Fortunately, she could still jump up and down. Lin Xian, on the other hand, felt terrible. Who could stand this? What kind of feeling did Lin Xian have in this demon god temple? He felt like an emperor. Wasn't this what all men dreamed of? But he couldn't stand it. Lin Xian still liked reserved girls. He didn't need to say anything, and they came to him. It felt wrong to reap without sowing. Click, the door was opened by Yi Renbing. She was wearing a bathrobe and wiping her wet hair. She leaned there and watched Xiao Yu wash Lin Xian's body. Master. Xiao Yu hurriedly bowed. Wash yours. Yi Renbing leaned there and glanced at a certain girl. Her pretty face was still slightly red. Don't be like this. You're not shy, but I'm shy. Lin Xian said helplessly. So small. Yi Renbing mumbled and walked away. Lin Xian. Damn it. I won't let you make a fuss. Xiao Yu's face was red. She didn't know what to say. Was it small? She didn't know. She had never seen anyone else's. It's done. Lin Xian said to Xiao Yu. Ah, okay. Xiao Yu hurriedly walked out. Master, Xiao Yu will take her leave first. Xiao Yu bowed and hurriedly walked out. After Lin Xian walked out, he saw Yi Renbing lying there with her legs crossed. He scratched his head and walked over. Yi Renbing also glanced at Lin Xian. She didn't say anything. Then, Lin Xian lay down beside her and reached out his hand. Did this sovereign allow you to touch me? Yi Renbing removed Lin Xian's hand and said coldly. Lin Xian, wow. Is there something wrong with this woman? Then, only this sovereign can touch you. You don't have the right to touch this sovereign. Lin Xian, okay. You're awesome, okay. Okay. Lin Xian said helplessly. Lie down. Yi Renbing put the book in her hand to the side and said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian obediently lay down. Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian and slowly sat down. 1.5 hours later, she lay there panting. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was getting stronger and stronger. Yi Renbing was stunned. Why is this bastard getting stronger and stronger? At first, Lin Xian didn't think much of it. But after an hour, he realized that something was wrong. Fuck. Even if he's strong, he can't be that strong, right? He felt that he was getting stronger and more energetic. This was definitely not normal. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something, the little red leaf that Linglong Shui gave him. It can't be, right? That's right, it was that little leaf. Of course, this leaf wasn't a medicine, but it had that function. It wasn't mainly used to increase time. Taking one during a battle could continuously replenish a martial artist's physical strength. It had a miraculous effect in this aspect. Linglong Shui also knew about this, so she simply gave one to Lin Xian. She couldn't let Yi Renbing bully her man, right? This was Linglong Shui's idea, so she gave it to Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian became the master. Before, Yiren Bing was so arrogant, but now. Chapter 1001. Lin Xian didn't know what to say. Should he thank Xiao Linglong or thank her? Or should he thank her? I can't take it anymore. Hurry. Get off me. Yiren Bing really felt like she couldn't take it anymore. But why was this bastard still so fierce? Lin Xian instantly shook his head. Yiren Bing's hands clutched the sheets tightly. Can't take it anymore. That's it. Lin Xian mocked. You. Stop. Yiren Bing bit her red lips. Admit your mistake. You're courting death. Admit your mistake. Lin Xian's tone became louder. Slap, then there was a crisp sound. Lin Xian slapped her on the bed. Yiren Bing bit her red lips tightly. I was wrong, she really couldn't take it anymore. In that instant, Lin Xian felt like he had won. I already admitted my mistake. How could you? It felt so good. Who was this feeling? Yiren Bing, a demon god. What was Lin Xian? A little trash. But now. It felt so good. The next morning, Lin Xian was sleeping like a log. He was woken up by a small movement. Although he was sleeping like a log, his realm was still there. It was easy for him to wake up at the slightest movement. Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Yiren Bing beside him. Really, when he was doing that, he might have lost his mind. Now that Lin Xian suddenly thought of last night, he panicked again. Yiren Bing opened her beautiful eyes. She was very close to Lin Xian. The two of them looked at each other. After 2 seconds, she closed her eyes again and turned around lazily. She didn't want to say a word. Hey, what's wrong? Are you still holding a grudge? Lin Xian's lips curled as he spoke from behind her. Shut up and go to sleep. Yiren Bing said lazily. Don't tell me you can't make it. Lin Xian said in a mocking tone. Sleep. Yiren Bing gritted her teeth and said. Okay. Sleep, sleep. Lin Xian then reached out and hugged her. She was too lazy to move Lin Xian's hand away. He slept all the way until noon. Yiren Bing had never slept for so long in her memory. She didn't want to open her eyes at all, let alone move. Besides, my legs are so weak. Bastard. Why did she wake up at noon? That bastard actually came in again. You bastard. Yiren Bing opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian, who was on top of her. She wanted to skin him alive. Lin Xian exerted some force, and she couldn't help but moan. You said I was small last night, didn't you? Lin Xian smiled evilly. I'll kill you. After that, Yiren Bing was bullied by Lin Xian for a while. In the end, she didn't want to move anymore. Little Ling Long said you use some kind of dark attribute energy on me. The kind that will kill me. Help me get rid of it. Yiren Bing closed her beautiful eyes and didn't open them. No. She wanted to say as little as possible. It was tiring. Then what will happen if I die? Who will serve you in the future? Yiren Bing slowly opened her beautiful eyes. There aren't many men in the world, right? Lin Xian, hurry up and get rid of it. Otherwise, I'll do it again. Lin Xian threatened. Yiren Bing immediately shrank to the side. You dare. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Impudent. Then help me get rid of it. Lin Xian said helplessly. No. Fuck you. You dare scold me. She opened her beautiful eyes again. I don't dare. Humph. Bing then closed her eyes. Don't bother this sovereign. Go to sleep. Fuck. You've slept for a day. If you sleep any longer, it'll be night time. Then get lost. I'm not leaving. Get rid of the dark energy in me first. Lin Xian said. Bing then didn't reply and lazily fell asleep. Lin Xian was helpless. Forget it. I'll sleep too. I'm tired too. Lin Xian sighed, hugged her, and fell asleep again. They only opened their eyes at night when the sky was dark. Lin Xian opened his eyes and saw Bing looking at him. He then smiled and asked, What? You still want it? He thought that Bing would reject him. What did she say? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Xian, wah. This woman, I was wrong. I have something to do tomorrow. I really have something to do. Then don't go back. Clatter. She snapped her fingers. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that the barrier around us has been opened. You can't run away. Bing lazily stretched and said. Fuck. Are you serious? Aha. Ding. Bing's favorability towards you +10. Lin Xian, a girl who could increase favorability by having sex. This was definitely the first and only one Lin Xian had seen. Could it be that having sex with her would increase favorability? Wah. Was there a need to be like this? I'm hungry. Lin Xian said as he played with her breasts. Bing seemed to be used to being played by Lin Xian. Come in. She said. Then the door opened and Xiao Yu walked in respectfully. Master, what are your orders? She didn't even dare to raise her head. Although she knew that Lin Xian and her master were lying there, she really didn't see anything. Go and prepare food. Yes. Oh right, get Luoying to pick a piece of the azure sky rainbow flower. Yes. Then Xiao Yu walked out. What azure sky rainbow flower? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Bing didn't answer. Instead, she asked, Did Linglong Shui give you something to eat? How do you know? Bing licked her red lips and said, There's a faint medicinal taste. Lin Xian, fuck. But she didn't seem angry. It seems that this Linglong Shui can't wait to see this sovereign make a fool of myself. Bing turned over and crawled into her breasts. In the next instant, Lin Xian's entire body shook. This Bing actually, after about 10 minutes, she crawled out. Gulp, Bing licked her red lips and swallowed. So it's a crimson spirit leaf. It's a fire-type spirit herb. After consuming it, a cultivator's physical strength can be maintained for a long time. No wonder. Lin Xian, fuck. What's that smell? Lin Xian asked. Bing glanced at Lin Xian. It stinks. Then if you say another word, this sovereign will kill you. Lin Xian shut up. Fuck. This Bing is too. Lin Xian really had to hand it to this woman. You served me well this time. That azure sky rainbow flower is this sovereign's reward for you. After Bing finished speaking, she stood up. Just as she walked down, her figure suddenly staggered. Bastard! She gritted her teeth and walked into the bathroom. Lin Xian stretched. Comfortable, really comfortable. Comfort came from both the body and the soul. Chapter 1002. After a while, Bing finished showering, put on her clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. Still not getting up. Bing glanced at Lin Xian. I'm tired. Lin Xian said lazily. Lin Xian might really become a lazy worm after spending some time with Bing. You're still tired with the red spirit leaves that Linglong Shui gave you. I say, big sister, don't just stand there and talk. You said you're tired even though you don't need to move. What's wrong with me, who's been moving all the time, saying I'm tired? Lin Xian said. If it was in the past, Bing wouldn't agree. But this time, she was really tired. She didn't even want to open her eyes. Therefore, she felt that Lin Xian should be even more tired. After all, she could empathize with him. Aren't you hungry? Bing glanced at Lin Xian while wiping her hair. Call me when you're done. Bing didn't say anything. If it was in the past, she would have spoiled him. But this time, it was different. She was already tired. As a man, he should be even more tired, right? But she was satisfied with what she said. Bing then walked out. Phew, Lin Xian let out a long breath. He remembered that at the start, Bing's favorability towards him had dropped to -30. After a few times of paw, her favorability had shot up to -40. No one else could do that. If all the girls in the world could use this method to gain favorability, wouldn't the world be a paradise? And this was a demon god. No one else could do this. But what was the blue sky rainbow flower that Bing mentioned just now? Rainbow candy. A new brand. This girl likes to eat rainbow candy. I've never seen her eat it before. But this girl actually took the initiative. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He was very satisfied. It was a kind of pleasure. She was a demon god. Lin Xian got up and walked into the bathroom while massaging his waist. He was very tired. After the shower, Lin Xian put on his clothes and picked up his phone. A few girls had sent him messages, and Lin Xian replied to them one by one. Xiao Linglong, you tricked me. That leaf actually increased time. Lin Xian sent a message to Linglong Shui. On the other hand, Linglong Shui was drinking her milk when her phone rang. When she saw Lin Xian's message, she couldn't help but smile. Didn't you say you were tired? Let me help you. So you're so black-bellied. I'm not black-bellied you. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian, did this girl not know the meaning of black-bellied or did she say it on purpose? Oh right, your friend likes to eat rainbow candy. Lin Xian asked. What rainbow candy? Linglong Shui asked in confusion. What Azure Sky brand rainbow candy? Help me buy some. I'll give it to her. It'll make her like me, right? Azure Sky rainbow candy. I think it's called that. Is it a candy? I thought it was candy. Linglong Shui quickly asked, what did she say? She said she'll give me some as a reward for serving her. Is there something wrong with this woman? Why would I want her reward? I can drown her with it. Linglong Shui, it was scary to be uneducated. What did you do? Why did she give you the Azure Sky rainbow candy? I didn't do anything. I just made her comfortable. Linglong Shui, all for you. No, just a little. Take it. Lin Xian had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, so he asked again. Linglong Shui typed, Azure Sky rainbow candy. The only known Azure Sky rainbow candy is with her. It's one of the top spirit herbs on the continent. Her Azure Sky rainbow candy should be close to 10,000 years old. The effects of the Azure Sky rainbow candy are very simple. It can quickly increase a warrior's spiritual power purity, spiritual power density, physique, strength, spirit, etc. Lin Xian. Moreover, this effect will last for a very, very long time. When others advance one step, you advance one step. The improvement you obtain will far surpass others. As your realm grows higher and higher, the gap between you and others will grow larger and larger. This is a treasure that is the most precious to any martial artist or monster race. I didn't expect her to be willing to give you the azure sky rainbow candy. I'm also quite surprised. Lin Xian, damn, no way. You must keep it. Of course. At least my waste won't be in vain. Lin Xian was quite touched. At least she still had some humanity. At this moment, Xiao Yu opened the door and walked in with her head lowered. Mr. Lin Xian, the food is ready. You guys are quite efficient. I only took a shower. Lin Xian followed her out. Since it's Mr. Lin Xian's order, we naturally have to do it as quickly as possible. Oh, I'm not your demon god. But Mr. Lin Xian is the demon god's partner. In terms of status, he's the same as the demon god. Partner, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. In their eyes, he was her partner. He. By the way, do you have any dark history with the demon god? Tell me. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and asked slyly. No. Xiao Yu quickly shook her head. You don't dare to say it. I really don't. Forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. As they spoke, they came to a very large and beautiful hall. Yi Renbing was already sitting there. A few beautiful girls were helping to serve her and prepare the food. Lin Xian looked at the 40 to 50 dishes on the table and couldn't help but gulp. Big sister, do you have to be so extravagant? Big sister, I just want to eat casually. Do you have to be so extravagant? Lin Xian sat next to Yi Renbing. I'm a demon god. Even if you're not here, I still eat like this. Can't I? It's not that you can't. As long as you like it. Lin Xian glanced at the table. Lin Xian didn't know what each dish was. In any case, none of them were home-cooked dishes. What's this? Lin Xian poked at a piece of meat in front of him with his chopsticks. Starfish turtle meat. Starfish turtle. What's that? A monster in the lower realm. Lin Xian, humans rarely ate monster meat, but it wasn't that they didn't eat it. Some monster meat was really delicious, but most of it was very unpalatable. In any case, Lin Xian had never eaten it even once. This table can't be full of monster meat, right? Aren't there dishes here? All right. Lin Xian added a piece and tasted it. How is it? This is my first time eating monster meat. It's really delicious. Lin Xian said. Some are especially good. Some can even increase a martial artist's strength. By the way, don't you feel uncomfortable eating monster meat? Lin Xian asked. Chapter 1003. Yi Renbing replied, We demons have different species. We're different from you humans. Humans are humans. No matter where they come from, they're still humans. But we demons are different. As long as we don't eat our own kind, it's fine. Alright. Maybe I'm human, so my philosophy is different from yours. But it's delicious. Eat more if it's delicious. These are all nourishing. Lin Xian, you're still thinking about me. Lin Xian, on the other hand, found it rather strange. Could it be that serving her well would really make her feel so good? After all, if your body can't take it and you die here, what if Linglong Shui comes after me? That's true. Lin Xian ate a mouthful of food and said that, after eating for a while, Lin Xian said, get rid of the dark energy in my body. Although I can't feel anything now, I really feel like there's something hindering me. If I say no, then no. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian felt that there was something wrong with this woman. She kept saying that she wouldn't let him die, but now she wasn't helping him get rid of the dark energy. Could she not be like this? Then what if I die? We'll talk about it when you're about to die. Lin Xian, alright, you're awesome. Yi Renbing's lips curled up. She felt very, very good when she saw Lin Xian's deflated expression. What was going on? She was a dignified demon god, yet her emotions were fluctuating because of a lowly and weak human. She felt good because of Lin Xian's defeat. She also felt that it was quite strange. She wanted to ask Linglong Shui how she felt when she was with Lin Xian. Was it the legendary feeling of love? She didn't understand. By the way, are you on good terms with the elves? Why do you have so much Baihua wine? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Not a lot. The 100-flower wine is extremely rare. Even the elf race rarely drinks it. As for me and the elf race, our relationship is quite good. I am good friends with the elf race's elf goddess. Lin Xian, then can you take me out to play? I've never seen an elf before. Lin Xian said. To play with elf girls. Lin Xian, Elven girls are indeed beautiful. They're probably of the highest quality among all the races. They're also especially cute and innocent. For someone like you, they're indeed very suitable to be lured home. Lin Xian, no, I really don't have such thoughts. I've just never seen an elf before. In our human world, the elves are especially mysterious. Almost no one has seen them before. There are also many beautiful legends about the elves, so I have great expectations and fantasies about the elves. Although many things in your human world are nonsense, some of them have some basis. The elves are indeed the most beautiful race I've ever seen. It's the kind of race that people can't bear to hurt. Yi Renbing said. Then do you have time to take me there? Lin Xian asked. He could just treat it as a honeymoon with her. It would be good to cultivate their relationship. The elves hate humans. You should forget about it. Ah. Why? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. He really didn't know anything about this. Then you can ask many of the ancient experts of your human race, Yi Renbing said disdainfully. Many years ago, the elves and humans were friends. At that time, the elves were also neutral. However, the elves were even able to live together with humans. However, because of the elves' beauty, many humans coveted them. Back then, countless elven girls were kidnapped by human experts and met with miserable ends. From then on, the elves all moved away and drew a clear line with humans. However, they're a kind and peace-loving race. Even so, even though the elves suffered great losses during that time, the elves have remained neutral. Tell me, wouldn't a human like you be disliked by the elves? Yi Renbing said as she drank a mouthful of 100-flower wine. There's such a thing. Lin Xian was very surprised. He had never heard of this before. Lin Xian was sure that no one in his human world had learned about this. Lin Xian could roughly guess what was going on. This was because from a moral point of view, what the humans did was shameful. How could such shameful things be publicized, let alone written down in history books? You humans' crimes aren't limited to just this. Humans aren't good creatures. Lin Xian touched his nose, not knowing how to answer. Humans were indeed imperfect. Demons were the same. Humans had done many bad things to demons, and demons had done the same to humans. Therefore, everyone had their own right and wrong. From their own point of view, the other side was wrong. It was the same for everyone. However, there was definitely an irreconcilable conflict between humans and demons. This conflict made it impossible for the two races to stop fighting, unless something shocking happened. It's actually just a matter of perspective. Yes. Yiren Bing also expressed her understanding. Then can you stop attacking the humans? Lin Xian said again. No. I heard from Xiao Linglong that you've already avenged yourself. You've also killed all the enemies of the human race. Why do you still want to do this? Lin Xian sighed. Sometimes, hatred was just like that. It would make a person not herself. My enemy is the human race, not just a few people. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. How should he put it? He didn't know what to do. Lin Xian's current goal was naturally to change Yi Renbing's hostility towards the human race. Although Yi Renbing didn't target the human race, there would always be powerful demon experts who would inherit the 10th Hall's demon god temple and continue to target the human race. However, one less demon god was still great news for the human race. However, although Lin Xian had conquered Yi Renbing in bed, it was impossible for her to listen to Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian had only conquered her body, not her heart. One day, when Lin Xian had completely conquered her, she would listen to Lin Xian. It was so difficult. Then if I was on your opposite side, in the human army, would you kill me? Pfft, Yi Renbing sneered. Don't tell me you think you're important to me just because you've played with me a few times. If it wasn't for Linglong Shui, you'd already be dead. If you were on my opposite side, I wouldn't kill you. But naturally, someone else would. Chapter 1004. Lin Xian was now thinking of a way to stop Yi Renbing from targeting the human race. Yes, although Lin Xian seemed to be very close to her, simply put, between the two of them, no, to Yi Renbing, Lin Xian was just a tool for her to vent her frustrations. Of course, she still had feelings for him, but it wasn't to a great extent. So in the end, he still had to win her over completely. But could he really win her over with this alone? He really couldn't. Although he had increased her favorability, Lin Xian believed that if this continued, her favorability would probably stop rising after a certain point. However, after so many years, even Linglong Shui, her close friend, couldn't persuade her. What could he do? It was said that to solve a problem, one had to start from the root. Lin Xian knew the root. Yi Renbing's family had been killed by human experts, and she had killed all of them. That was the root. The current situation was that those experts were all dead, but Yi Renbing still hated the human race. Wait a minute, although the root was gone and she was like a kite with a broken string, there was still one more thing. She hated the human race. Could he make her like the human race? Perhaps he didn't have to make her like them. He just had to make her stop hating the human race. That was feasible. Bring her to have fun in the human world. That was also feasible. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm done eating. Send me back. Lin Xian said. Go back. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian, big sister, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're still. Lin Xian looked at her with an exaggerated expression. Damn it. Yi Renbing smiled and looked at Lin Xian charmingly. Then, she stuck out her pink tongue and licked her red lips. Gulp, Lin Xian gulped. Big sis, I know you're feeling good, but you can't come here every day. You already admitted your mistake last night. You can't even take it anymore. Why are you still coming here tonight? Lin Xian wanted to cry. Yi Renbing slammed the table with a bang. When did I admit my mistake? When did you fail? Wow! You still don't want to admit it. Humph. Without the Crimson Spirit Leaf's medicinal effect, let's see how long you can last tonight. After saying that, Yi Renbing walked away. Lin Xian, no, this woman doesn't have any self-control at all. Wow! His mentality had exploded. Of course, this woman was extremely beautiful. Lin Xian was not at a disadvantage, but she was different from the other girls. The other girls would start begging for mercy after half an hour. Although sometimes Lin Xian could last for more than an hour, the other girls would beg for mercy for a long, long time. But this woman, it would probably take 3 hours before she would start begging for mercy. Lin Xian was also tired. I really want to record her begging for mercy last night. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and mumbled helplessly. What kind of feeling does this woman have? Lawless and licentious. She does whatever she wants, just like an ancient monarch. The only difference was that she only slept with one man, Lin Xian. And she could even do things that would make people blush in front of dozens or hundreds of girls. If you say she's real, then she's very real. But you're a woman, you can't do this. Yi Renbing walked into a cave. When she first entered, it was very narrow and dark. But the deeper she went, the larger the cave became. Then, another world appeared. Light appeared in front of her, and under the light was a field of green and hundreds of flowers. This was a place like a paradise. Every flower and every blade of grass here was full of vitality. Lord Demon God, the sky rainbow flower has become stronger. It's a bit difficult for this subordinate to pick it. Also, the sky rainbow flower doesn't like subordinates to get close to it. So, only Lord can pick it personally. A mature beauty bowed respectfully to Yi Renbing. And this sovereign has miscalculated. A few days ago, the sky rainbow flower should have just reached 20,000 years of life. It's a huge increase. Even a virtualized realm expert would find it difficult to get close. You may leave. Yes. Then, Yi Renbing walked in. As she went deeper and deeper, a rainbow-like light appeared in front of her. Yi Renbing stood there and felt the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing towards her. The reason why the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the entire Sky Island was several times stronger than the outside world was because of the sky rainbow flower. In front of her, in the center of a small pond, there was a lotus-like plant about 2 meters tall. It was colorful and even emitted a colorful light. It stood there like a king. There were dozens of sky rainbow flowers around the sky rainbow flower, but they were all in their infancy. In fact, there seemed to be dozens of them, but there was only one sky rainbow flower on the surface of the pond. The others were all branches of that one. The strongest one was naturally the king, and Yi Renbing only wanted to pick the petals of the branches of the sky rainbow flower. Because even if she could pick a petal of the largest sky rainbow flower, Lin Xian would definitely die if he ate it. Sensing Yi Renbing's arrival, a beautiful vine moved to Yi Renbing's side and hung in front of her. Yi Renbing reached out and grabbed the vine. It was as if the two of them were shaking hands. Old friend, let me borrow a petal of yours. Yi Renbing said softly. At this moment, a ray of light flashed above the sky rainbow flower, and then a phantom appeared. The phantom was a very small animal. It was hard to tell what kind of animal it was, but it was very cute. It was white, and there was a small version of the sky rainbow flower on its head. It blinked a pair of big eyes, and it was very cute, but it was just a phantom. You actually cultivated a divine soul. Bing showed a shocked and excited expression. The phantom of the small animal nodded, but it couldn't speak. What did it mean to cultivate a divine soul? It was just for spiritual beings of heaven and earth. It was a plant that cultivated the foundation of consciousness, and this consciousness gradually cultivated into the soul of an animal. In short, this sky rainbow flower had begun to transform from a plant into an animal. Its next step was to cultivate the body of this phantom of a small animal, and no longer exist here as a plant. If it was more powerful, it could even directly skip the body of a monster and directly become a human body. That was the most terrifying thing. Because in history, there was no record of a plant cultivating into a human, but in theory, it was possible. For a plant to cultivate into a human, 20,000 years was the minimum time limit, and what kind of spiritual being of heaven and earth could exist for 20,000 years? After such a long time, it would have been picked by other powerful monsters or humans, so it was very difficult for it to exist peacefully for 20,000 years. The premise was that this plant was also extraordinary. Otherwise, even if it lived for 100,000 years, it could only cultivate a divine soul, and not a physical body. Chapter 1005. Bing leaped into the air and tapped her feet on the surface of the lake. The small azure sky rainbow flowers on the surface of the lake all moved to make way for her. Then, she came to the side of the large azure sky rainbow flower and reached out to gently touch it. "Old friend, when will you be able to cultivate a physical body?" Bing asked. The shadow disappeared, and then a vine wrote a line in the air. 1,000 years. The vine swayed. 10,000 years. The vine swayed again. Could it be 100 years? Bing asked in surprise. The vine quickly wrote 2 words in the air. A year. Bing's red lips opened slightly. The vine nodded. That's great. Don't worry, before that, I will definitely protect you and make sure you successfully transform. If you need my help, remember to look for me. The vine touched Bing's beautiful face and then gently rubbed against it. This azure sky rainbow flower had been passed down in her family. When her family existed, this azure sky rainbow flower had existed. It had been in the Dark Knight Shadow Dragon clan for 20,000 years. Bing had been good friends with it since they were young. At that time, the azure sky rainbow flower had already developed intelligence. Although it couldn't speak, it could understand many of Bing's thoughts. When it used the vine to tease her, Bing would whisper to it countless times. Even when she was sad, she could only talk to it. Therefore, to Bing, the azure sky rainbow flower was really her old friend. Even when she came here, she brought the azure sky rainbow flower here. The vine of the azure sky rainbow flower plucked a purple leaf from another flower and placed it in front of Bing. Thanks, I'll come to see you another day. Bing patted the vine and then walked away. The reason why her cultivation had risen so quickly was greatly related to this azure sky rainbow flower. This was the only known sky rainbow flower in the world, and Bing had been consuming the petals of the sky rainbow flower since she was young, which greatly improved her cultivation. She had also given Linglong Shui 2 slices. In short, in her eyes, she would only share the azure sky rainbow flower with the more important people. As for Lin Xian, he didn't have a high position in Bing's heart, but he was very important and meaningful. He was Linglong Shui's man, the father of Linglong Shui's child, the man she gave herself to for the first time, the man who could make her feel good. Therefore, this azure sky rainbow flower was a bargain for him. After all, he was also quite tired. Last night, she was exhausted. The next day, her legs were staggering on the ground, let alone a man. Just treat it as nourishment for him. If he was nourished, it would also be good for her, right? After walking out and entering the main hall, Bing saw Lin Xian, this bastard, calling for more than 10 people to help pack up the dozens of dishes on the table. Then, she saw Lin Xian put the packed food into his spatial ring with her own eyes. What are you doing? Bing asked indifferently. Lin Xian looked at Bing. Look, there are dozens of dishes. I'm already full after eating one bite of each. That's too wasteful. I suddenly realized that some of these dishes are actually precious spiritual items of heaven and earth. For example, this Xueling fruit can increase one's attribute strength for a short time after eating it, and this 6-star rainbow berry. These are fucking top-grade immortal herbs in the human world. You're being too extravagant by making them into a fruit salad. For people like us who are of lower realms, this can increase many attributes. It's good for strength and physique. I'll bring it back for others to try. Lin Xian said. At first, Lin Xian didn't think much of it. Then, after taking a bite of the fruit, the system suddenly notified him that his mental strength had increased by 30 points. Who the fuck could withstand this? Then, Lin Xian realized that other than the meat on the table, most of the fruits and whatnot were fucking top-grade immortal herbs. One fruit could be sold for tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Bing made these things into a fruit salad. No one else could do this. Bing, can't you be a little more promising? Bing's mouth couldn't help but twitch when she heard Lin Xian's words. I'm very promising. At such a young age, I'm already the demon god's favorite boy toy. I feel very honored. Lin Xian licked his lips. Bing was quite pleased to hear Lin Xian's words. Hey, little sister, this nut, yes, I don't know what it's called. Help me pack it up. Bing, this is for you. Bing then handed the petal to Lin Xian. What's this? Lin Xian took the purple petal and asked curiously. This is the petal of the blue sky rainbow flower. Eating it can increase your duration. Lin Xian, you're kidding, right? Aha. Bing smirked and walked away. I'll wait for you in the room. I'll give you half an hour. With that, she walked away. Lin Xian looked at the leaf in his hand. He might not choose to trust Bing completely, but Lin Xian absolutely trusted Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui had told Lin Xian about some of the effects of the blue sky begonia flower. Although this leaf looked like it was dyed, it was indeed a treasure that countless experts dreamed of obtaining. I don't know if this witch has changed or what. She actually gave me such a treasure. Lin Xian shrugged. Since it was something infinitely beneficial to him, Lin Xian naturally did not hesitate and directly put it into his mouth. When the leaf entered his mouth, he could feel that it was solid at first. However, in the next instant, Lin Xian felt that the leaf turned into a warm current. It was very, very delicate. Lin Xian really did not swallow it. That warm current flowed down his throat and into his body. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt his entire body heating up. Ding, your cultivation has increased to 8 stars of the lower realm. Ding, your cultivation has increased to 9 stars of the lower realm. Ding, your cultivation has increased to 10 stars of the lower realm. Lin Xian's cultivation instantly increased to 10 stars of the lower realm. Although the leaf seemed to have increased Lin Xian's cultivation by 3 stars, one must know that the difference between 7 stars of the lower realm and 10 stars of the lower realm was not low at all. Moreover, that was not all. Lin Xian could clearly feel that his strength, spirit, and physique were all changing. They were all increasing. This increase was an additional increase in his cultivation. Linglong Shui had told Lin Xian about this before. The blue sky begonia could increase a cultivator's cultivation in all aspects. Moreover, it was not a one-time increase. In the future, every time he increased his cultivation, the increase he obtained would be much, much greater than that of ordinary cultivators. As time passed, the gap between them would only grow larger and larger. It stinks. Then, Lin Xian suddenly discovered that his skin was actually beginning to exude a black, stinky liquid. Chapter 1006. This was Lin Xian's first time encountering such a situation. A black substance gushed out of his body, and the smell was unbearable. "Miss, what's this?" Lin Xian wiped his body. "This should be the impurities in your body. Any living being, no matter how high their cultivation is, will have impurities in their body. It may come from the air or from the food they eat," the young lady explained to Lin Xian. "Damn! This is expelling the impurities in my body," Lin Xian exclaimed. Yes. After expelling the impurities, your body will be greatly improved." "Oh," the young lady said, "when the time comes, you should be able to feel it, Mr. Lin Xian." "Thank you. I'll go take a shower first." "Mr. Lin Xian, please come with me." After taking a shower, Lin Xian put on his clothes and walked out happily. He also understood what the young lady meant. What kind of feeling would he feel after expelling the impurities in his body? It was like running with weights every day, and suddenly taking them off one day made his body feel as light as a swallow. Lin Xian gained a lot from this trip. For now, Lin Xian didn't know how much this heaven rainbow tang would improve him in the future, but at least for now, he felt that his strength, speed, spirit, and physique had improved by quite a bit. After that, Lin Xian went to Yi Renbing's hall and went to the familiar room. Yi Renbing was lying on the bed, holding her phone. This was Lin Xian's first time seeing Yi Renbing play with her phone. "Hey, is there internet here?" Lin Xian asked in surprise. This was the monster god's temple. Lin Xian didn't know how far away it was from a human city, but after 100 kilometers away from the human settlements, the large-scale wireless network couldn't be found. However, Lin Xian's data could be used here, so it meant that this place wasn't too far away from human settlements. However, Lin Xian saw that Yi Renbing's phone had a full Wi-Fi signal. "Yes. Why can't I find it?" Lin Xian waved his phone. "This is the special equipment that the demon race used to move the network of your human race over here. I found it." "What's the password?" 8 8s. Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian connected to the wireless network of the monster god's temple. "By the way, what do you play with your phone?" Lin Xian was curious. What was a mighty demon god doing with his phone? "I watch dramas and live broadcasts," Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian glanced at the app on her phone. "Didn't anyone tell you that it's impolite to look at other people's phones?" Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian and said. "We're good friends, aren't we?" Lin Xian said with a grin. Then, he suddenly thought of something. "Do you want to play games?" "No. I said I'd introduce you to a game. Xiao Linglong plays it every day. She's a pro now." Yi Renbing was competitive, especially when it came to Linglong Shui. She and Linglong Shui were friends and rivals. They both saw each other as goals. Lin Xian naturally knew this, so he mentioned Linglong Shui. He knew that she would be interested when she heard Linglong Shui. Sure enough, although she was a monster god, she was still a woman, right? Lin Xian nodded. "Yeah. Xiao Linglong is the best player in our group. After all, I taught her." Although she's not even 1/10 as good as me, she's already pretty good. They play games every day. This is quite interesting. Even Linglong Shui is infatuated with games. It's fun. What group? Yi Renbing asked. My harem group. Lin Xian said proudly. Yi Renbing, since he was with her, Lin Xian did not hide anything from her. Pull me in. That won't do. Why would I pull you in? You're not close to them. Lin Xian began to loosen the reins. Why did Lin Xian want to bring her to play games? Actually, there was only one reason. He wanted her to divert her attention and play games with Linglong Shui, Linya, and the others every day to cultivate their relationship. Perhaps she would change her mind and not attack humans. There was a chance. Linglong Shui is close to them. Damn. Very close. They play games every day, go shopping, eat good food, and go to the amusement park every day. Yi Renbing pondered for a moment. Pull me in. No. You've already captured some of them. Now you want me to pull you in. Lin Xian shook his head. You're disobedient. Then don't blame this sovereign. Yi Renbing snorted coldly. Lin Xian, hey, don't. I'll pull you in. I'll pull you in, okay? Yi Renbing revealed a sly smile. What a joke. Was there a place in this world that Yi Renbing couldn't go? Then Lin Xian added Yi Renbing as a friend. Her ID was Fafis Fafiga, that's right, randomly typed. This was even downloaded by Linglong Shui. She only had Linglong Shui as a friend, so she didn't talk much. Yi Renbing was really just watching dramas. Can you change your ID first? Okay. Yi Renbing changed her ID to Yi. Lin Xian then pulled her into the group. System notification, Heba has invited Yi into the group. Damn. Who the fuck changed my ID? Lin Xian couldn't help but curse. His ID was originally Heba, but now it was Heba. Thinking about these girls, Ling Ying and Lu Yufan were the biggest suspects. Yi Renbing joined the group. Immediately, all the girls appeared and welcomed the newcomer with all kinds of words and emojis. The new girl has red hair. She's breathless and breathless. Lu Yufan sent a message. They didn't need to think about other things. Since it was Lin Xian who pulled her in, she must be a girl. Then, she must have a good relationship with Lin Xian. Of course, they would be happy to accept a good friend of Lin Xian. On the other side, Linglong Shui glanced at the profile picture. Wasn't this Yi Renbing? Being smart, she quickly thought of something. It seemed that Lin Xian wasn't stupid. He knew how to pull her into the group to increase her favorability. The effect of this group was so shocking. If it succeeded, she might really not do anything to humans anymore. She would be addicted to the things that normal girls liked. A demon god would no longer be a demon god. Linglong Shui was the same. Ever since she started playing with these girls, she felt more and more intimate with the things that she used to disdain. For example, she would share with them how to dress, how to put on clothes, how to cook, and so on. Linglong Shui actually wanted to remind Lin Xian to try pulling Yi Renbing into the group. However, she didn't say it. Lin Xian did it now. She felt that this method was feasible. Chapter 1007. Send red packets. Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian. This is the usual practice for newcomers. Send a small red packet as a token of appreciation. If you don't want to send a red packet, you can send a voice, a photo, or a pant. Lin Xian said with a grin. Come in. Xiao Yu walked in respectfully. Master, what are your orders? Help me activate the red packet function. Yi Renbing threw her phone to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu fiddled with the phone while Yi Renbing looked at the chat on Lin Xian's phone. Why aren't you saying anything? Cold and aloof, Fan, you're scaring them. Tell them that I'm preparing red packets. Yi Renbing said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and typed a word. Humph. This hooligan is with other girls again. Tui. Lu Yufan said unhappily. Lin Xian felt that he should find a chance to teach this girl a lesson. At this moment, Xiao Yu walked over and handed the phone to Yi Renbing. Is this a red packet? Yi Renbing asked Lin Xian. Yes. Oh. 20 seconds later, a red packet was sent out. In an instant, a group of people snatched all the red packets. Then, every single one of them was stunned. When they saw the amount of red packets, they felt unwell. Lu Yufan, Ma. Oh my god. 250,000. I snatched 250,000. Did I see wrongly? Ling Ying, what the fuck? Rich, isn't this too rich? An Axian, miss, just send a small red packet. We were shocked by your red packet of several million. How many red packets had they not received before? Linya had sent tens of thousands of red envelopes. She had asked them to send red envelopes for the atmosphere, but this young lady had sent millions of red envelopes. It was too exaggerated. Lin Xian was also stunned. Did I send too much? Yi Renbing asked. It's just for the atmosphere. Just send a red packet of 1 yuan. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead and said. Don't worry, I have money. Alright, you're awesome. Lin Xian gave him a thumbs up. Why aren't you saying anything? Lu Yufan asked. What should I say? I'm just chatting normally. Lin Xian. Yi Renbing then sent a greeting, officially a batch. The girls didn't know how to answer. Let's not talk anymore. Yi Renbing then turned off her phone. She rarely interacted with others, otherwise, she wouldn't have no friends. As for Linglong Shui, she also rarely interacted with others. It was normal for the two of them to have sparks when they met each other. In addition, both of them were very talented, and both of them were very competitive. They admired each other, and then they became friends after seeing each other. You can play games with them. Mere mortals are worthy of playing games with me. Lin Xian, then why can Xiao Linglong play games with them every day? She's a mortal too. Lin Xian touched his forehead helplessly. This girl was probably too stubborn. Then I'll teach you how to play. You can play with Xiao Linglong when you're free. Okay. With Yi Renbing's okay, Lin Xian knew that she was actually interested. Damned Sundara. Give me your computer. I'll download it for you. For the next 4 hours, Lin Xian played games with Yi Renbing. Then, he was stabbed in the heart. You call yourself an expert? Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian after finishing a wave of solo kills. Lin Xian was really impressed. How were these girls so talented in games? Yi Renbing had never played games before. She even asked her people to help her buy a computer in Lin and City. She hadn't even touched a mouse or keyboard before. After playing for a few hours, she was already solo killing others. I'll teach you how to play, okay? Lin Xian looked at the time. Come, aren't you very arrogant? I'll get Xiao Linglong to play with you. Whatever. Yi Renbing took a sip of tea and said. Then, Lin Xian gave Ling Longshui a call. Ling Longshui was naturally more than happy to do so. In her opinion, with Yi Renbing's competitive personality, she wouldn't allow herself to be inferior to someone in any aspect, let alone Ling Longshui. Therefore, Ling Longshui understood Lin Xian's intention. He wanted her to beat Yi Renbing, and then let this supernatural entity practice hard. This way, she would be able to put a lot of effort into the game. It could cultivate their relationship, and it could also distract her from attacking the human world. Why not? Lin Xian and Ling Longshui had quite a tacit understanding. She could guess Lin Xian's thoughts. That's right. If it wasn't for these reasons, why would Lin Xian spend so many hours playing games with her? Then, Ling Longshui entered the game, and the two entered the solo page. Of course, Lin Xian pulled her into the voice chat. Ling Longshui, watch this sovereign trample on you. Yi Renbing rolled up the sleeves of her pajamas. Ling Longshui said indifferently, maybe you have a chance to beat me in a battle, but you don't have a chance to win this time. Oh ho! Yi Renbing's lips curled up slightly. Lin Xian, who claimed to be an expert, has already lost to this sovereign. Lin Xian, Ling Longshui, this Lin Xian was too weak, right? Yi Renbing had just started playing, and he couldn't beat her. Lin Xian hurriedly said, you think I can't beat you? I was going easy on you. Otherwise, if a supernatural entity like you lost, what would I do if you beat me? Really? Nonsense. Pfft, Yi Renbing sneered. With her talent, wouldn't it be easy for her to become an expert in a small game in a short time? Wouldn't it be normal for her to defeat Lin Xian in a few hours? Finish the battle in 3 minutes. Ling Longshui said. Oh ho! Yi Renbing's lips curled up. I haven't seen you in so many years, but you've become arrogant. Yi Renbing said disdainfully. She couldn't stand Ling Longshui's bragging. However, Ling Longshui had changed a lot. She wouldn't say such things in the past. Normally, even the current Ling Longshui wouldn't say such things. However, she had to play along with Lin Xian. She had to drag Yi Renbing into the pit. Let this sovereign test your strength. Yi Renbing then chose a hero. Lin Xian's signature hero, the blind monk. 3 minutes later, Yi Renbing's screen turned gray. 3 minutes, just enough. Ling Longshui calmly took a sip of tea from her cup and said indifferently. Yi Renbing. Yi Renbing's face fell. She couldn't lose. Losing to Ling Longshui was even more unacceptable. If she said she would lose in 3 minutes, then she would lose in 3 minutes. That was the most unacceptable. Continue. Yi Renbing said with a dark face. Ling Longshui naturally accompanied her. Then, they continued to play 4 rounds. 4 rounds. Yi Renbing was completely defeated. Chapter 1008. Yi Renbing walked out first. She was naked and barefoot. She didn't hold back at all in front of Lin Xian. But Lin Xian walked out in his pajamas. I want to go home. Lin Xian said to Yi Renbing. You're going back just like that? Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian as she put on her clothes. Lin Xian glanced at himself. It would be awkward if he went back like that. Eat something first. I'll get someone to buy you some clothes in the human world. All right. Lin Xian's clothes were stained by something that seeped out of his body. Lin Xian didn't like to wear such clothes even if they were washed clean. Then Lin Xian and Yi Renbing walked out. Master, Lord Xia is waiting for you outside. Xiao Yu said respectfully to Yi Renbing as soon as they walked out. When did he come? It's been a while. We didn't want to disturb Master, so we didn't report. Go and prepare something to eat. Yes. Then Xiao Yu walked away. What's Lord Xie? Lin Xian asked in confusion. A bug that wants to sleep with the dragon. Lin Xian, isn't Yiren being too fierce? Then what am I? A toad that has eaten swan meat. Lin Xian, Yiren Bing really knows how to describe things. The person who can find you must not be weak, right? Lin Xian asked. The master of the 9th demon god temple. Lin Xian, she described a demon god as a bug. That's a demon god. That's a bug. It's just a snake. It wants to climb the dragon. What a joke. Yiren Bing sneered. Awesome. Awesome. Lin Xian gave her a thumbs up. A demon god is at the heavenly Dao realm. How can a snake's bloodline reach the heavenly Dao realm? Lin Xian asked in astonishment. After all, since it was at the heavenly Dao realm, it was on the same level as Linglong Shui and Yiren Bing, who had top bloodlines. Of course, it's only a chance. Even if it were to transform into a dragon, it would be a dragon with a despicable bloodline. Many years ago, he became a disciple of a dragon senior. Later on, that dragon senior grew old and was plotted against by him. The dragon senior's dragon pearl and dragon core, as well as all his cultivation and blood essence, were sucked away. Only then did he undergo a qualitative change, giving him the right to advance to the heavenly Dao realm. But if that were the case, his future would end there. Therefore, he wished to transform into a dragon and take a step further. That was why he targeted my true body. Said. Hit on you. With the bloodline powers of the Dark Knight Shadow Dragon, he has a chance of becoming a true dragon if he dual cultivates for a long period of time, said Yiren Bing. How shameless. Lin Xian. He's about the same as you. Lin Xian, no. He killed that senior dragon. Will that dragon tolerate his existence? Asked Lin Xian. That senior dragon happened to sever ties with the dragons many years ago for some reason. Although he's extremely powerful, no one will seek revenge for him since he has severed ties. Yiren Bing said. I see. The two of them walked out. Lin Xian's gaze fell on a man. The man was sitting on a chair. Surprisingly, even though he was a Yao god, none of Yiren Bing's servants, namely the girls on Sky Island, served him. At most, they poured him a cup of tea and brought him some fruits and snacks. He didn't say anything. Obviously, this wasn't the first time. It was also obvious that he didn't dare to order Yiren Bing's servants around, even though he was a Yao god. The man was very thin. Lin Xian could be considered to be of a normal weight. He was 1.8 meters tall and weighed around 130 kilograms. This man, on the other hand, was also about 1.8 meters tall. However, his thin and weak appearance made Lin Xian feel that he was only around 100 kilograms. 1.8 meters tall and 100 kilograms. He was really a thin yuppie. He was quite handsome, but he gave off a sinister feeling. Especially his eyes, which really looked like the eyes of a snake. His skin was very white, just like a woman's skin. He was quite handsome, but at first glance, he could only think of one word, sissy. The first thing he looked at was Yiren Bing's face. When he saw Yiren Bing, his eyes exuded an extreme desire and desire. This woman was too beautiful. And as a legitimate dragon, if he could play with such a woman, it would be a small matter to bring glory to his ancestors. But in the next moment, his gaze fell on Lin Xian. He was very surprised and very shocked. He wasn't very familiar with Yiren Bing. He had very little contact with the major Yao gods' temples. It was because he knew that Yi Rinbing was a legitimate dragon that he deliberately got close to Yi Rinbing. But he also knew that Sky Island was Yi Rinbing's territory. Other than Yao gods of the same status, no other man could be here. He was a Yao god of the same status as Yi Rinbing, so he could come up. Because no one could stop him. But this person, human. Xie Qiui's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Lin Xian with narrowed eyes. If someone familiar with him saw this look in his eyes, they would know that once he developed some kind of hostility or killing intent towards someone, he would show this kind of look. A human man, who was so weak that he could casually crush him to death with one hand, actually appeared next to Yi Rinbing. There might be countless possibilities, but his body was full of Yi Rinbing's scent, and Yi Rinbing's body was also full of his scent. The relationship between these two people was self-evident. He couldn't understand. Yi Rinbing hated humans the most, and she was a Yao god, a legitimate dragon. Before this, he knew that Yi Rinbing liked to play with women, but she had never been touched by a man. But now, she was no longer like that. He couldn't understand why such a Yi Rinbing was willing to have sex with a lowly human. Why was she willing to kneel under a lowly human? This was beyond his understanding. But he was very angry. The woman he liked had been sullied by an ant. Although this didn't affect his plan of becoming a dragon through dual cultivation, who was he? He was Xie Qiui, a Yao god, the master of the 9th Yao god temple. With such a status, Yi Rinbing had never thought highly of him. She had always used the arrogance of a dragon to look down on a lowly insect like him. He couldn't stand this, but this was the truth. He was indeed inferior to Yi Rinbing, far inferior. Although they were both Yao gods, they were far inferior. It was normal that she didn't like him. He could work hard to change her opinion. Before this, he felt that it was normal for Yi Rinbing to look down on him because she was a dragon and he was a flood dragon. But a legitimate dragon choosing a human made him puzzled and angry. Why? He was better than an ant, right? Chapter 1009. When Lin Xian saw the look in his eyes, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. After all, this was a Yao god, not one of those so-called genius princes. Yi Rinbing, what do you mean? Xie Qiui stood up and looked at Yi Rinbing. What? Do I need to tell you what I want to do? Yi Rinbing sat on the side with her legs crossed. Lin Xian stood beside her very sensibly. At night, this woman was very obedient. She would do whatever he told her to do. She would do whatever he told her to do. She would do whatever he told her to do. During the day, Lin Xian had to be obedient. It's just that I don't understand. You're a dignified demon god. Your strength is ranked at the top of all the demon gods. Moreover, you hate the human race to the extreme. I don't understand your choice. Xie Qiui looked at Yi Rinbing and said. It's just playing with a man. What race does it matter? Then why don't you choose to play with me? I will play with whoever I want to play with, and I won't play with whoever I don't want to play with. If this is what you want, please go back and help me massage my shoulders. Yi Rinbing then said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian then walked behind Yi Rinbing and helped her massage her shoulders. Lord Ice Goddess is in such a good mood. Then this one will take his leave. I hope you can play with this human's boy toy for a few more years. I hope he won't live for long. After saying that, Xie Qiui walked away angrily. Yi Rinbing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of fierce light. If you dare to make a move on him, I believe you will die a horrible death. Xie Qiui stopped in his tracks and said with a smile, how could that be? After all, he is your boy toy, so he is your man. Why would I make a move on your man? That would be disrespectful to you, right? After saying that, he jumped and disappeared. Big sister, are you making an enemy of the demon god for me? Lin Xian said in a daze. As a man, you're afraid of this. Lin Xian, fuck. If I were at the heavenly Dao realm, what's there to be afraid of? But I'm not even at the domain realm yet. If you want to make an enemy for me, you should at least make an enemy of a similar level, right? This is too exaggerated. Lin Xian said helplessly. Amen, that's why you'll be safe if you stay here with me every day. Lin Xian, wow. You. Lin Xian pointed at Yi Rinbing and was so angry that he was speechless. Wasn't this woman too sinister? Yi Rinbing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. Let's see if you still dare to leave. You dare to point your finger at me? Yi Rinbing said coldly. Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He trembled with rage. I don't dare. Go and eat something. Yi Rinbing said and walked away. On the other side, Xie Qiui returned to the 9th demon god's temple. Men. A woman knelt in front of him. Investigate the identity of the human beside Yi Rinbing. If you can't find out, don't come back alive. Yes. He was very surprised. This person was definitely not as simple as Yi Rinbing's toy. This Yi Rinbing was definitely not a wanton woman. She valued her chastity. Of course, she valued the chastity of men. Even if he didn't know much, he knew. He only knew that Yi Rinbing played with women. It was impossible for men to do so. Could it be that she had changed her taste? Impossible. He, a demon god, couldn't even win her favor. If she had changed her taste, she should have chosen him. Therefore, Xie Qiui believed that the human beside Yi Rinbing wasn't simple. Yi Rinbing, no matter how arrogant you are, you're still a woman. Back then, you always looked at me with disdain. In the future, I'll make you submit to me. Xie Qiui said coldly. On the other side, Lin Xian was sent back to Lin and City after finishing his lunch. It was obvious that Yi Rinbing didn't want Lin Xian to leave. However, she couldn't do anything if Lin Xian insisted on leaving. After all, Ling Longshui was here. She couldn't keep Lin Xian trapped here all day, could she? However, Yi Rinbing deliberately made Lin Xian an enemy of a demon god. She really did it on purpose. Her goal was very simple. She wanted him to stay at her place obediently. Of course, Lin Xian could choose to stay at Ling Longshui's place. However, Yi Rinbing knew that Lin Xian was a hooligan. Ling Longshui was pregnant, so she naturally had to control herself. Especially after a short period of time, she wouldn't be able to do that kind of thing. Therefore, Lin Xian would definitely choose to come to her place. No matter what, she wasn't inferior to Ling Longshui, right? What? Lin Xian was in danger. Then she didn't care. Wouldn't it be less dangerous if he came to her place obediently? That was why Lin Xian felt that she was a demon. This woman was really a demon. However, although Yi Rinbing was a demon, she still had some sense of propriety. After all, Yi Rinbing had threatened that person before he left. Presumably, he wouldn't easily make a move on Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian was really just an ordinary human in his eyes. Although he did have some relationship with Yi Rinbing, it wasn't certain if he would make a move on him. However, it was true that he hated Lin Xian. He didn't have the qualifications to hate Lin Xian. However, weren't people like this? However, Lin Xian's 2 days here were very comfortable. Although Yi Rinbing didn't listen to him, she was still very obedient when it came to sex. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but at least she was very obedient when it came to sex. In any case, Lin Xian liked this woman more and more. It was mainly because she was beautiful. She was a woman who didn't lose to Ling Longshui in terms of looks. However, to a normal man, a woman like Ling Longshui was more suitable to be a lover. A woman like Yi Renbing was more suitable to be a lover. Moreover, she was a passionate lover. However, she would always be a rose with thorns. Lin Xian walked on the streets of Lin and city. He didn't know what to do. What should he do now? He was getting more and more confused. He might need to advance to the domain realm first and see what kind of domain he could obtain. Of course, advancing to the domain realm didn't necessarily mean that he would obtain a domain immediately. Some people didn't even comprehend a domain when they reached the heavenly venerable realm. What about Yi Renbing? After Lin Xian left, the first thing he did was to return to his room, open the game, and go online. Ling Longshui, come online and get beaten up by this sovereign. Yi Renbing called Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui, it seemed that the effect was quite good. Forget it, you're too weak. Fight with you first. Fight with me after you win. Do you believe that this sovereign won't kill Lin Xian? Hurry up and come online. Yi Renbing said fiercely. Where's Lin Xian? Scram back. Alright, let's fight a few rounds. 1 round is enough. This sovereign will torture you to death. After the two of them went online, Yi Renbing was once again beaten up. Let's talk about it in the future. Let's train a bit more. We're still far from it, Ling Longshui said deliberately. Chapter 10:10. Yi Renbing clenched her teeth. Continue. No more. I'm resting. Ling Longshui said. Do you think that I'm not worthy of fighting you? Yi Renbing asked. Yes. You. Even if you can win 1 out of 5 rounds, it's still okay. But you can't win all of them. Sometimes, even the 15-year-old girls in the group can beat me. You have to beat her first. Then, Ling Longshui hung up the phone. Yi Renbing was extremely pissed. Especially after losing to Ling Longshui. Furthermore, Ling Longshui had even said such words. She was even more pissed. A 15-year-old girl could sometimes defeat Ling Longshui, but she, a mighty Fey god, had never won a single time. She refused to believe that such a simple thing could stump her when she had already reached the heavenly Dao realm. Then, Yi Renbing popped up in the group. After some thought, she sent an emoticon and asked if anyone wanted a one-on-one. A few girls replied when they saw the message. Although they did not know who she was, she had to be a very good girl to be able to join the group. After all, the girls in the group were all very good. As for Lin Xian, he could not help but laugh when he saw Yi Renbing's message. The first step of his plan was a success. At that moment, Lin Xian had arrived in a small forest in Lin and city. It was a university town and its surroundings were very remote. Furthermore, it was still the holidays, so the desolation around the university town was unimaginable. What was he here for? To advance to the domain realm. Lin Xian's advancement in realm wasn't considered fast, but it wasn't considered slow either. It was mainly because of his good character. Didn't he know what sort of existences were backing Lin Xian? Ling Longshui, Yi Renbing. Lin Xian had just eaten a blue sky rainbow flower, and he had directly reached 10 stars of the lower realm. In truth, this kind of increase was similar to raising one's realm by farming monsters. However, farming monsters could increase one's combat ability, and Lin Xian did not lack combat ability. As a person who had lived 2 lives, He was far superior to others in this aspect. Right now, Lin Xian needed to advance to the domain realm. The difference between a law and a domain was like heaven and earth. On the other hand, Lin Xian had the qualifications to advance to the domain realm. Now that Lin Xian had a few 100 million Adonis points, it would not be a problem for him to exchange for a star fruit. Ding! You have successfully exchanged for the heavenly star fruit. The effect of the heavenly star fruit was to reach the domain realm. After reaching the domain realm, it would be useless. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't have much of an effect on the second shopping center. Therefore, Lin Xian urgently needed to open the third shopping center. The items in the third shopping center were definitely of a higher grade compared to the second shopping center. However, he needed to defeat Murong Qing in order to open the third shopping center. This was a matter for the future. Now, the most important thing was to enter the domain realm. Sigh, for someone like me who doesn't usually go out to grind, I'm about to advance to the domain realm for no reason. Those people would probably die of jealousy if they knew. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. But there was nothing he could do. He had a good character. In fact, it wasn't that he had a good character. Just Yi Rinbing alone might have died at her hands. However, Lin Xian still survived. Then, Lin Xian took out the heavenly star fruit and ate it. After eating the heavenly star fruit, a warm current surged out of his body. Then, Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, the air around Lin Xian's body began to spin rapidly. An aura slowly rose from Lin Xian's body. On the ground, the surrounding leaves began to dance. This scene looked rather spectacular, but Lin Xian had seen Linglong Shui advance to the heavenly Dao realm. Compared to that, this was nothing. Powerful heaven and earth spiritual energy and power surged into Lin Xian's body, causing his aura to rise rapidly. Ding! Your realm has advanced to 1-star domain realm. A system notification sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Following that, his aura finished rising. At the same time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. A glint flashed across them. Phew! Lin Xian stood up and secretly clenched his fists. An aura erupted from his body. The domain realm. It feels so fucking good. Lin Xian revealed a smile. It was no wonder there were so many people in this world who would do anything for strength. Logically speaking, strength was something that people could not stop themselves from. There was only a difference of 1 star between a 10-star lower realm expert and a 1-star domain realm expert, but Lin Xian felt that the difference was really too big. When he reached the domain realm, he was even a little curious and in disbelief. How did he defeat a domain realm expert with the power of the lower realm? How trashy were those domain realm experts that he defeated? The difference in strength between the two realms was so great. How could they be defeated by Lin Xian at the lower realm? In any case, when Lin Xian reached the domain realm, he felt that it was not a realm that could be defeated by a lower realm expert. Of course, that was also because Lin Xian's attributes were much higher than warriors of the same realm. It was very funny, especially after the enhancement of the blue sky rainbow flower. Now that Lin Xian was at the 1-star domain realm, it was not a simple 1-star domain realm expert. A 5-star lower realm expert could defeat a domain realm expert. Now that Lin Xian was at the domain realm and had the blue sky rainbow flower, how many stars could he defeat? Lin Xian did not know either. But it should not be too high because after reaching the domain realm, the difference of 1 star was much greater than the difference of 1 star in the lower realm. Moreover, Lin Xian had the law of creation and the attribute exchange to make up for the difference. Domain, Lin Xian closed his eyes and sensed for a while, but he did not feel the existence of any domain. It seemed that he was still a little short of comprehending a domain. Let's go home. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief and walked in the direction of his home. He had reached the domain realm, and he had basically joined the ranks of experts. However, he was still far from being a powerhouse. In a place like the Martial Arts Academy, he was not even considered the top 1-star domain realm expert. However, Lin Xian's cross-level combat ability was very strong. What he had to do next was to be wary of the Evil Fiend Temple and work hard at the Martial Arts Academy to improve himself. The Evil Fiend Temple had always been a knot in Lin Xian's heart. It seemed that they did not show any signs of making a move on Lin Xian. However, when he met Zhao Mengyue last time, that idiot said that the Evil Fiend Temple had formulated a series of methods to deal with him. Lin Xian did not know whether this was true or not, but he was definitely vigilant. After all, Lin Xian still clearly remembered that at Tianhua Academy, Linglong Shui had slapped a woman from the Evil Fiend Temple. That woman's status in the Evil Fiend Temple, at least on this side, was definitely not low. Naturally, she would bear a grudge against Lin Xian. However, because of Linglong Shui's existence, she also knew that Linglong Shui was here, so it was normal for her to be vigilant. When he returned home, Linya was playing games with Lin Xian's girls. They often played games now and then went shopping. Otherwise, they would be bored. However, this time, there was a newcomer in the 10-person battle, Yiren Bing. Chapter 10-11. Lin Xian sat beside Linya, then heard Yiren Bing's voice from the headset. His whole body felt uncomfortable, then Lin Xian didn't dare to make a sound. Sister Linya, did Lin Xian come home? Lu Yufan asked while playing the game. Linya glanced at Lin Xian, then Lin Xian hurriedly shook his head at her. It wasn't that he didn't want Lu Yufan to know, but he didn't want Yiren Bing to feel his presence. Now, Lin Xian had a headache whenever he saw this woman. Although their relationship seemed to be very good, the headache was real. No, he didn't come back. I don't know where he is. Linya saw Lin Xian shake his head. She didn't know what was wrong with him, but he must have listened to Lin Xian. I don't know where he has been these days. There's no sign of him at the Martial Arts Academy, and there's no sign of him at your place. Could it be that he went to the Beast Domain? Ling Ying said. Ling Ying's words immediately made Lin Xian's eyes light up. Yeah, I've been training in the demonic beast domain for the past few days. Lin Xian typed. They looked at the message log and saw Lin Xian's message. TCH, you're so lazy, yet you still went to the beast domain. Lu Yufan typed a reply. Fuck. I'm really in the beast domain. I'm training in the beast domain now. Yiren Bing didn't say anything. She couldn't tell them that Lin Xian had been with her these days, right? Okay. Lu Yufan then didn't pursue the matter. How long has it been since this big bad guy took me out to play? Something's not right. At this time, Murong Qing found something wrong. Sister Murong, what's wrong? Murong Qing smirked, then typed, Lin Xian isn't in our voice chat. We were just talking about Lin Xian in the voice chat. How could he know what we were talking about? He even typed a reply. Murong Qing's reply made all the girls feel that something was wrong. In other words, Lin Xian is next to someone in our voice chat and heard what we said. Ling Ying typed. Lin Xian, what the fuck? He actually forgot about it. Wow. This group of girls was really smart. Not smart, but he was too stupid. Linya then looked at Lin Xian helplessly. It wasn't her, he was too stupid. Then, Ling sent a reply, tell me, where is? Still lying, still in the beast domain. Lin Xian then hurriedly typed, Hee, just kidding, I'm at home, but I just came back from the beast domain, this is true. Pooey, liar. I'm really not, this young master is now in the domain realm, I'm really not lying. When you come to the Martial Arts Academy, I want to see if you're really in the domain realm. Ling Ying typed. Sister Linya, you're not honest, you actually helped Lin Xian lie to us. Linya was also helpless. He told me to shake my head. Lin Xian, wow. Little fairy, you're selling me out just like that. He must be guilty, that's why he told you to say that. Xiao Runing replied. They knew Lin Xian too well. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead. Don't talk nonsense, go online and get beaten up. Little fairy, get up, I'll train them. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll go crazy. That Lu girl, go to the other side, I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Xian said fiercely. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Then, the match started, the ending, Lin Xian finished 2-8, Lu Yufan finished 7-5. Lin Xian died 8 times, and 5 of them were single-handedly killed by Lu Yufan. Fuck. Time to sleep, goodbye. Lin Xian put down his earphones with a dark expression and walked into his room. He was tired, he should have a good rest. He would go to the Martial Arts Academy the day after tomorrow, and what awaited him was a new chapter. What made Lin Xian feel interesting was that a few days after his accident, Murongyu actually sent a message of concern on WeChat, asking how Lin Xian was doing. This was good news. 2 days later, Lin Xian was finally able to rest comfortably. Yiren Bing had been engrossed in playing games with everyone for the past 2 days and had not allowed Lin Xian to go over. As for Linya, she had taken a day off from the company. Actually, as the boss, it was up to her whether she wanted to go or not. It was just that she was used to going to work, so she arrived at the company on time every day like an employee. In addition, during this period of time, Murong Qing was not in the company for the assessment of the Wushan College, so she naturally had to watch over her more seriously. However, it was rare for Lin Xian to be at home all day, so she accompanied Lin Xian at home, cooking, watching dramas, playing games, and bragging. Early in the morning, Linya prepared breakfast for Lin Xian. Lin Xian also changed into a set of clean clothes. Xian, work hard at the Martial Arts Academy and be careful. Linya reminded Lin Xian worriedly. She knew that Lin Xian was going to the Martial Arts Academy. Got it. Don't worry, I'm in the domain realm now. Okay, then I'll go to work. Then Linya walked out. After Lin Xian finished his breakfast, he drove to the Martial Arts Academy. Today was the first day of school at the Martial Arts Academy. All the candidates had entered the Martial Arts Academy, and those who were eliminated naturally went back. Lin Xian was quite careless. After he got injured, he didn't come here again. Compared to other people, he probably didn't know much about this place. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy, Xiao Runing and Wang Xintong stood there waiting for Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian was coming, and Ling Ying and the others were also here. However, in order to prevent others from finding out about their relationship with Lin Xian would be targeted again, they just looked at Lin Xian and didn't do anything else. There were many students behind the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy. They were all admirers of these girls. Beautiful girls were popular everywhere. Even though they were all geniuses, it was normal for Ling Ying and the others to be attracted to their looks. Some of these people even admired Xiao Runing. Although she was a teacher, she was beautiful. Moreover, she was about the same age as these students. However, since Xiao Runing was a teacher, they could only admire her. After all, it was a special case for students to pursue a teacher and it would attract more attention. However, in this era, such schools didn't forbid relationships between teachers and students. Even Tianhua Academy didn't forbid it. Otherwise, if Xiao Runing and Lin Xian were so flirtatious, why didn't she feel guilty about having an inappropriate relationship between a teacher and a student? This was because this era didn't forbid it and it wouldn't attract condemnation from society. There were also some who were pursuing Wang Xintong. Everyone had their own preferences. Wang Xintong looked like a girl next door. Many people liked this kind of girl. As for people like Ling Ying and Han Chushue, it was difficult to pursue them. However, Wang Xintong was beautiful and it wasn't difficult to pursue them. Not far away, Morongyu was also leaning against a tree and playing with her phone. She didn't know that Lin Xian was coming today, but she saw Wang Xintong waiting at the entrance. In addition, today was the first day of school, so she guessed that Lin Xian would come. Chapter 10-12. Morongyu didn't think much of it. She was just very grateful to Lin Xian. Furthermore, her thousand-ceiling ice eyes relied on Lin Xian's pure young body to advance to the 6th level. Naturally, she was concerned about Lin Xian. She didn't need to do anything other than take a look from afar. If she saw that Lin Xian was back or if he was fine, that would be enough. It had to be said that Morongyu had the most suitors in the entire martial arts academy. It wasn't that Morongyu's looks crushed Ling Ying and Han Chushue's. Each of them had their own merits, and there was no difference between them. It was just that a woman like Morongyu easily attracted more attention. Her personality was one of the reasons. Secondly, her blue hair and blue eyes added a bit of beauty to her. Furthermore, she gave off the feeling of a two-dimensional girl. To men, who would receive more attention between a beautiful black-haired or chestnut-haired beauty and an equally beautiful blue-haired girl with blue eyes? Clearly, it was the latter. As for Lin Xian, he clearly received more attention in the entire martial arts academy. Why? Because Lin Xian was injured because of the heavenly Tao realm. Perhaps others didn't care about anything else. Stats, strength, talent, and so on, what did that matter? However, he managed to survive despite encountering the danger of a heavenly Tao realm expert. Many people who didn't know Lin Xian heard his name, so they naturally paid attention to him. Of course, many people didn't think it was true. Most people didn't think so. How could a lower realm expert survive in front of a heavenly Tao realm expert? Was it possible? They only felt that the Martial Arts Academy was using this as an excuse to ensure that Lin Xian would advance to become a student. From the looks of it, Lin Xian might have something to do with the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian. When Wang Xintong saw Lin Xian, she hurriedly ran over. What's wrong? Why do you look so worried? Lin Xian smiled and said. No, I just wanted to see if you were okay. I didn't have time to visit you for the time being. Do you think I would be standing in front of you like this if something happened to me? Lin Xian smiled. All right, it's good that you're here. Follow me back to the classroom. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian. All right. Lin Xian had chosen Xiao Runing's military class. Their main course was to learn how to arrange troops, strategize, strategy, and so on. Anyone who entered this class would be selected to become a leader of the army in the future, similar to Qin Feng. As for what height they could reach and how many troops they could lead, that would depend on their personal ability. Lin Xian had chosen Xiao Runing's military class. The war between the human race and the demon race could not be reduced or avoided. According to the plan of the human race would launch a counterattack against the demon race in the future. The establishment of the Martial God Institute was a sign of this. The human cities could not be conquered by the demon race one after another. Therefore, as long as you had the slightest ambition, you would choose this class. But how should one put it? On this continent, especially these geniuses, who like to be restricted by others. How many people like to learn things that were memorized in their minds? They wanted to learn martial arts, learn how to fight, and other things. Becoming the leader of an army might seem glorious, but in essence, it was limited by the three major forces. These people naturally didn't like it. Who would want to be free? Even if it was a war, they would want to be an individual, alone, and casually appear anywhere to fight. But if you became a leader, you couldn't. Therefore, in Xiao Runing's class, there would not be many people. However, these geniuses who came here were the kind of people who could leave the academy. Many of them even thought that the martial arts academy could help them in any way. They came here for the sake of face. Many people came here just to pass time. There weren't many people who came here to improve themselves. The instructor of the military class was Xiao Runing, but she didn't know how many people came here for her. Therefore, it was hard to say how many people there would be in this class. Lin Xian, I'll go back to class first. See you at the start of term ceremony later. Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. Okay. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue didn't come over. They glanced at Lin Xian and walked away. Murong Yute saw Lin Xian come in and also walked away. This Lin Xian doesn't seem to be injured. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian from afar and said unhappily. So I think this is just an excuse from the academy to protect him. Forget it, since the academy said so, what can we do? The only thing we can do is to defeat him with strength. Qin Ming said. Let's go back to class, Miss Xiao, what class is little Xintong in? Lin Xian followed Xiao Runing and asked. She's in the light major class. The classes in the martial arts academy are divided according to attributes. The classes with more attributes will have more classes. Xintong's attribute is light, so she's in the light major class. However, she also has the water attribute, so she can go to the water major class. For example, you can go to the thunder major class and the space major class. Of course, the military class is your main class. Lin Xian nodded. Let's go and get to know the other students. There will be a start of term ceremony later. You'll know everything you don't know, including some of the rules and crazy settings of the martial arts academy. Okay. Then, Xiao Runing brought Lin Xian to the school district. Damn. So many of them are in the military class. Lin Xian looked at the huge school district. This was not a class, but a school district. The entire military class had 4 to 5 buildings. There was a lot of empty space, and there was even a martial arts arena and a huge practice field. The area of the military class was even bigger than the entire Sky Martial Court in Tianhua City. Xiao Runing nodded and said, it's not just the military class. Every class has a huge area. After all, this is the martial arts academy. Isn't this a little too wasteful? Lin Xian said helplessly. Nope. All the top-notch jobs, projects, and attribute classes in the entire continent are all here. It may seem like the military class area is useless, but it's actually useful. Being able to come here means that you can receive the best education. What do you think is different about this empty space? Xiao Runing pointed at an empty space in the distance. There's nothing different. Isn't it just an empty space? We can build a few buildings here. Lin Xian said. Then, Xiao Runing's lips curled up. She took out a remote control and pressed it. In the next instant, Lin Xian's mouth fell open. The huge empty space turned into a huge battlefield. There were mountains, rivers, grasslands, and forests. Then, she pressed another button and the entire area turned into a snowfield. Chapter 10:13. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he secretly opened his mouth. You can see this in other academies. Xiao Runing asked with a smile. This is. There are two uses for this large-scale simulation map. First, you can watch the battle from the outside and randomly deploy the data of the army, the empire, and other aspects. Although these are just data, they can be developed normally. Second, you can enter this virtual map through the virtual pod. When the time comes, the system will give each of you hundreds of thousands or millions of data of an army. Each of you can lead 1,000,000 troops and order them around. Using your own abilities, you can lead these soldiers in virtual battles one after another. This is also the most direct way to display your ability to lead troops into battle. Xiao Runing explained. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This was definitely a big deal. For example, their class had 50 people. Today, 10 of them would enter this virtual map. There would be 10 positions on the map, and each position would have one person leading 1,000,000 troops. You would need to take into account the terrain, weather, and other aspects to lead them to attack the other side, or to form an alliance, and so on. These things that could not be achieved through practice in reality could be achieved in this place. This was really a big deal. A normal martial artist's virtual pod 1v1 with a fiend beast might consume a little bit of resources per second. However, this thing simulated millions of troops, huge terrain, and weather control. The resources consumed per second were countless. But it had to be said that such a thing could be the fastest way to train a qualified general and soldier. Xiao Runing then said, when the time comes, I will arrange for you to undergo regular tests. It's very simple. Basically, it will last for 1 to 2 days. Each person will represent an empire, and each of you will lead thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of troops into the simulation. I can control the weather, various terrains, and can accelerate the advance of the troops. You will have to treat each of the virtual soldiers as a real person. Every order you give will affect the life and death of all of them. There will be many situations for you, such as winning with fewer troops, defending a city, besieging a city, or encountering a battle, and so on, setting traps, ambushes, and anything else can be realized. It's very realistic. This will definitely directly reflect your ability to lead troops into battle. Later on, we will simulate the demonic beast army and even the topography of Tianhua City and other major cities to simulate leading troops into battle. After all, this is the inevitable trend of the human race in the future. Although it's all simulated, I only look at the talent of the general. A smart, adaptable, or even cunning person is definitely suitable to be a general. If you can succeed here, even if you will be much weaker in real combat, it will still be the best choice. This is a good thing. Of course it's a good thing. This thing will probably consume more than tens of millions of resources a day to activate, but it will all be worth it if it can nurture a powerful general. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This was the Martial Arts Academy's sincerity. He was starting to like this place. Do you like leading troops into battle? Xiao Runing asked Lin Xian. She always felt that Lin Xian came to the Martial Arts Academy to flirt with girls or to fool around. This was because Xiao Runing knew Lin Xian too well. Lin Xian came to improve himself. Of course, he also came to flirt with girls or to fool around. The main premise was that there was really something here that could improve himself. When Lin Xian saw this thing, he knew that the Martial Arts Academy would definitely bring him unlimited improvement. It might even be a qualitative change. It had to be said that the three major forces choice was absolutely correct. There would never be a shortage of talented people, but there would never be a shortage of true talents. This was the goal of the Martial Arts Academy. To constantly strive for the best, to select the best from a group of elites. They only wanted one result. I can't guarantee your character, but if you take this person out, I have absolute confidence in your ability and strength. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian didn't like this aspect of her teaching, so she felt that it wouldn't be a good choice for Lin Xian to come here. Based on her understanding of Lin Xian, he would hang around with beautiful girls every day, flirting and so on. He was very happy. Xiao Runing believed in his character, but was he really willing to join the three major forces, serve them, and lead the army against the demonic beasts? She didn't think so. She felt that Lin Xian was, at most, the kind of person who didn't like to lead troops, and who didn't like to put other people's lives in his own hands. Yes, Lin Xian was indeed like this. He definitely wouldn't join the three major forces, and he definitely wouldn't work for others. He also didn't like to lead troops into battle. When others were fighting, he was free to kill wherever he wanted. Wasn't that better? However, people would always change. It wasn't that Lin Xian had changed, but he felt that this aspect was quite interesting. Increasing one's strength was one thing, but this was something that couldn't be learned by increasing one's strength. Moreover, it was with his beloved Xiao Ningning. He didn't know what the future would be like, but in the future, he might lead the members of his own force to fight against the demonic beasts, to attack the demonic beasts. He didn't like to live under someone else's roof. If he wanted to do it, he wanted to do it the best. Leading troops, he also wanted to lead his own troops. Unless there were special circumstances, then it would be a different story. Although it said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I really don't like this kind of thing, but who can say for sure about the future? If I really have to shoulder this responsibility one day, I also hope that I have the ability to do so, don't you think so? Xiao Runing nodded, that's true. Moreover, if I don't work hard, humanity will be conquered by the demonic beast step by step. What will you guys do then? I have to work hard to protect you guys. Tisk, Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Yo, Xiao Ningning, are you looking for a beating? Where's your dorm? I'll go over tonight. Lin Xian said with a grin. Scram, scram, scram. Xiao Runing said with a slightly red face. Anyway, I haven't been assigned to a dorm yet, so I'll stay at your place, hee hee hee. We'll be separated soon, don't act like a hooligan here. How am I acting like a hooligan with you? I'm your man. Scram, you still call yourself my man. You're the man of all the women in the world. Xiao Runing said. Then you're not wrong. I'm the man of all the women in the world, and you're also one of them. Lin Xian said with a grin. Xiao Runing, scram, 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 go pick up your little Ying. Little Chushua, you can go, I'm not going to accompany you. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian shrugged. Xiao Runing was like this, very reserved. However, when the situation and environment reached a certain point, for example, when he was alone with Xiao Runing in her house, wouldn't she obediently submit? Therefore, Lin Xian didn't panic at all. How far had they progressed? There was no need to panic. Chapter 10:14. Xiao Runing didn't want to talk about this topic with Lin Xian. She wasn't a fool about Lin Xian's girlfriend. Although Lin Xian didn't mention it, she could tell that many of the girls around Lin Xian had a good relationship with Lin Xian. They might even have been harmed by Lin Xian like her. Although the girls around Lin Xian were especially beautiful and outstanding, she felt that Lin Xian was a person with magical powers. Before this, she had never thought that she and Lin Xian would develop to that stage. What should she do? She didn't know when she had encountered such a situation. She would take it one step at a time. Anyway, Her parents had already set their sights on Lin Xian. There was nothing she could do. What should she do? Break up next year. Let's talk about it later. Oh right, that Murong Yu you like is also in my class, Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian, Murong Yu was also in her class. She couldn't have entered because of him, right? No, she couldn't be so narcissistic. She didn't know that she wanted to enter the military class. It was probably because she liked it. Moreover, with her status, the training and resources she received weren't any worse than those at the martial arts academy. She probably just wanted to learn this. Xiao Ningning, what are you talking about? When did I like her? Lin Xian coughed dryly and said. You don't like beautiful girls. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Everyone likes beautiful girls, right? But I still like you the most. Scram. Lin Xian's sweet talk sounded fake, but any girl who heard it would feel fake. However, they would feel slightly happy in their hearts. That was true. Let's go to class. After Xiao Runing finished speaking, she led Lin Xian into a large building. There were only a few classrooms in the building, and each classroom was particularly large. It was not the kind of small classroom that one would usually remember. It was much larger than a classroom in a university. In the classroom, the students were already seated. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Runing would already be introducing them to the class, but because they were waiting for Lin Xian, they were slightly delayed. However, it wasn't a big problem. There were more than 200 people in the classroom. Compared to those lightning elemental classes, the number of people here was much lower. A lightning elemental class usually had more than 100 students, so there were probably 4 or 5 classes. After all, there were only so many classes, and there were more than 20,000 students. Thus, the number of people in this class was really small. However, more than half of these 200 people were probably here for Xiao Runing or Murong Yu. To be honest, there were too few people who wanted to learn this thing after all. The class was very chaotic. Everyone was chatting, making new friends, and introducing themselves. Murong Yu liked to sit in a corner, where no one would disturb him. He would quietly read his book. Although many people appeared to be chatting, they would secretly sneak glances at Murong Yu. It was quite exaggerated. There were more than 200 people, and 3 girls. Murong Yu was one of the girls. Compared to her, the other 2 girls were more ordinary. However, they were clearly here to learn these things. As for the rest, they were all boys. Murong Yu was definitely going to be the class belle. Of course, there was also the school belle. In the entire class, if Lin Xian came, he would definitely see an acquaintance, and that was Su Jiming. Su Jiming had now changed his target from Xiao Xinyue to Murong Yu. Qin Ming naturally followed Xiao Xinyue to her class. Regardless of whether he had the ice attribute or not, he was mainly here to pick up girls. Other things could wait. Su Jiming was among the group of people who sat closest to Murong Yu. He knew that this woman was not easy to woo. She was very cold, and would not pay attention to him even if he tried to strike up a conversation with her. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to continue to strike up a conversation with her. He believed that since they were in the same class, with his status and excellence, it would not be difficult to win the favor of Murong Yu. His status in the entire martial arts academy should be considered the top, right? After all, he was the eldest son of the top family in Ice City, which was equivalent to the eldest son of the 8 great families in Ice City in China. Although there were definitely people who were more powerful than them, their status was already considered to be at the top. At this time, Xiao Runing walked in. Seeing Xiao Runing come in, the eyes of the students lit up. In this lifetime, they had only seen such a beautiful teacher in novels and on TV. This was simply a scene that they had dreamed of when they were students. This was too exaggerated. An academy's teacher was so beautiful. What was the martial arts academy trying to do? Su Jiming's eyes also lit up when he saw Heartwarming. Murong was only his goal. It did not matter if he could not get her. When it came to picking up girls, it was about casting a long line to catch a big fish and casting a wide net. Of course, picking up Murong was something to brag about, but if he could pick up Heartwarming, that would be good too. Of course, he knew that Heartwarming was already Lin Xian's, but it was just a thought. Weren't there other beauties in the academy? Murong was of course his first goal. But every time he thought about how a top-notch woman like Heartwarming had chosen Lin Xian, this country bumpkin, he felt especially unbalanced. The only people who knew about this news were Qin Ming and himself. The others probably did not know anything. Naturally, he would not say it out loud. Why? Fuck, if he said it out loud, wouldn't it be boosting others' morale and destroying his own prestige? Tell others that such a beautiful female teacher was Lin Xian's girlfriend. Wouldn't that be giving Lin Xian face? How could he say it out loud? At this time, Lin Xian walked in from the door behind Heartwarming. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw Lin Xian. They did not know him. Why did this person come so late? Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian, Su Jiming secretly clenched his fists. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. What the fuck? You're in the same class as Heartwarming. Fuck, are you here to study or to show off your love? What the fuck? Wait a minute, this was not going to be easy. Their teacher was Heartwarming, and Heartwarming was Lin Xian's girlfriend. Would Heartwarming make things difficult for him? Probably not. After all, this woman's character was still very good. He was quite clear about that. Moreover, he was Su Jiming. Would she dare to make things difficult for him? Was he afraid of her making things difficult for him? Naturally, he was not afraid. He was just unhappy. Thinking about how Lin Xian and Heartwarming were in the same class as teachers and students, showing off their love. Especially when the two of them were having sex, Heartwarming was wearing a formal teacher's uniform and role-playing. What the fuck? Extreme unhappiness and jealousy arose spontaneously. Based on what? Murong also raised her head and saw Lin Xian. She was also quite surprised. This Lin Xian also chose the military class. She chose the martial arts academy because there was only competition for her. Indeed, she could not learn much. In addition, with her status, there was a high possibility that she would lead troops in the future. Moreover, she liked this aspect, so she came here.